Which brand has lost you as a customer? British Airways. I lived abroad, and my mum came to visit 3 days into her trip. My dad died, and we had to fly to the UK immediately. I needed to change the date of her return flight to that day, and buy one new ticket for myself. My stipulations were we both need to be on the same plane as soon as possible. They booked my seat first, said there was only business class available, which I agreed to. Then after taking payment said there were no seats for my mum, so she's on a different flight later in the day. Also my seat was non-refundable as it was less than 24 hours until the flight. £3k out of pocket. I immediately called Virgin Atlantic, explained. They said get to the airport as soon as possible and we'll sort it out. They met us at the check-in desk, took our passports and luggage while we waited at a cafe, then walked us through the airport and security right to the door of the plane. From phone to plane seat in 3 hours. I just don't know how I was so failed by one and so welcomed and helped by the other. I'll never set foot on a Bay plane. Grubhub. I placed an order for sushi to be delivered one night a couple of months ago and settled into wait. Got a call from the restaurant. No driver had showed up and my food had been waiting to be delivered for like half an hour. Then I found out my food's going to be another hour or hour and a half behind. Grubhub issues me a $10 credit. Whatever. The restaurant calls me back and the poor woman is trying to figure out if she can drive my order over herself because she knows this is unacceptable and she feels really bad about all this. The driver finally picks up my food, so I start tracking him on GPS. He starts driving away from me, knowing that I'd been waiting 2 hours for my food. My faking sushi, mind you. He decided that other people's deliveries were more important than mine. Then, when he delivered my food, he told me that 6 drivers before him had refused to take my delivery. The final topping on this sheet Sunday, my sushi was warm. So I immediately contacted customer support. Not once did they apologize. Not once did they say that this kind of treatment of a customer was unacceptable. I told them that my sushi was warm when it arrived. They offered me a $10 credit. I'm sorry, but if you deliver me food that has me questioning its safety, shouldn't you be refunding me the cost of the meal plus $5 delivery fee? Especially after I've already found out 6 of your drivers couldn't be asked to take a delivery for faking miles. Well, our drivers are contractors, so they're allowed to refuse deliveries. If you'd like, I can have manager contact you. Please do. And you don't think it's worth incentivizing your drivers in some way so that this kind of shit doesn't happen? Surprise surprise, manager never contacted me. I deleted my info, then the app, and I told people not to bother with Grubhub. They take no responsibility when something goes wrong. Apparently I'm still way more upset over this than I realize. That sushi restaurant has a customer for life, though, for being willing to try to get me my food despite Grubhub's fuckery. Obligatory thanks for the gold edit. Thank you so much. My very first. It's incredibly validating to find out I'm not alone in my frustration. Alstead. I was at fault in an auto accident. I was distracted thinking about a friend who was near death and rear-ended someone. No injuries, but my truck did a lot of damage to the other car. The young man who owned it was very nice. I felt awful, especially when it was clear his car was not drivable and possibly rotted. I assured him I was well insured and called my agent to verify he would get a rental until the claim was settled. I told the police and the apostate claims dept it was 100% my fault. I felt certain the young man would be taken care of. Wrong. About 6 weeks later he called me. He said he hated to bother me, but Alstead was being very difficult. He only had the rental for a week, but they waited 3 weeks to inspect his car and make him an offer. They said he was partially responsible, so they were only going to give him half the value of his car, which was totaled. He couldn't begin to get a comparable replacement for what he was offered. I spent a week arguing with the claim dept with no results. He tried to file with his carrier for underinsured motorist coverage, but my limit of liability is $250,000, so I'm not underinsured. My husband and I paid him a fair amount for his car plus $1,000 for all the hassle, and then cancelled every line of business we had with apostate. Auto, home, boat, motorcycle, and commercial. Our annual premiums are over $30,000 and State Farm has our business now. But I'm still furious at how they treated this kid. If we weren't fortunate enough to have taken care of this out of pocket, this gut would have been royally screwed. Great young man with a wife and baby, working to become a licensed electrician. Just the type of person you want to cheat on, right? Care.com. I had 4 babysitters through Care.com. The first turned out to be a paranoid schizophrenic that went off her meds and kidnapped her own child from the father to perform an exorcism on the demon. The second stole from my house every time she was there. Third ended up knowing and hanging out with one of my family members who was a very well-known meth/heroin dealer. Fourth would not bring my kid back when she was supposed to. Ended up having to travel miles away to get her. When I tried to cancel my Care.com account, they would LD repeatedly hang up on me for days. I called constantly trying to cancel my account. Sent emails, sent letters through the mail. Finally they said they cancelled it. Then proceeded to continue to charge me for 4 months. I got them to stop by closing my account and reporting them for fraud. Fuck you. Care.com. Edited to @ here's the news report about the first one. Banks don't pay up for good investigators anymore. They take entry-level dumbasses, label them investigators, and toss them into jobs they ought not to be doing with incentives to move through work. So what happens is one dumbass does a shitty investigation, notates that an account is valid and your fraud claim is bogus, and then each subsequent complaint, the other dumbass investigators read that note and go, oh, this is valid, instead of doing their own review. I suggest filing a claim in small claims court or hiring an attorney if you can afford it. You're looking at a bare minimum 1k payout for damages, plus whatever punitive damages the court awards, plus attorneys and court fees paid by the bank if you win. If it's open and shut, it should be easy. They have to prove they performed a reasonable investigation and prove that you are making a false claim. This is more rare than you'd think. Source: investigator who has to review dumbass investigators' dumbass work. I worked as the visual merchandiser at Masses for a few years. In 2016 a large heavy wooden shelf fell out of the wall. The bracket broke and landed on my neck, shoulder, and back. I was obviously injured. We are talking 40 plus lbs crushing down onto my spine here, and went to their doctor. Even though the doctor didn't want me lifting/pushing/pulling anything over 10 pounds, Masses still made me work, lift heavy mannequins, climb ladders, etc. They flat told me that they didn't give a shit, that my restrictions say to basically not use my right arm. The instructions didn't say, don't fold XL towels for 5 hours, so I had to do what they say. I was miserable. I finally had surgery #1 on my shoulder 5 months later. The surgeon said he was flabbergasted at how faked up my shoulder was, that it was way worse than he was expecting, and he didn't know how I was able to work on it. Only my muscles were holding my arm in place, my tendons and cartilage and labrum were shot. After surgery I still wasn't better. I had been telling them from the beginning that my neck and head hurt, but they wouldn't allow my doctors to check it. Over a year later Masses let me have a cervical MRI, and guess what? Faked up blown discs in my neck, compressing on my nerves. I have nerve damage and will need a neck fusion surgery to fix it. They found bone spurs in my lower back from the crush. My entire damn spine hurts 24/7. On top of all of that, Masses has been fighting every single tiny thing in court. Even though it's clear as day what's wrong with me on my scans. Even though all the doctors say the same thing is wrong with me independently. Even though my story has never changed. They refuse to allow me to see pain doctors, refuse to pay for medication, so far over $3k out of pocket, refuse to allow me to have physical therapy. I got frozen shoulder after my surgery #1 because they refused to allow me to go to PT for over a month after the surgeon said I needed to begin. At our last court hearing the judge flat told them that they are hindering my recovery and they better get it together or he would get them together. I've lost my business, my independence, I had to move back in with my parents. I can't even wash my own hair, some of my friends, my strength, and my mental health. I have depression, a right arm, dominant hand, by the way, with nerve damage and permanent restrictions, no lifting/pushing/pulling over 10 pounds, no reaching overhead. Shaky hands from the nerve damage, compressed nerve and herniated discs in my neck that are dangerously close to my spinal cord, fractured facets in cervical, and, we are expecting, lumbar, and a brain injury. I'm in chronic pain all the time. I never thought they would betray me in this way. It's so bad that even my doctors and lawyers are saying they've never seen a company fight so personally. They are self-insured, so it's my adjuster making all the decisions to make sure I don't get treatment. Please don't shop masses. They don't give a flying fuck that I almost died on the job with them. They don't give a single shit that I've suffered permanent damage that will affect me for my entire life. It would have been so much cheaper for them to have just paid for the treatment my doctors all day I need, but instead they choose to fight every step of the way. I mean, come on guys, when the judge tells you to get your sheet together and just faking treat the patient, maybe you need to rethink your shitty malicious plan. Ugh. Edit. Holy shit. Gold. I know this is cliche to say, but seriously, thank you so much anonymous redditor. I genuinely thought I was venting to the wind when I wrote this, and that no one would really see it, and to be gilded absolutely warms my heart. My jaw literally dropped. Thank you again, and thank you so much to everyone who has been commenting and messaging and chatting with me about it. I have never felt so comforted and lifted up in my life. You all have boosted my confidence about this, and my self-esteem more than you will ever know. I have a similar gripe about Verizon. I'm not even a Verizon customer, but someone used my identity to try to buy themselves an iPhone X with Verizon. I didn't realize this until it hit my credit, and I got a notification that my credit score had decreased. Apparently someone tried buying the phone online, but here's the kicker. Verizon fraud flagged it and never shipped the phone. They said a man impersonating a woman, me, called in after it was flagged for validation and was livid they wouldn't ship, but also couldn't validate it was me. So Verizon fraud flagged it as fraud, but still decided to charge the fraud victim and send the account to collections? Makes no sense. Okay, fine. I get these things happen. So I file a claim with a police report and all. Notify all the credit bureaus and initiate disputes. I was patiently allowing Verizon to investigate my claim and remove this from my credit. But then Verizon decided to validate the account with the credit bureau. Now why the fuck would Verizon validate an account as legitimate when they can clearly see that a fraud claim had been filed? At the very least, they should not have responded to the credit bureau, let alone validate the account. Then when I called in, they said they were sorry, but that other more recent fraud claims were a higher priority. I'm still working it out with them, but have little faith in them, and may actually have to sue. I'm so furious with how terribly they've handled this. The last time I went into a Sears was a good few years ago. Now, it was Black Friday, and they had marked down some winter coats. I found a cute one, and grabbed a few other items on my way to the register. The cashier starts ringing me up and asks if I'd like a Sears card. I smile and tell him, no thanks. The problem started when he persisted in asking me if I wanted the damn card. Now, I understand that they are heavily pressured to get people to sign up for their shitty card by corporate, so I don't mind being asked, and I really didn't do anything to tear this guy a new asshole over it. This guy, though, goes into how much I'll save by signing up. No, thanks. Oh, but the benefits of having this card. No, thanks. I really don't shop at Sears enough. But my total will go from amount to only slightly smaller amount if I sign up today. I really don't want the card. Man point at this point. He had scanned everything in, but hadn't even started bagging it yet. Just had everything off to the side with the fire in his eyes of getting me to sign up for a credit card. After my final, firm, but still polite, decline of signing up, he throws this gem at me. Okay, I guess if you don't like saving money, while giving me this side-eye condescending smile. This really set me off. I mean, what the fuck? I just looked him dead in the eye and said, you know what? I do like to save money. I can save myself about $50 right now by not buying any of this crap, and I walked away. He called after me to apologize, but I just walked right out the door. Fuck that noise. Haven't been back into a Sears since. I very nearly got faked over as a buyer on eBay before. Actually I tried to buy a Wii from somebody. They claimed to ship my package, didn't give me a tracking number, and then after a week of asking, finally supplied it. It claimed that it had been delivered to my zip code days prior. At the time I lived in an apartment complex that took in all packages. There was no way it was stolen or anything. I went to eBay complaining that nothing had been delivered. The seller went from having fantastic reviews to a flood of complaints. They said they needed a picture of my package proving that what I received wasn't as advertised. I never received anything, so there was nothing to provide proof with. That logic, nor the influx of other ripped off folks didn't work on them, despite me trying twice. After they closed my support ticket, I was growing desperate, so I went to USPS with the tracking number to see what I could find out. They couldn't tell me the address it was delivered to, since it had been over a week, but I did get them to print off a form with the information that they did have. What was sent was £1 envelope, delivered somewhere in my zip code. Obviously not a game console sheet. That was finally enough proof for eBay. After another very long call, I had to fax them the USPS form, and at some point later received my refund. The seller had disabled the ability to provide feedback at this point, so be careful on eBay, folks. I know no one will ever read this, since it'll be in the abyss of this thread, but I'm gonna type this out in the hopes it reaches at least one person. I used to work for Jimmy John's back in college. I needed some money and was looking for a part-time job. Initially, I landed one with JJ's until I realized how grossly managed it was. They had meat and bread stuck in the freezers for weeks. The people that worked there were miserable, and the job consisted mostly of just cleaning. Not sure what we had to clean, since there were barely any customers ever. After only 2 weeks, I had had enough. But that's not where my story gets interesting. After those 2 glorious weeks of fine dining and cleaning, I found a better job with Chick-fil-A, a great business. I went back to JJ's to get my first and last check to find that they didn't have it. I told the manager I never received my check, and he said he never heard of my name. Befuddled, I asked, are you sure you don't remember conducting my interview and hiring me just 2 weeks ago? To which he replied, nope. So I called the district manager who was in charge of overseeing all JJ's in the area and told him what had happened. He was nice the first few times I had met him. A couple times during those 2 weeks he came in and acted as the manager for the day and hung around yelling orders at us, which were mainly just, you guessed it, clean. But he was kind to me in personal one-on-one conversations. However, after disclosing the paycheck, a measly $150, if I may add, which is a lot of a part-time college student, he said he'd get right on it and call me when he found it. Another 2 weeks later, and a whopping $325 paycheck from Chick-fil-A, I went back to JJ's, since I had still not received my call. And guess who was at the front? Mr. District Manager. I asked him if he had found the paycheck, to which he replied, I'm sorry, do I know you? I told him the story again, and he continued to act as if he had never met me. I called hours the next day infuriated and disclosed all the details of what had occurred as I could remember. Hours did not care either. They told me they never had my information on record as a previous working employee. I do not go to Jimmy John's anymore. My friends do not go to Jimmy John's anymore. Jimmy John's is dead to me. And if you don't believe in free labor either, let them be dead to you. Thanks for reading. Edit. I didn't expect this comment to be seen nearly as much as it has been. I wanted to thank all of you for any legal advice or moral support. It's always great to get help from fellow Redditors. This incident did happen 3 to 4 years ago, and I was too young to know what to do with any legal trouble like this, and also didn't see a reason to care or pursue it over $150. I've moved on from the incident, but can guarantee I have never been to a Jimmy John's since. Haha. Car was hit, not our fault, and is undrivable. Called Admiral there and then. Sent photos when I got home later than day. 5 days later I get a text saying photos not received. Claim cannot move forward with it. So I emailed them again and said please confirm you've received the photos. I didn't get a response, despite emailing every day asking for an update, along with calling the team who just kept saying they'd look into it. Few more days of this, and I get put through to some other guy who gives me his personal email. I send him the photos and he says he's received them and the claim will be processed. A week later, I get a text saying, photos haven't been received. Please send to process claim. I called and went nuts at them. It'd been weeks at this point and they still hadn't even processed my photos. So I sent the photos again and copied in the guy who claimed he'd processed them. I asked for someone to confirm they'd received them. Did I hear back? Did I fuck? 2 days passed, so I called the complaints department and made an official complaint. Complaints assured me that the claim is being processed. They tell me it can take up to a week to process. So at the end of the week I call for an update. Well, guess what? The cunts still hadn't processed it. Not only that, they were claiming that one as I sent the email to a private account it's taken longer to access. Private account? I sent it to the claims department and copied it to the other people. Don't give me that bullshit. 2. Then they said the photos hadn't been attached to the email. I literally had the email in front of me, so I could see that they had, not to mention I'd already sent it 3 times before that. 3. Then they claimed that they had gotten the photos, but that they couldn't open the pictures because it was in a weird format and they had to get the engineers to open it, so that would take a while. Photos were standard JPG, so again that was bollocks, which I called them up on point. So I said I was taking legal action against them, ongoing. Then magically they pulled their fingers out of their asses and started to process my claim. All in all it took them over a month to send someone to look at the car. There's no public transport here, and Admiral wouldn't send a replacement car until they'd done the preliminary checks on my car. So I had to get taxes everywhere, which cost a small fortune, so I've charged Admiral for that cost. I'm confident they will cover the cost, but they've lost not only me and my family as customers, but I work with the government and we have thousands of employees covered by them. Well, guess who has the power to cancel our insurance with Admiral? Let me tell you, that was an orgasmic call to make. Enterprise, after they tried to tell my mom, who was dying of cancer at the time, that she'd somehow damaged the underside of their car. She hadn't, on one of her trips to and from CTCA, and then proceeded to make a fuss about it. Never going to give them a single faking cent, as long as I live, and I try to remember to flip off their local office every time I go past it. Edit. To be clear, the underside of the car was damaged the way they described. There's just no way that she could have done it, because she was driving it on smooth highways basically the whole way there, and the whole way back. And of course, even if she did, she was dying at the time. We figured either they were lazy and didn't check it properly before renting it to us, or just figured they might be able to get a payout out of us. We couldn't prove she wasn't responsible, since we hadn't thought to check it beforehand. Screw us for assuming basic competence on the part of these fuckwits, and even if we had, she was in her 60s and again, dying of cancer, so it's not like she was going to get on her hands and knees and check the underside of her car in their unbelievably tiny parking lot right next to the busiest intersection in town. So, fuck Enterprise. Yes, fuck Enterprise. The Fiancé and I rented a higher-end SUV online for a cross-country trip in the middle of winter. I just grabbed my ID and debit card on the way out the door to pick the SUV up. When we got there, the employee told us we could only pay for the SUV with a credit card, which I hadn't brought with me, and which was not stated on any of their mails or on the company website. Super annoyed as we'd be likely hitting a snowstorm on the first leg of our trip and wanted something as heavy as possible. So we had to downgrade to a low-end SUV. Fine. Whatever. Not impressed, and the fact that the employee didn't so much as say sorry had me fuming already. So we start the trip and I look at the Enterprise paperwork. Despite downgrading it, they still charged us for the more expensive SUV. Fine. Whatever. I'll deal with it once we are back home. We hit that snowstorm on the highway. 20 inches of snow fell quickly, so traffic was creeping along. Creeping along meaning sufficient sheet was getting sprayed over our windshield from the car in front of us. That's when we discover the windshield wiper fluid is empty. Holy Jesus. We had to pull over once every few miles to smear snow over the windshield to clear it of dirt and salt until we found an exit point, bought windshield wiper fluid, only to find out the fluid was full. The machinery that spits out the fluid wasn't working. The nearest enterprise was, thankfully, down the road, but it's terrifying to drive without being able to see much through your windshield. We got there only to be told that we'd have to drive another 30 minutes for an enterprise that had in South Point the windshield wiper fluid is not working, and it is dangerous to drive when you can't see you as whole, is what I was thinking to the employee, but explained it more calmly. He shrugged and called the person behind me to the counter for service. Again, no apology, no empathy, nothing. Point we were told a van would be dropped off soon. So we waited 2 hours. Finally, the van was dropped off, and we told the employee we didn't care if they cleaned it, we just needed to get going. Another hour later, and he told us the van was now being cleaned. We reiterated that we did not care if it was cleaned out, we needed to ensure we could check into our hotel at our destination. An hour later he gave us the keys to the van. Point never again. Never ever again will I rent from Enterprise. Subway, the only fast food I was going to, because the food actually felt balanced compared to the others. Then I saw how they treated their average employees while covering their mascot. Edit. Okay, apparently the food also suck. Maxxis, a motorcycle store in Europe, employees did a shit job by ordering the wrong pieces for my bike and accused me of lying when registering my bike model, who is literally painted on its fairing by the way. He just had to turn his head to check. Also, why would I lie? I'm ordering custom hardware FFS. Then when the piece finally arrived I had to wait 3 hours before the mechanic would even begin to install the piece. Point then he spotted an actual flaw, damaged brake fluid container, and have me paid an extra 70 euros to fix. Point then not only the issue was not fixed, but this douche had spilled the fluid on the gauges, melting part of the plastic, still visible today. Had my buddy fix the issue in 15 minutes. Bank of America. Just today, I had a 0% APR credit card. The 0% bit ended, which is normal. Whatever. I did a balance transfer of what was left on that card to a new 0% APR card. I saw in my account I had a $0 balance. 1 week later I get charged an interest fee on the balance transfer, something I've never had a credit card do, then an interest fee on that aforementioned interest fee, and somehow there's also $220 also on the account I have to pay off, but there's no reason given for what that's there for. And it isn't listed in my balance, just when I go to make a payment. Worst bank ever. Edit. Just to add to this for clarity, I called them 3 times hoping to get an explanation I could understand for the charges. Each time they just said it was standard procedure when a promotion ends, and elaborated with comparing it to a savings account accruing interest, never once explaining where that 220 came from. So I filed a BBB complaint. Edit 2. I'll try to get a lot of replies. Edit 3. Lots of people with exorbitant fees like me. I highly recommend complaining to all the agencies. Despite all the complaints on here about the BBB, I've had great outcomes with them in the past, namely the CFPB, OCC, FDIC, and the BBB. Good luck everyone, definitely file your complaints. My main problem with this all is that the buffer was sued last year by the FDIC for excessive fees. Maybe, shocked, they didn't learn their lesson. Keep filing complaints with every agency available. Had a checking account with them once, and holy hell did they screw me over. I had something like $40 in the account, and deposited $30 into it. Couple hours later I spent $50. So a week later I check my balance and now I'm $335 in the hole. They waited until 5 minutes before closing to post the deposit and ran the charge as soon as it happened and tossed on a late fee. Since I overdrafted, they charged me another overdraft fee every day. So I got everything squared away and closed the account and got an account elsewhere. Some 10 years down the line I tried opening another account at a different bank, but found out I couldn't because I owed BOA $135 6 months after I closed the account. Some charge I didn't know of tried going against the old account. So rather than them being "this account is closed," they reopened my account without my permission or letting me know, denied the charge, and started stacking overdraft fees. They wouldn't do anything about it either and had to pay. Fuck Ryanair, I had a flight delayed for 7 hours and eventually cancelled from Milan, and they treated us like shit. No internet service during the delay, no vouchers for food/drinks, which they are legally required to hand out, and once the cancellation was announced on the screens no one even explained what happened. We had to roam aimlessly around the airport for an hour to find a person that could explain what happened. After the incident I struggled for weeks to get any compensation out of them. As per EU law they are obligated to compensate people with €250 cash plus refund for any cancellation, yet their website is designed in such a way that you can't actually find any form to claim compensation, except for the refund. They weasel their way out of their legal attributions with confusing website design and count on people giving up to get out of paying for their mistakes. Perfect example of this, any link on their fact section sends you to the refund form, no compensation. Contacted customer support for an explanation on what happened and to ask for the €250, and I was just given generic links on how Ryanair improves delay times and no explanation whatsoever, no help in getting the compensation. I finally found a complaint address and sent an email threatening to sue them if they don't pay, and got my money in 5 days, never flying those pieces of shit in my life. Hardware from Microsoft Office is still fine. I bought the new Surface tablet in 2017 for uni. Sadly, most of them have a bug which randomly shuts down the Surface. After 1 month I finally contacted my local Microsoft support, and they said sure thing, send it in, we will replace it. 3 weeks later I got my replacement in an unsecured box. The Surface only held at its place through some plastic wrapping. It was broken because there is zero damping material in that box and no text with careful fragile. The postman was a little wonderful during the transport. I sent it back and got the same broken Surface back because the damage is not covered by your warranty. 2 days of non-stop phoning I convinced the support to replace the replacement. Now, 10 weeks after I sent my first Surface in, I got a usable Surface. It also has the bug like the first, but not that bad. In the end, I got a less broken Surface to replace the broken one. It's absolutely stupid. Yup. Shame is, they really have nobody to blame, not even themselves. They made the genre breakthrough, but Fortnite just won overall. But they still have massively and surprisingly widely accepted hits as their hype. They pretty much started a new fad of gaming for the following generation. They did another Minecraft, but they did not do enough of the Minecraft to be the next Minecraft. Fortnite did. The reasons? Nothing about PUBG is iconic. Nothing. Some assets are store-bought. Nothing wrong with it, just saying. The map is a bland Russian island or something like that. There are guns. It is unimaginative. Realistic looking but has nothing unique to it. Fortnite on the other hand took the stylized approach that looks a bit like Overwatch or TF2. They embraced comedy in the genre and made it a bit more lighthearted. Before Minecraft there were also other games like Minecraft. Minecraft just brought its unique and simplistic style. Before Angry Birds there were other games like Angry Birds. Angry Birds just brought its unique style. The lesson is, if you have a successful early access game, hire artists and create your own style. An airplane, parachute, M4/AK and a Unreal Engine store bridge is hardly unique and straight unimaginative. If you nailed the mechanics, tinker around with style, you can make even realistic looking games look unique. You just need artists, and not coders or lawyers to do it. Mercedes-Benz. I bought a used Benz from a friend that was well maintained and in great shape. It came time for an oil change and needed a belt replaced, so I took it to the dealership, the same place it had been serviced in the past. For some reason the car, in their system, was saying that another dealership owned the car and the service person didn't catch this detail. I was quoted a price for the parts and the labor and was fine. A few days later they called me and said that it was going to be more money because they quoted me wrong. It was triple the original price I was originally told. I told the service manager that I was quoted X price, and he said that there was no proof I was ever quoted that. I told him I'd bring him the quote later on the day. I showed up at the dealership and the service manager proceeded to argue, yelling at me, saying that this wasn't an actual quote and that he wasn't going to honor it because the quote was based off a mistake in their computer system. He wouldn't admit it was a mistake on their part, however. He then proceeded to call me a liar, and after I told him I'd make it my mission to let everyone know that is looking for a new car what happened at this dealership family, he told me to leave. So I left. 6 months later I bought a car, a Subaru. I sent a letter with a picture of me and my new car enclosed to the service manager, general manager and the owner of the dealership, explaining that it could have them that I bought from, and I recounted the ordeal a few months prior. 4 months after that, my parents were looking to buy a Mercedes, and I started them in another, better direction. Again, I sent letters and pictures to ask the appropriate parties. I've sent 4 rounds of letters, steered 4 car purchases to other dealerships, and I have no plans in stopping any time in the future. Hey Eric Hill, Mercedes-Benz in Kingsport, Tennessee, go fuck yourself. Not so much a brand, but a business. Winn-Dixie, a grocery store chain. The place had always been kind of a miserable place to shop, but as time went on I noticed more and more problems with the products I bought or was going to buy. Sometimes I would see things like moldy bread on the shelves, yogurt days past its expiration date, or fresh produce that was clearly no longer fresh, but I would just not buy them. Speaking of yogurt, it was always, at best, 5 days from its expiration date. You would never see yogurt with even 1 week of freshness. But then one time, I bought a package of yogurt that still had like 3 days before it expired, only to open it and find that it had clearly gone spoiled. So I stopped buying yogurt there. That was the first real strike against them. Strike 2 came when I bought a can of soup and opened the tab, only for it to make a loud popping sound, which Google told me is the sound of eat this if you want to die from terrible food poisoning. So I stopped buying that brand of canned soup from their point. But the third and final strike against them actually happened over a series of incidents. I bought one of their pre-cooked whole deli chickens, brought it home, cut it open, and the inside was so raw that Gordon Ramsay would have had a heart attack if he saw it. The next day, I took it back to the store and exchanged it for another one, brought it home, cut it open, and once again, it was clearly severely undercooked inside. The following day, I went back again and told them I wanted another one and that this time, it had better be properly cooked. They cooked it for longer this time and stuck it in a container, which I couldn't see very well because the container was filled with steam. I took it home, opened the container, and the outside was burned and the inside was still fucking raw. It's not like this was always the case either. I had bought these many times in the past and they were always fine. But for whatever reason, they were no longer able to cook a chicken properly. I threw the third chicken into the garbage and vowed to never visit a Winn-Dixie ever again. It doesn't really make sense anyway, since Walmart is cheaper and Publix, while more expensive, tends to have much better quality control and a better shopping experience in my opinion. So why go to the one that is both more expensive than the cheaper option and less pleasant to shop at than the more expensive option? And for the record, Walmart and Publix yogurts are always good for at least 1 to 2 weeks TLDR. Fuck Winn-Dixie. I won't ever buy another piece of Microsoft hardware after a debacle with my Xbox 360.C. When the first generation of 360s were coming out, Microsoft used 3 different disk drives. Fast forward to May of 2011, and Microsoft released a firmware update for the disk drives to accommodate their new storage format on game disks, XGD3. Well, one of the 3 disk drives wouldn't accept the update, meaning that any games released in the XGD3 format would be unplayable. They used SparksLive to identify the affected consoles and reached out to the owners, offering a brand new Xbox 360s and a year of live. Unfortunately for me, I hadn't had my Xbox connected to Live since the very beginning of 2011. It wasn't until Halo 4 was released in November of 2012 that I bought a new game or connected to Live. I had pre-ordered the game, waited at the midnight premiere, and everything. I couldn't play it. After some sleuthing around, I discovered this hardware issue. I visually identified that my 360 did in fact have the disk drive in question. I called up Microsoft and spent 3 days trying to get them to make good on their word and replace my box. They vehemently refused, stating that all of the affected boxes have been identified and replaced. Never again will I buy their hardware. Friendlies. It's a chain of ice cream shops / restaurants. It was the day before my 18th birthday, senior year in high school. I was allowed to leave early that year due to not needing a full schedule to graduate. I have a sore throat, so I left and went to Friendlies to get some ice cream to hopefully alleviate the discomfort. I went inside, ordered, and took my ice cream to go. By this point my current girlfriend had gotten out of class and decided to meet me there. I go and sit in my car, eating my ice cream and waiting on her. She arrives, and we go back and order her something. I'm starting to feel worse, so we decide to go back to my car to enjoy the treats. We are there for maybe 10 minutes, talking and eating, when the owner comes outside and rudely informs us that we have to leave. I ask why, and he informs me that Friendlies is a family establishment and that he can't have us there. Meanwhile we are clearly eating what we just purchased. We said we were just finishing up our ice creams and we'd be on our way, and he rudely told us we had to leave now or he'd call the police. So we compiled and left. I could see this reaction if we were up to no good, but my then girlfriend and I were both honor roll students, clean cut, and not causing any issues. We were literally parked in an ice cream store's parking lot eating said ice cream. I left there, spent the next 3 days deathly ill with the flu, and never returned to Friendlies. I even skipped our senior breakfast because I refused to patronize the establishment. That location has since closed. Pizza Hut. This stems from something that happened as a kid with my father. We ordered a pickup one afternoon and we showed up on time, maybe like a minute or two early, but that was fine. My dad goes to say he's here for the pizza and they say something along the lines of okay, just another 5 minutes. So we wait, and about 10 minutes later my dad walks back in to check. The woman tells him it should be done shortly, and then we hear her go in the back and tell someone to put a rush on our pizza, so it has not even started yet. Both me and my dad aren't in a huge hurry, so we let it slide, and they tell us it will be a couple more minutes. We waited again. 10 minutes later they still hadn't started the pizza, and we went through the same exact bullshit as before. They finally started our pizza, and by now we've been there at least 30 minutes or so. They rush our pizza through, and we finally get it. We walk back to the car and my dad checks the pizza before we pull out 100% the wrong pizza we ordered, and 80% from the center out is still raw dough. My dad drove back to the door, and with only a father's pissed off strength and accuracy, the frisbee threw the box at the front door and somehow managed to have the pizza come out and splat perfectly at the top of the glass door and slide down. I'll never forget the look of shock on the woman's face behind the counter. Since then I've never paid any money to a Pizza Hut, more will I ever. I've had it since then when it's been ordered for parties and such. TLDR. Pizza Hut sucked me and my father around with a pizza, made us wait for a long time on an order, gave us the wrong pizza that was mostly still raw dough, and my father has a superpower when it comes to throwing pizzas from a moving car. Walmart. I went in yesterday looking for a vinyl repair kit that was in stock on their website for that store location. 4 associates ran around the massive store for over 30 minutes blindly trying to find it. I asked if they had a system where an item identification code could be used to find its location. One frustrated associate just yelled at me that I didn't understand the system and that the packing associates are not available to help me find an item. The manager told me I needed to be more understanding since that associate has a disability and that I was bullying him. She gave me a $15 gift card for getting yelled at and told me to buy the item online. I sat in the car and cried for a few minutes. It honestly ruined my day since I'm pretty soft spoken, and that encounter was really frightening and embarrassing. TLDR, I went in looking for an item, but instead got yelled at and accused of being a bully. Mazda. We bought a CX-7 when it first came out. Loved it, and my wife used it for her in-home therapy work in the DC area every day. Then, on December 23rd, driving back from Missouri, he suddenly starts smoking and dies at a gas station in the middle of Illinois. My sister had to rent a car in the middle of the night on Christmas Eve and drive out from Baltimore to come pick up me, my wife, and our newborn. It took them 3 weeks to fix it. We had to drive all the way back out to Illinois to pick it up from the dealership, and they tried to charge us over $2,000 because the serpentine belt had to be replaced. After a whole lot of arguing, we managed to get it down to about $1,300, but they wouldn't let us have the car without paying, so they had us over a barrel. And that doesn't include the price of the rental car for my sister, the one to get us back, the gas, the time off of work, and the general shit show it made of Christmas that year. So we are still talking about $2K plus points. So why am I still pissed about it a decade later? Because the dealer acknowledged that Mazda knew about the defect with the serpentine belt. But because our car had 61k miles on it, we weren't covered because the warranty was only good for 60k. And, oh yeah, they hadn't sent out a recall notice on it yet, but they would be doing so soon. Fuck you, Mazda. You put out a shit product and then extorted me and my family for cheap profit. Never again. I tell everyone I can, now including Reddit, to stay the hell away from a company that refuses to stand behind its product, even when they admit it was their own fault for putting out a shitty one in the first place. I'll say it again. Fuck Mazda. Boa. When I was, for lack of a better term, dying in the hospital, my wife needed to get control of my accounts so we could keep our bills paid. They gave her all the paperwork that needed to be filled out. I signed over POA and everything seemed like it was going to be smooth. She takes all the paperwork into the branch and was still not given access to my accounts because the teller did not believe she was my wife. Different last names. It took her multiple visits/phone calls before finally getting access. When I got out of the hospital, I went in to pull my money and close my accounts. I was told that I'm not making the right financial decisions for my life and delayed cashing me out while they wait for manager approval. A month later, I get a statement in the mail showing that my account is not only still active, but now overdrawn due to missed credit card fees. They had no record of me requesting the account be closed. Fuck that bank. How Comcast isn't the majority of answers on this post, I'll never get. They were absolutely horrendous, raising my bill every month for 3 years, and every month I called and complained, and had to revert to my original price. I was told each and every single time this will be my price for 2 years, and without fail, every month it was jacked up, and not by $1 or $2. It raised $40 to $50. They refused to give me an itemized bill, or even give logical explanation why it was increased. Multiple times I was told I'd receive a $200 Visa gift card for my troubles. No one ever came. When I finally told them I'm canceling my account, they gave me a special number to contact for customers who have had problems like this. The next month my bill went from $60 to $240. I called that number. They tried to get me to only pay $140. I refused and said I will pay the $60 it's supposed to be, and I'm canceling the service for good. 1. Why the hell do you think I'd be okay with still paying $80 higher than I should? 2. Why the hell do you have a phone number for customer service for special people? Comcast is the absolute worst company ever dealt with on anything. First Apple, then Samsung, then Airtel bought the 2nd gen iPod Nano once upon a time. At the height of my iPhone craze, realized how limited it was and how bad iTunes was, and then saw someone struggle with iTunes and the iPhone, and then I was told for the best experience I should also get a Mac. Yeah, the worst tech purchase of my life. Didn't even use the iPod for more than 3 months. Bought the OG Galaxy S, the phone that was supposed to be better than the iPhone. Evangelized Samsung hardware to the extent of getting my wife a Galaxy S2. My sister-in-law, the OG Galaxy Note, then realized that Samsung had no intention of ever upgrading the OS on their flagship phones. Replaced my phone for an Nexus S, and have been with Nexus/Pixel ever since. Ported my number from Vodafone to Airtel. They messed up my monthly billing for 3 straight months, adding stuff that I never agreed to, poor coverage etc. stopped paying the bill until they resolved my issues, and as soon as they resolved the issues, switched back to Vodafone. We booked an apartment in San Diego that ended up being completely disgusting and in a terrible part of town. It was advertised as safe for babies/kids, and it was absolutely not the case, especially not for our 2-year-old. We called Airbnb to complain and ask them to help us find another place for us to stay. Without telling us, they cancelled our reservation in the middle of the night while we were sleeping. At 1 AM we heard someone trying to gain entry into the apartment and we were absolutely freaking out thinking that someone was trying to break in. Turns out it was the owner. He was told that we had cancelled and that we had left already and he was here to clean up. We call Airbnb again and they told us we had to vacate the property immediately and had no right to stay there even though we didn't cancel the reservation or ask to cancel it. They offered no apology and justified their behavior by stating that it was for the safety of our child that they cancel our reservation and force us to have to relocate to another hotel with a screaming toddler at 3 AM, all while in shock from the ridiculous situation that they put us in. We were lucky that they refunded us in full and using Hotel Tonight, we were able to quickly find another hotel that same night. And it ended up being really great. I will never ever use Airbnb again. Fuck them. Verizon. Got my first phone from them while I was in the military and everything seemed fine enough until I started seeing more promotions about service plans better than what I had for less and less money. This was back in 06. Was $70 for unlimited text and something free minutes after some time frame. I asked them if I could cancel and re-up under a fresher plan. They said no. I looked towards Sprint and their identical plan to mine was $10 more expensive, so I stuck around with Verizon. Over the next 8 months, my bills were increasing little by little with very vague descriptions in the statements. I called and was told it was just standard protocol and they basically chalked it up to inflation. Well, my bill went from $70 to around $95. Not that I noticed the amount right off the bat because autopay, and I finally had enough and kept checking them about it. 3 hours of being on hold and speaking with customer support, and I find out that the trial version for a number of games that I downloaded through the Verizon store, you could download a trial version, and after time period, you could either pay for a recurring subscription or just uninstall it to not incur any fees. Magically activated a subscription and renewed each month. I asked if they could see the history of when these games were downloaded by my account, and amusingly enough, the games were never touched within the past year. So somehow games I'm on record as having not touched in almost a year started renewing subscriptions I never agreed to, and the customer service thought nothing of it. Told them I demand a refund of all the money those fees took from me, or I was suing. Got my refund and FOD. Uber. Not even related to all their recent controversies either. Last weekend I flew back to the States after a study abroad, and I had so many flight issues that an 8 PM arrival time ended up being 5 AM. So, already exhausted and I tried multiple hotels but nothing was open, so I figured I'd just Uber the hour-and-a-half drive home. Order the Uber and this 50-year-old man drives up and puts my luggage in his car, all that good stuff. I can tell he's sort of slurring his words and mumbling, but I figure it's late and he hasn't slept that night and truly all I want is to be in my bed at this point. We got on the highway and he was swerving between lanes and falling asleep to the point where we would almost hit barriers and he'd wake up and jolt to the other side of the road. I thought that was going to be my last day on earth honestly. I thought about calling the cops or telling him to pull over, but I froze and wasn't mentally there to do anything. Ordered a refund from Uber and thankfully they gave me one, but I'm not sure I want to get in a car with someone who is doing this as a side job as opposed to taxis who do it as their livelihood. Edit. Pretty sure he was on opiates. 3 mobile phones in the UK. I was quite an enthusiastic and happy customer of this, but mentioned on Twitter, not even directly to them, or tagging them in any way, so it wasn't like I was complaining to them, back in February, that I thought their advertising, which was a new social vibe where basically they talk to you like they're cretins on Snapchat, was stupid and made me think they weren't the right network for me. They abruptly turned up in my mentions and basically said that's fine then, bye with a peace out emoji. They didn't apologize, they didn't think maybe this was a bad thing to do, and they completely ignored me complaining to them about it, so I switched to E literally 2 days later as I was out of contract and free to leave whenever I pleased. Was nice to actually have the leverage to say, you know what, you've pissed me off, so fuck you point basically, fuck them and fuck their new social vibe. If it involves telling customers they should go elsewhere then it's stupid. Prisaline.com, Booking.com. Me wife and I decided to take a trip to New York City. I'd been many times, her first trip, for an anniversary trip, and it was our first major trip away from our kids, since we'd had them, 10 years. Since we arrived very late, and left very early from Newark, I booked 2 nights at a hotel near the airport, and then 5 nights at the Viceroy Hotel in New York City. I'm using their name for a reason, you'll see. About 2 weeks before the trip I got an email that my booking, even though I ordered the hotels through Prisaline, they must just pass it on to other services on occasion, has been cancelled. No explanation. I called Booking.com to ask and they said, we sent you an email that UCC has been declined. Now, I had booked everything months ago and was supposed to have been charged at the time of booking. The other 2 nights in Jersey are fine. Apparently, they booked the room at the Viceroy at the initial time, but didn't try to charge it until 2 weeks before. Okay, fine. But, it declined. I pay off my cards every month, and have more than $100,000 in available CC credit. I called my CC, and they said they didn't have any record of an attempted transaction to my account. Long story short, they didn't input the information correctly. Because it was Prisaline, Booking, Viceroy, they had a step to manually enter the information and they miskeyed it. Well, they sent one email asking me to rectify it. Surprise, it went to spam, then just cancelled. No attempt to call or anything. Well, now I'm faked. They offered to book it again, but it was $200 a night higher than when I had booked it, and they said they couldn't give me the original booking price because it was gone. They'd be willing to give me $50 on my next reservation. I hung up and called the Viceroy Hotel directly and let them know what happened. Because it had just been cancelled, the room was still available, and they booked it for me on the spot for the same price I had originally booked it. I sent them confirmation email I had gotten from Prisaline/Booking, plus a small discount for my trouble. I paid, and it was done. Lesson learned. Don't book through Prisaline or Booking ever. Use them to find a good deal, then call the hotel directly and ask for the price. If they quote a higher price, then ask if they will match the online booking price if you book directly with them and pay in full now. I've not been turned down once. Also, if you're ever in need of a hotel in New York City, please consider the Viceroy. It is a small, boutique hotel, small rooms, but perfect for a couple, and in a great location only a few minutes walk from Central Park in the Broadway district. Wells Fargo. I deposited $10,000 with them in a savings account. I didn't need the money, so I just left it there. Every year for 3 years I got an interest statement from them for income tax filing. The 4th year I didn't get one. I called them, and they said I could get it online and print it out. My account was nowhere to be found. Went to the WF branch and they started making all kinds of phone calls. Finally the manager came out and said the main office thought I forfeited the money. That was their word. Forfeited. They put the money back in my account and I took it all out. Then I contacted the banking commission. They said, did you get your money back? And I said yes. So they said there was really no problem to confront the bank with it, since they settled this already. But I thought, how many people do they do this to? How many family members don't know if a loved one that dies and has money in the bank just gets their money forfeited? Virgin Media in the UK. I've never been a customer of theirs, but since 2015 they have sent me over 1500 letters asking me to join them and giving me offers. Let me say that again. That's 1500 letters. Since 2015, I'm getting more than 1 letter a day on average cold advertising me to join. I have told them 16 times in this period to take me off their mailing lists and not to contact me. They tell me each time we will take you off our mailing lists. It will take 6 weeks. and yet nothing changes. I've asked them for a copy of the info they have on me and how they got it, both legal requirements. However, they refuse to give me that info, instead telling me I have to log into my account to make a complaint. I have no account as I'm not a customer, or to email certain addresses, which never get replies. I've now told them I will be making a formal complaint with the ICO if they don't sort this out in the next few days, but all they have done yet again is link me to their opt-out system that doesn't work and tell me I must have filled in a form saying I wanted to be contacted. If they were the only company going in the UK, they wouldn't get my money. Total pricks. HP computers. They are good when they work, but the customer service sucks. A. It's Indian based, and I'm tone deaf, so I have enough difficulty with conversation as it is, without a whole different accent. B. The customer service training was largely send money for repair. My story. I had a HP laptop that was touchscreen. An excellent laptop. It worked well. I loved it. One day, after playing a game on it, I plugged it in. It wasn't charging. Blah blah blah. Note, I myself am a decent tech guy. I do a lot of programming for fun and build my own gaming PC. So long story short, I know my way around a PC. Obviously, there's blink LED codes as well, but in this case it had no help. It was something along the lines of a charge issue. Like, no sheet. Anyway, I did my own basic diagnostics on the laptop. First order of business would be the port. That's what would make sense, plus it was a $15 replacement part. I tried to put it together, but it still didn't work. So, doing extensive research, I found the issue. The motherboard had a short, and not only was it likely, it was common. I was not the only person receiving this issue, and I didn't have a warranty, because a good company's warranty will cover your mistakes, not this. This should be covered as it is. Continuing on, the next step was to call support, who again, was some Indian lady I could barely understand. After stumbling through a conversation with her, it came to a conclusion. To send it onto the shop to repair. As we're finishing up, I hear her say okay, it will be $600 and something. To which I promptly flipped out and told them to screw themselves. There's no way I'm paying $600 to fix a laptop that was broken on their fault when the laptop itself was about $800 to $1,000. TLDR, had an HP laptop that had a short, common issue with the model. Just to send it to the shop for repair would cost me $600. So I told them to screw off, and haven't bought an item of this since, nor will I ever give their brand to any friends anyway. Hope this helps deter anyone who may be considering a laptop. If you are in the market, I would highly suggest Asus or Lenovo, depending on your needs. Lenovo's are beasts by the way, when it comes to durability and prolonged life. T-Mobile. I went in probably 9 years ago just to look, and was basically forced into getting this Windows phone. I had it for 24 hours, and it was having multiple issues. I took it back to the store, just wanted to return it, and continue shopping around. They told me they couldn't do returns and to go to a different store 45 minutes away. I drive to that store and the repair guy looks at it, and says there's no issues and I'd have to call in. I call them, and they want me to send it back, and they'll send me a new one for a $100 charge. I refused as I didn't want this phone, and I had 14 days to return it according to my contract. Was directed back to the store, and after 3 hours someone had to call in the store owner to drive up and speak with me. They took my phone back and returned my payment, which at the time was only like $90. Here's the kicker though, a few years ago I started adulting and learning about credit, and discovered they sent a $400 charge to collection for cancelling my contract, even though I was within 14 days. It's been years, so I had no proof, but to this day I still keep disputing the account, and refuse to give them a dime. Fuck you T-Mobile. Kroger. Every time they adjust their stores, the aisles get narrower and their selection gets thinner, but they also carry less of each item. I used to be able to stock up on a month's worth of cat food with a good variety. Now I struggle to get 2 weeks worth. On top of that, the shelves aren't spaced apart very far, so my fingers keep getting pinched trying to get the cans out. And what kind of grocery store runs out of faking paper towels? And chips? How do you run out of Cool Ranch Doritos? Oh, that's right. You only stock half of what you used to. Point they used to have fantastic butchers, but now everything is pre-packaged and sent to the store off-site. So if they are out of short rib, which, guess what, they always are, because they don't stock enough, you're shit out of luck. Point once they added the click list, faking done. The picker carts are longer and wider than normal carts. It's already a struggle to get two carts past each other. The picker carts make it impossible to get by them. Point I went to Meja for the first time in my life last week and instantly Kroger lost my loyalty. Wider aisles. Seriously, 3 carts were able to fit in one aisle, and an on-site butcher. They didn't have short ribs, so the guy went back and cut me some right then and there. Wells Fargo. They're just scum. During the housing crisis, my wages were cut severely because the tourist industry slowed right after in Florida. I knew it was coming. Business wasn't what it had been. Point I called WF to sign up for a federal relief program. They had a department that handled only these requests and validated them. I spent 2 months playing phone tag and resending my financial disclosure info because their fax machine printed illegible copies on their end. This department was completely under-resourced. At 3 months, they told me I was ineligible. It was just a game. Smoke and mirrors bullshit. They had a federal requirement to comply, but it was just malicious compliance at best. Point drained everything I had to keep up with payments. Ate potatoes, mustard sandwiches, ramen. For a part-time job, it was the death knell in my failing marriage. Did everything I could to make my payments on time, and I did. All while people were just walking away from their homes, which helped bring my home value down from $225,000 to $155,000. Looking back, I should have walked. What do I owe a business that helped create the problem? I refinanced a couple years later. Thought I'd escape. They bought that mortgage 2.2 or 3 years ago. They sent me a random customer satisfaction survey. I wrecked that survey. Just went ham. Someone called. I was assigned a case manager with Wells Fargo. This dude called pretty consistently. When I wasn't satisfied with the nothing they were offering, he elevated it. That guy called. I told him I tell everyone this story and will continue to. Now with the add-on that when I needed help, they didn't give a shit. But when they wanted me to change my survey, they called all the time. Go fuck yourself, Wells Fargo. Cheapo Air because they ripped off my underage daughter. She used them to buy a ticket on Frontier Airlines a few weeks ago to go see her cousin's graduation. My daughter was only 17 at the time. She clicked the box that says she is a child age 17. They bought her an adult ticket. A day before the flight, she tries to confirm her ticket and finds out that Frontier won't allow her to use an adult ticket because she's only 17. Cheapo made the mistake but said, "Too bad, it's non-refundable." She had to buy a second child ticket directly from Frontier at double the price. Frontier said she could contest the payment through her bank for the first ticket. The bank agreed. Then they spoke to Cheapo Air, who said, "We will resolve this directly with the customer." In the end, they kept all the money, but waived the additional cancellation fee they were charging her for not using the ticket. How is this not fraud and a crime? I have 2 positives to share. First one is that on 9/11 we had a car rental through Hertz for a big meeting in Denver. The morning of the attacks we were booked to fly out, and it was clear we wouldn't be able to fly out for days at minimum. We couldn't reach Hertz by phone due to the chaos, but I calculated the amount of lost work revenue in my head and decided there was nothing they could charge us for the trip that would be more than the lost work, so we just flat out drove the car from Denver to Chicago. We weren't charged a dime. Nothing for the drop-off fee, nothing for the mileage, nothing period. I had one bad experience, waiting time, with them, but otherwise since I've been a gold member they've been awesome. Very loyal. I recently flew to Tucson to see my son, and while I'm wary of Big Core, I even posted on Facebook how I hit the Holy Trinity. As a massive snowstorm hit Chicago, 80% of flights were cancelled. But somehow my rinky-dink flight to Tucson somehow didn't just make it out, but made it out on time, and they upgraded me to first class because I was a loyal customer and they had the seats. Get to Tucson and Hertz conveniently doesn't have my reserved mid-level economy, so they upgrade me to this super fun black Dodge Charger. I got to the Marriott, and because I'm a Rewards Marriott member and had stayed there before, they upgraded me to an amazing suite. It was the holy trinity of corporate America and restored my faith in them. Kohl's, my wife, her story was shopping for my son for some event we were supposed to go to. She saw this shirt/sweater combo on a hanger and decided that would be good. She took that and a couple other things to the register, paid and started walking to the exit. When she was about to reach the exit, one of the not uniformed security people stopped her. Apparently the combo items weren't together on a tag, and so one of them wasn't scanned by the cashier. The employee accused my wife of purposefully combining the items in an effort to steal one of them. The manager got involved and threatened to call the cops. Wife, absolutely shocked by the whole thing up until this point, just snapped call them. After some back and forth, she returned everything for a full refund. I was livid, and it took a lot convincing from my wife not to immediately drive down there afterwards. We've been shopping at Kohl's forever. Not one penny more after that. Vodafone. Someone did an unauthorized SIM swap on my account and then used that to try and empty my bank accounts. Luckily the bank realized what was happening and stopped it after £100 had been removed. Went through Vodafone's fraud prevention team. Was told extra security measures would be placed on my account. What this means is a message would flash up to the person accessing my account to say I was a victim of fraud and extra checks should be carried out. Fast forward 2 weeks. I'm on holiday in Thailand and the exact same thing happens. I was not away without access to my phone and my bank account's locked out. I get back off holiday and again deal with the fraud prevention team who told me what the person had done. When answering security questions they were not even close to the correct answer, but the Vodafone employee okayed the SIM swap anyway. Following this I told them I'm cancelling my contract and not paying for it. After 3 hours on the phone they finally agreed. Then keep charging me. It took a further 6 months to get these charges cancelled and my credit rating restored. No one at Vodafone was interested in helping. Once they heard the word fraud they just transferred me to another department or hung up. Wouldn't ever recommend them to anyone. Bank of America. I got a home loan through them in the middle of 2007. Housing market went down the toilet. I lost my job in November 2008 and immediately reached out to see what could be done to work to keep the house. Was told by their reps to keep up on the payments and they'd start to work on a deferment plan. I burned through my severance to pay the next 3 months on the mortgage while trying to get anywhere on this mythical deferment plan. Got shuffled between different reps in several different departments with an ever-changing and inconsistent story on what could be done, what I needed to do, who I needed to speak with, etc. During that whole time, I always had to reach out to them and never received calls or emails back. As soon as I missed my first payment, they suddenly had the time to reach out to me multiple times a week, sometimes more than 3 times in a single day. Haranguing, hounding, just generally making an already tense and cheaty situation infinitely worse. Over the next year or so, I worked extensively with a realtor, boffer, multiple interested buyers, and finally 2 separate confirmed buyers to set up 2 failed short sales. Both times, the appraiser the bank sent out estimated the value of the house well over any other comps, causing the bank to deny the short sale. Not only did this screw with successive 2 sets of people, each who waited months to discover their purchase wasn't going anywhere, but it continued to drag me through a credit damaging nightmare. All the while, I was still getting regular, threatening calls about the unpaid mortgage. Eventually, the bank took the property back, and I even got a tidy sum of money out of the deal. And then, another year later, they managed to sell the place for less than either of the short sale purchase prices agreed to in the past. So they lost a ton of money over the course of 2+ years, all the while making it impossible for me to begin fixing my sheet credit and moving on with my life, and topping it off with regular harassment. Fac. Bank of America. Home Depot. Not everything from this story is their fault, but enough of it was that I'm never going to buy from them again. Incoming super long story. TLDR, bought a washer and dryer on sale from Home Depot in January. Didn't get it for 2 months after the most mentally exhausting sales saga I have experienced in my adult life. Bought a washer and dryer on sale back in January. Both were supposed to be delivered about 2 weeks later. Day comes around and the top of the washer is busted, so we don't accept it. Delivery guy says that it'd be easier to take both back since they were a package deal and it would make the process cleaner. This makes no sense in retrospect, so this one is on me. I stupidly agreed, not realizing that this was going to cause me a lot of strife and that this guy was just being a lazy piece of shit that didn't want to install the dryer. Says Home Depot will call us within 48 hours to reschedule. They don't. We call them and get it rescheduled to a day that my fiance has to take off for, since neither of us would be home that day. Day before the delivery they call and tell us that the dryer will be there, but the washer is back ordered and will not be there. We get angry, but there is not much we can do. Delivery day comes around and nobody shows up. Angry phone call. Home Depot reschedules for 2 days later, but fiance can't exactly ask off that quickly, so I have to go home for an hour that day to have it delivered. Dryer is installed, but the washer is not there yet. Home Depot schedules a day for it to be delivered. Day before we get a call saying that an automated call that a dryer will be delivered to us the next day. Immediate phone call to Home Depot. They say they will look into it, since that's obviously a mistake. 2 hours later they call back and assure us that it was a mistake and our washer is coming the next day. Next day comes. Nobody shows up. I go down to Home Depot in person. I find the woman that sold us the washer and dryer and ask her to please bring me the store manager or whoever is in charge of this particular Home Depot. He comes up and I show him all the documentation, explain exactly what happened and how it has been almost 2 months since this whole ordeal happened and that I need some sort of assurance that this is going to get resolved quickly or I'm cancelling the order. He assures me that he is personally going to look into this and apologizes. Tell me that he will have an answer by Monday. Monday comes around and the branch supervisor or whoever calls and issues an apology and says that Home Depot will pay out of their own pocket to get the washer delivered on Friday. Friday comes and I get a call 30 minutes ahead of the delivery. The guy says he is there to install our washer. I ask to clarify that he is both delivering and installing our washer, to which he says that no, he has no washer and that he is only installing. Phone call to Home Depot. Tell them that this gets resolved today or the order is cancelled, something that I should have done a month and a half ago. Home Depot scrambles to order a delivery from their in-house stock and get the washer delivered. They show up at the very faking end of the workday to get the stupid thing installed despite all of this being scheduled at like 9 am. Monday I get a call from Home Depot asking for a follow-up. I politely tell them that while I appreciate their effort to correct this whole mess, the entire experience was a nightmare and I'm not going to be shopping at Home Depot for a long time. Not all of this can be blamed on Home Depot, I guess. They contract delivery companies to get this stuff shipped, but a close friend of mine works in companies like these and she tells me that Home Depot is apparently the worst, so I'm not that sympathetic. The practice of telling me that a delivery was coming and having no delivery show up was just bullshit though. At a ton of reasons, I've lost out on hundreds of dollars because of obscure promotions designed to make sure the customer doesn't redeem the cash. Their contracts spike to a ridiculous rate. When they quietly run out, they were not honest about the costs. When I updated my wireless bill, the final bill was 200% higher than they told me. They didn't do anything to fix this issue, just gave me the runaround for weeks. Ultimately they have all the power. They buy up all competition, so the consumer has no options. If you want internet, then you have to use @. Their customer service is kind, but good luck getting an explanation of your bill, especially if you are trying to compare prices. They just can't predict cost. Their wireless plans charge for a full month of service, even if you only receive 1 day of service. This is particularly annoying when trying to switch providers. When it comes down to it, refuses to work with their customers. They sing a nice song, but try to get them to refund something under any of these circumstances and they won't do it. They will send you into a gigantic bureaucracy. BioWare point I used to pre-order their games. Loved Dragon Age, Origins, Mass Effect and Mass Effect 2 so much that I went back and played Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, along with purchasing COTA 2 and Jade Empire. Dragon Age 2 was meh, but I honestly liked it overall. Mass Effect 3 was 99% fantastic with a shit ending that almost ruined the entire series, but endings are hard, so I tried to temper my disappointment. Then Dragon Age Inquisition came out, and that was pretty good. I enjoyed it quite a bit, but it felt almost too much like an MMO. The story didn't grab me as much as I had hoped. It was, overall, a worse game to its series than Mass Effect 3 was to its series. So I was getting wary. Then Mass Effect Andromeda drops. Holy crap. This game wasn't just bad. The story was boring. The characters were bland and way less interesting than even the original Mass Effect. But the worst thing was that it was buggy and broken. I would watch my husband play, and he would watch me play, and there was always some buggy thing happening during it. We would just throw up our hands after a while and say this faking game. In bemused frustration. I haven't gone back to it. It's bad. It doesn't make me feel like I'm playing a good BioWare RPG or even a good RPG made by a studio that I don't expect anything from. It feels like a joke, like Mass Effect fanfiction made by a C-tier team. I will never pre-order a game from them. I will never even buy a game from them without reading Reddit threads and reviews from people, not just review sites, because the last game was a buggy disaster. Anthem. I will not trust that they can make another good game until people I know and trust tell me that it is not a dumpster fire. Even then I will still be very wary about giving them any money. Maybe on a steep discount, but not at full price, and that's for sure. I hate it. I love their games, but at a certain point, they just start crumbling. Me and Andromeda was just a big glob of sheet icing on a cake that was already starting to rot. It makes me sad, but at least I can go play their old games and enjoy them. U-Haul fuck them. Was scheduled to move out of my apartment 4 weeks ahead with them. I was going to rent a truck and pick it up on a Saturday. The plan was to load it Saturday and clean the apartment that evening. I'd lock the truck and go to my new place and unload Sunday. Then return the truck Monday morning. I confirmed it with U-Haul, my new apartment leasing company, and all my friends to help me move. The Friday morning, before I was to move, U-Haul called me. I missed the call, and they left a voicemail. In it they said overnight rentals are not allowed, and my reservation has been cancelled. What? I called back confused and asked to speak to a manager. I was told the same BS from everyone I spoke to, no matter how much I emphasized that I had this pre-arranged with U-Haul for weeks. In the end I had to call a moving company at the last minute. They came and did all the moving work, which was nice, but it cost 3x as much as the U-Haul rental was going to be. I didn't have any option. I had to be out of my old place that weekend. Fuck you, U-Haul. On a positive note, I learned the beauty of hiring movers. That sheet was awesome. Well worth the money. I use them whenever I move, or will move in the future. Samsung. I had a Galaxy Note original, which I had for about a year. Dropped it one night and got a hairline fracture in the bottom of the screen. Almost 2 months later it started rebooting continuously. Sent it in, and they said it was a known manufacturer defect motherboard issue, but since the screen was cracked my warranty was not applicable. My mom gave me her old iPhone 4s, but then I bought a new Note 4. A year and 2 weeks after buying the Note 4 it had the exact same type of motherboard issue. Samsung let me know it was unfortunately 2 weeks out of warranty, so it wasn't covered. Upgraded to an iPhone 6 Plus. A year and a month after that the screen flipped out and stopped responding to touch while randomly unlocking and clicking on things all on its own. Took it to the Apple store. No shit, it was a motherboard issue. No joke. Apple said it's 2 weeks past warranty, but here is a free refurb because it's our defect, so we have you covered. Almost got a Note 7. Apparently they have an issue with not exploding. I'm sure Samsung would have told me it wasn't covered by the warranty anyway, so I'm glad I got an iPhone 7 Plus. Buffalo Wild Wings. Back in the day I loved BWW and would bend over backwards to go to one. The prices were good, especially on the boneless wing special days, and the food was good. It was reliably good bar food with tons of TVs for me to watch sports on. I don't know what happened, but the food has gotten worse and the prices have gone up. The last time I went to one was on a Thursday, when boneless wings are bought individually. And I remember being disappointed, not in the food, which was awful, but in myself for continuing to eat at various BWW locations despite thinking it was crap every single time. The last straw was when I happened across an ad of Thiz on Facebook touting their World Cup special of 5 wings for $5. Not 5 wings and a beer for $5. 5 wings at $1 each. The comments section was exactly the thorough evisceration I hoped it was going to be, and I'm done with that place for the foreseeable future. There are a lot of brands I don't care for. Most of them I have seen on this list. But I can't stand what Kellogg's has become. A few years ago they locked out their Tennessee employees and left them out of the job without notice, right before Christmas. Now they are making a ton of cuts in the Battle Creek, Michigan plant where Kellogg's started. It's not that they can't afford to keep people, but for the greedy there is never enough money. There are men and women in that plant who have poured years of hard work into making a product for people to enjoy. Now these people show up to work every single day wondering if this will be the day they are let go. Kellogg's would rather make the products in Mexico for much cheaper with fewer codes to follow. Meanwhile the corporate office happily accepts the tax breaks Battle Creek has to offer, while giving another blow to a city that has been on the downturn for years. I know the saying is never take business personal, but what happened to taking care of your employees? Beware of these slimy greedy companies who do not care about their product and do not care about their workers. I refuse to support Kellogg's or any of the associated brands. Thank you for reading. Late to the party, but American Airlines. When I was coming back from my honeymoon on a 10+ hour flight on AA, we took our seats and realized there's an empty seat next to us in a row of 4. The woman at the other end realizes this too, and we all slowly begin to move our stuff onto that seat and get comfortable. We are settled in, stretching out, watching a movie, when the meal service comes. Right after dropping my plate off, the flight attendant asks if we would mind swapping seats with a couple who has a tiny baby who are sitting in a row with 2 seats together. I politely tell her that no, I would rather not. She stares at me blankly like I just told her Hitler had a point. I can tell she's unhappy with that answer, but I'm thinking I'm a paying customer and I'm being perfectly polite, so within the bounds of common decency, she should be polite to me back. Boy, was I wrong. What follows are the direct quotes from the remaining exchange, which I thought you might enjoy. Is there any particular reason why? I don't think I owe her an explanation, since these are our assigned seats, but here goes. We just like having the 3rd seat empty to stretch out. We are really tired. They have a tiny baby. Okay. Shouldn't that make it more comfortable than having a big baby? I guess it doesn't matter to you how. Excuse me, you don't care. Just wait until you have children, and walked away while I didn't know what to say, but mutter to myself how incredibly fucking rude that was. But that wasn't the end of it. She decided she needed to punish us, so she sent another flight attendant to remove the seat cushion on the empty seat so we wouldn't be able to use it. I just laughed at that point because the ML2A pretty much writes itself at that point. And we didn't need the cushion. We needed the space. Beach point. I didn't want to make a fuss because of the horror stories of flight attendants going on power trips and trying to get people kicked off flights, and we still had a connection. But now I'm trying to figure out the best way to make AA know just how fucking unacceptable that was. Tried to contact them on social media. Don't worry, you don't have to switch seats if you don't want to. Dillard's. I never really shopped there except for high school dance dresses, but after working there, I'll never step foot in that store again. They don't trust their employees. All the cameras in the store are aimed at areas where only employees can go. They make the women carry clear purses and still search you as you leave, including looking in your wallet. They tell you you're not allowed to go to school or have a second job if you work there, and if you do, they'll refuse to work around that schedule. They knew I had class on the same 2 days every week and consistently scheduled me on top of my class hours. My department manager never wanted to change the schedules and claimed she didn't have access to them, and then got mad that we kept going to the general managers to update our schedules. They will work you like a dog. I worked from open to close so often that if people saw me leaving before closing, they thought something was wrong. And I wouldn't mind working open to close if it was actually busy. The store was always dead. You couldn't have breaks, and if you asked for one, they would get mad. Also, they would schedule you from 10 to 9, open to close, and make your lunch at 12, so you would have to work from 1 to 9 straight. No breaks. If you shop there, do not put your phone number in when you check out. They store every phone number they get and have the employees cold call people in order to get them to come into the store and buy things so you can meet quota. The manager took me off the floor and had me go into the back room to just sit and call people, and then yelled at me because I hadn't made any sales. I got yelled at if I stood inside my bay. I got yelled at if I walked around the department. I got yelled at if I walked around my bay. My manager told me to open up some new boxes of inventory and put up a display, then proceeded to tell me when I was finished because she never told me to put the old display on a different table. There were a ton of other things, but it's been about 3 years and I have a pregnancy brain and can't remember much of anything right now. But a retail job shouldn't be so stressful that I had to go back on my anxiety medication. There were also 2 other people who didn't know they had anxiety until they got so stressed out that they went to the hospital thinking they had heart problems. France. I heard many negative things about French people before I had arrived, but I thought I should give them the benefit of the doubt and just see for myself once I arrived. Had my first bad experience with the car rental company, Sixt, which had good reviews on Google. Basically as soon as the guy behind the counter heard we couldn't speak French fluently, my friend with me grew up going to a French school back home in Canada and retained enough to have a conversation. We were brushed off and were told no cars were available. After wandering around for 15 minutes we went back as there were new employees at the desk. We did manage to rent a car for an outrageous price, but we were tired and had places to be, so we took it. Some French people were very kind and hospitable to us. However, a good 9/10 interaction with people wasn't very good. Another great example comes from some guys we befriended here that were from Quebec. These guys were treated just as badly as us and other Anglophones. Sometimes when asking a question in French, they'd be met with an eye roll, and sometimes these fine folks would just answer in English, even though their first language is French. Italy, on the other hand, had just as beautiful sights, and the people were all amazing. TLDR, if you don't have thick skin, speak French, and want to visit Europe, skip France and save yourself some stress. Apple. I had a problem with my MacBook. Took me 2 weeks to get an appointment. Then they tell me to delete everything, so I do. Problem still arises when I make another appointment. Another week gone. They say okay, we will fix it with a warranty. Leave my laptop for repairs. The Apple guy prides himself in saying repairs take maximum 1 week. 1.5 weeks later they called me to say they can fix it since they are not sure where the issue is exactly and thus blame it on a software issue. Tell me to wait for the next update, and it might get fixed, it might not. Then they say they will talk to the engineers and my problem is the highest priority. I waited 2 weeks, they never called me, went back to get my MacBook, since I need it for uni. They assured me they would call as soon as they have news, even if it only meant that it is a software issue. Still waiting after 1 month. Serious lack of customer support, waste of time. You have lost a customer, Apple. Kat Von D Cosmetics. After the final blow about this anti-vaxxing garbage. Woe is me, all this negativity for my being openly vegan, so strong, and having a midwife, what courage, to deliver my baby, and choosing to not vaccinate my vegan baby, the bravery, and everyone hates me for it. Sent positive vibes only. Allegedly also anti-Semitic/white supremacist. PFFT. Lima Crime Cosmetics, because of the owner's alleged antisemitism, wiping their hands after a data breach, and leaving their customers high and dry, and allegedly repackaging other cosmetics/craft glitter and selling it. I also briefly worked for a very common franchise drugstore chain as a cosmetician and left after I saw how ridiculous they are when it comes to how they make their sales. I was the only one with education and experience in cosmetics apart from retail, yet these supposed experts are supposed to advise you on what you need. It wasn't a large location with a separate beauty department, just a few aisles, which made it worse for the few cosmeticians, because they faced the same sales goals the larger locations with more traffic did. The way they teach you to make a sale and choose the victim customer is unethical, in my opinion, but I'm sure lots of commission-based cosmetic places are. The commission rate is not good. They offer no financial benefit to buying there as opposed to other vendors of the same brands, and all the cosmetic sales default to the manager when the working associate's number isn't added to the purchase, so the manager gets commission when she isn't even there. Their management style was lazy and unprofessional, and I felt scummy selling people things they don't need. Never buying my Macute there again. This will probably never get read, but I have to. Ree and Eddie Bauer. These companies used to get all of my business. I knew it cost more, but if I ever had a problem it was easy to get handled. Over the last year I've had a few issues with fleece jackets from Ebb, and when I went in to have it replaced, it was such a big battle, and in the end they didn't fix or resolve the issue. It was the glue that holds the zipper in the chest pocket. I went home and looked at my old ones and realized they were stitched and not glued. The quality of the material had also really come down. I'm not sure why I never noticed. Since I have, all of the new ones have really reduced in quality and the process has gone up. With Ree, I've been a member for so many years and almost all of my heart was bought there. I don't abuse the return policy. I actually have only returned 1 or 2 things in the last 10 years. This last time I had a water filter break while on a trip and it became a real issue. I stopped at the Ree closest to where we were, and they were the opposite of helpful, which is really odd for Ree. If you stop there you know the people who work there are always knowledgeable and helpful, but something has changed. It was clear that it wasn't about getting outdoors and enjoying nature anymore. It's become corporate optimized for maximum earnings, and that means every transaction counts. Instead of helping me or even hearing me out, I was quickly dismissed and told to deal with the manufacturer. I thought maybe it was just a bad experience, but it happened again at my home Ree. It's different there now. It feels like a cash grab. The filter was never replaced as the manufacturer has a ton of width required to file a claim, and it's just not worth the time. They know most people won't put the time in, so they can minimize their claims by making it difficult and inconvenient. Last month I had a headlamp fail, and it was the same thing. My loyalty to these companies has cost me and I feel taken advantage of. No more. Crest, owned by Procter & Gamble. That's right, the toothpaste brand. I went to buy a regular tube of toothpaste. I was grabbing a Crest brand one when I noticed the one right next to it had 2 regular sized toothpaste tube boxes shrink wrapped together and Crest advertising on it. They were trying to promote their expensive 3D whitening toothpaste. So one box was marked as standard Crest toothpaste and the second box was marked as 3D whitening toothpaste. 2 standard size toothpaste boxes, shrink wrapped together, 1 regular box, 1 whitening box. The price was about 75% what you'd pay for both a single tube of the regular and a single tube of the 3D whitening, and about 50% more than the regular toothpaste tube by itself. So if the regular tube was like $3, the third whitening tube was like $5, then this combo was like $6. What a steal. $6 instead of $8 point. So I bought the combo pack and went home. After unwrapping and opening the 2 standard size toothpaste tube boxes, I found 1 regular size Crest brand regular toothpaste tube and 1 travel size 3D whitening tube point. That's right. A travel size toothpaste tube in a standard full size toothpaste tube box. So instead of a deal and trailing their new whitening toothpaste, I was instead charged $3 for a travel size toothpaste tube. I looked all over the box they used for packaging. There were 0 indications of weight on it. I'm pretty sure that's a bait and switch and a violation of consumer protection laws somewhere. So I sold my $5K in PG stock and invested it in KMB and GSK. So fuck you Crest and PG for your illegal faking marketing gimmicks. All PG products are banned in my household now. You lost a household customer for life for all PG products over ripping me off for an extra $3 of toothpaste, or $2. $3 minus however much a travel size toothpaste actually costs. What you should have done is given it to me for free so that I'd try and like the more expensive line and maybe convert. There's also tons of restaurants on my blacklist for shitty food or service. The ethics of businesses, not just restaurants, where I live, seems to be non-existent. Everyone seems to be trying to rip you off for everything. So if your business tries that, I don't frequent it and post reviews of the near fraud. Pep Boys went in to replace my alternator. Told me it would take 3 hours, so I went to have lunch across the street, close enough to see the mechanic tinker with it for 30 minutes, before leaving to what I'm assuming is his break point. I get back to the shop and notice the guy is still gone. The waiting room has a bad window where you can see people working on your car. Figured he probably has an hour break, so I just wait in the room and play games on my phone. Another hour passes and I realize it's been too long since I saw someone work on my car. I asked the guy at the counter about it. He said the guys are not back from his lunch yet. About 20 minutes later, the guy arrives and heads into the shop. I decide it'll probably take a little longer than expected and decide to go on a walk. I come back an hour later. It's been about 3 hours since I brought in my car, and the guy said it'll be another 45 minutes, and I said cool and waited in the waiting room. Keep getting this 45 minimum thing all the way till closing time. The guy tells me they weren't able to get my alternator replaced. Waited from 11 AM until 5 PM for him to tell me that. Community Bank, which is a branch that Bank of America puts on military bases overseas. I refuse to do business with Bank of America. Community Bank, or BOA, has done a lot of things to piss me off over the years. So I'm going to share with you a story about my first interaction and my last interaction with them. You see, I sold cars for a living for many years. I've done well over 1,000 car deals. I've also done well over 1,000 car loans. To say I understand the dynamics and process of auto finance would be an understatement. It would be like asking a plumber if he knows how to fix a leaky pipe. Of course he faking does. First story, I was brand new car in car sales. I had an active duty customer with the rank of major. His debt to income ratio wasn't the greatest, but it wasn't bad either, but his credit was pretty shit. He had a jumbo CD, $100,000 plus with Community Bank. That CD was maturing in 6 months. He ran across the perfect Jeep Wrangler. It was yellow and black just like his football team. It was also bare bones, which he loved, and it was a 2-door. To top all of this off, it was an aged Jeep and still brand new Acca. We were discounting the shit out of it cause we had to sell it. All in all, the Jeep Wrangler was his for $24K OTD, taxes, title, everything. It was a good deal. He had $18K he could put down. He wanted to finance it with a community bank. So the bank was going to get the title to his brand new Jeep Wrangler and only be on the hook for $6,000. To reinforce this, the guy had $100,000 in a CD with Community Bank. Community Bank declined the loan. Other banks approved him, but he wanted to stick to only one bank, Community Bank. So we went back and forth with the loan officer trying to get him to understand how stupid they were being. Look, if you are a bank and a customer has $100K in an account with you and he wants a $6K loan, you should just say yes sir. His credit doesn't matter because of 2 reasons. You have the rights to his $24,000 Jeep, which you only paid $6K for. You have $100,000 of his money. Why not put a lien on his CD? Finally we went to the community bank and spoke to a manager and basically said, look, you're being stupid. Why can't you put a lien against his $100,000 CD and finance the $6K? And the manager of the bank looked at me and said, you can do that. He called and asked around and yes, you can do that. So after 2 weeks of back and forth, they finally agreed to loan him $6K with a lien on his CD of $6K. So if he didn't pay the loan, they were going to take the money from his CD. FYI, he paid the loan off. Second story, this happened about 8 years later. I was at a private party selling my Mustang to a guy who banked at Community Bank and was financing with them. Long story short, I provided all the documents they asked for. I went to the bank. The loan officer told me I would get my money wired to me and all was good. They then said this was wrong and that was wrong and they weren't sure about this. Blah 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 blah. After about a month of not getting paid for the car I sold to their customer who is driving right now, I got up to the VP of the region with a community bank and had a face-to-face. After explaining and walking him through the deal and paperwork, and at the end he said, I see. Well, a lot of people don't understand how car loans and auto financing works. I laughed and said I've been in the car business for almost a decade. I've done well over 1,000 car loans. Don't tell me I don't know how car loans work. I know how they work. I deal with car financing every single day of my life. Now I'm going to have my money in my bank account by Friday or my attorney will call you on Monday. It was a Wednesday. To which he said we don't need to go that far, to which I literally said beach. Pay me. Got up and left. Guess what? The next day a manager at the local branch called me and said, sir, we won't be able to get your money into your account by Friday, but we can create a cashier's check and drop it off at your work today if you like. I said great. Come on by with the check and sure as shit. A few hours later a lady came in and handed me my cashier check for the money I was owed. Disney point. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, with all that they own, how on earth are you going to avoid them? Let's see. ABC has no relevance to me whatsoever. I'm beyond the typical age for any of their films to catch my interest, and in the rare event that it does happen, I'm sure I can get by. I'm not enough of a sports or comic fan to care about ESPN or Marvel, respectively. I could go on, but the point is that avoiding all the companies and products in this list is nowhere near as gargantuan of a task as it sounds. Now, the other burning question is probably, why would you hate the happiest company on earth? Take your pick. The parking garage for Disneyland, built with taxpayer dollars that Disney leases from Anaheim for $1 annually, and Disney keeps parking profits. Disney's blacklisting of the LA Times from screenings of their films after they revealed the above fact. The fact that Disney employs more lawyers than animators and has zero fear of using them. And after all the hundreds of lawsuits they filed against various people and organizations, often on flimsy claims, only 3 of the defendants got out without paying some sort of settlement. But they didn't win. Oh no. We settled amicably out of court, is the only response these 3 defendants can use when asked about the result. Else Disney will drag them right back into the courtroom. The most prominent example is a suit against Deadmore 5, which you should definitely look into for further info on this point. They make insane demands on theaters for how much of the ticket price goes back to Disney, what auditorium the film must be shown in, and for how long the film has to stay in that auditorium. Did you notice that a lot of smaller theaters didn't show the last GD? That's because they would have been required not only to send 75% of ticket prices back to Disney, the typical rate is 65% but they also had to show the film in their largest auditorium for a month. Let that sink in. After the initial rush of fans over the first couple of weeks, they're required to keep showing the film to a half-full crowd at the expense of newer blockbusters. Their desire to further fragment the streaming market with the release of their own streaming service with all their content on it. And before you say, oh, well, the market forces will push them out if they don't provide a good service, think of how ubiquitous Disney films are for children. You can bet any amount of money that the service will succeed off the backs of nostalgia-filled parents wanting their kids to experience the same media as in their childhood, as well as parents that just want their kid to shut the hell up, so they put on The Little Mermaid for the 100th time. Disney knows that they own many people's childhoods, and they exploit that fact to their advantage. Point, and the list goes on and on. It's a damn shame that this company that provided so much for so many, a company founded on the principle of creating a sense of amazement and wonder, has such an evil, rotten presence as a predatory monopoly now. Sparks Live. I ordered an auto-renewing subscription to Sparks Live. After several years I noticed the renewal charge on my credit card. No one in the family had used Sparks Live for several months, so I called to cancel my subscription. It is easy to subscribe, but the information on how to cancel is hidden in their website and is very convoluted to try and navigate. After more than a half hour of painfully trying to navigate their process, I thought I was ready to cancel the service. However, Microsoft told me I needed my credit card number to cancel. I gave them the card number that had been charged for the renewal. They told me I needed the card number one used when I subscribed to the service. I was not sure what that card number was, and they would not even tell me when I had first subscribed to help me figure out the correct card number. Between the time I ordered the service and the time I called to cancel, my credit card company had issued me 2 different cards due to credit fraud concerns. It took me several hours of digging through old files to eventually get the card number that was used to subscribe. Screw Microsoft. My new card number is good enough to charge a subscription renewal, but not to cancel the service. Total bulls. 6 months later my son wanted to set up the Sparkslift subscription again. No way. I felt sorry for my son, but fool me once. American Eagle. I know my experience doesn't represent the belief of the company, but it just left a bad taste in my mouth. So a few years back on Black Friday, my cousins and I went out shopping at the mall. All the guys went with my cousin's fiancé, and he wanted to stop at American Eagle. Of course it's packed in there, it's Black Friday. So as the fiancé is browsing, my other cousins and I are all standing toward the front, wherever we could find space. The second we walked in there I noticed a security guard staring us down. Anywhere she moved she kept her eyes on us. About 3 minutes pass since we've been waiting, and a store manager approaches us. First words out of her mouth, "So are you guys gonna leave, or do I need to call security? I won't have any of that stealing in here tonight." All of us are shocked, lost of any words. The oldest of my cousins, 19 at the time, says, "You're crazy. We've just been standing here waiting the whole time for someone else. So from here we just leave us to not make a scene." The fiancé is upset about the whole thing and asked us why we didn't get him when it happened. We then tell our family when we get home, and they're even more upset. It was one of those eye-opening times where I didn't think I was gonna get accused of something just off of appearance. To this day I still refuse to shop there. Ups. Mid-December of last year I received 2 Amazon packages from Ups, one that I ordered and one that I didn't. The second package had 2 address labels, one small one slapped on the side with my address, and one huge one on the top that had the intended recipients. Unfortunately, I just went and opened both boxes without looking at the postage or thinking twice. The other box had a toy walkie-talkie, a couple of Christmas ornaments, and a few other odds and ends. It was at that point when I realized that I had somebody else's order. With it being the holiday season and all, I decided to try and get this guy's stocking stuffers back to him. So I closed up the box and dialed up Up's customer service point. I spent at least 20 minutes on their automated phone service trying to figure out what option I needed to select to talk to a human being and describe my situation. Finally I gave up on that and just dialed the nearest Up's store to my house. When I told them the story, they apologized and told me that I could just take it into them and that they would make sure it went to the correct address. Now, I was sort of hoping that I could have just left it on my porch for a driver to pick up, but they said no, I had to take it to them for whatever reason. I feel like a lot of people would have given up right there, and in hindsight I should have, but I decided that I would do the right thing and drop it off on my way to work the next day. I took a roundabout way to work so that I could go past the Ups store. I walked in with the package, which I had taken care to reseal and had removed the extra address label from, and explained myself again. While I'm talking, the guy behind the counter starts to get a look on his face, and I can tell that he's about to piss me off. Our exchange went something like this: "I'm sorry sir, but if you've already opened the package we can't accept the liability. Something could be damaged or missing." "No, I opened it by mistake. Nothing is missing. I just want to make sure that it gets to the correct person. I'm sorry, but we can't accept the liability. We are just a franchise, and if something was missing my store would be on the hook for it." "What? So what are you saying? I opened it, so it's mine now?" "Oh, no. Well, you could give it to a driver if you see one." "Really? What am I supposed to do? Just flag one down?" Why can't you give it to a driver, or you could take it to the distribution center and they can probably deal with it there. I lost it. I knew where the distribution center was. I also knew that the address on this package was on the same street, about 2 blocks south. Are you kidding me? I could just as easily deliver this faking package. At this point, I'm turning red with anger. I had half a mind to just throw the box on the desk and walk out, but I didn't want to make a scene. The distribution center that he was talking about is on the opposite side of town, and the utter ridiculousness of the situation had me questioning my sanity. Was I really going to drive this faking box of junk 30 minutes across town? After I got to work and had the chance to vent to somebody, I decided that I wasn't going to let them get the better of me. I'd duck out of work a little early and try to get there before they closed. And so I did. But traffic sucked and I was too late. Missed it by 15 minutes or so. So I did what I should have done in the first place, and I drove to the address on the box. The whole way there I was fantasizing about how this stranger and I were going to have a good laugh about this. He'd thank me, I'd wish him and his family a Merry Christmas, and I'd leave feeling good about myself for a change. But the address turned out to be an office building, and it was also closed. So I left the package at the door and washed my hands of the whole ordeal. TLDR, if UPS gives you a package meant for someone else and you accidentally open it before you realize it, just keep it because it's as good as yours. Sfinity, my grandfather recently died and my grandmother had to cancel all his accounts and cards and crap. She called Sfinity to change the holder of the account to her from my deceased grandfather, and they wouldn't let her change the holder because my grandfather didn't change it himself. My grandmother tried for over 40 minutes to explain to customer service that dead people can't speak, and later tried to reach the deceased department, which she wasn't connected with. She shut down her account after that. They had also charged her for movies she didn't rent, channels she didn't buy, and even an NBA season pass. Some of these charges were after she shut down her own account. Not once had Sfinty contacted her about this. My poor grandmother had only found this out looking into already more expensive bills. Turns out her credit card was being used by someone in Russia. Needless to say, she has switched to a different provider, U-verse DirecTV, and she is much happier with it. Culvers. You fuck with my family, you fuck with me. My 15 years old niece worked at one for less than a month before she was fired by first text and then a phone call from the franchise owner. The main reason given was that she had gone behind the counter on her day off and ordered herself some food. My niece denied this and asked for video evidence, but the owner just ignored her. I asked my niece if she really did do that, and she said she'd never been behind the counter on her day off, but that even if she had, everyone including managers do that. She also told her she was no longer well at that location, she didn't steal or cause any damage, and that she might as well burn her uniform. My niece was practically in tears because this was her first job and she's trying to save up for a marching band trip to the Rose Bowl. At the end she told my niece that if anyone asks, they don't fire her, but instead tell them it just didn't work out. After talking to a few people who used to work for Culvers, I found out that this is common practice among franchise owners. So Culvers can go fuck themselves. Roger, someone stole my boyfriend's car and my purse was inside. The lovely person who stole my purse also stole my identity. I found out when I got a Rogers bill for $5,000 for an address and phone that weren't mine. Rogers is a Canadian media company, phone, cable internet for non-Canadians. It took months to resolve this. In the end I asked the police officer in charge of my file about Rogers because they were harassing me to pay. Speaking with the agent at Rogers I was assigned to was hell. It was obvious that they didn't give a shit about any wrongdoing. They only cared about getting their money. They also insisted the entire time that I had set up this account because I had signed and they had my signature, which is on the bottom of my license and which could be easily copied. But what about using a photo ID when setting it up? When it was finally resolved, they sent me a letter stating that I was not responsible for the payment and that they were collecting from the wrong person with my name, which was not the case at all. I had the name of the person who stole my info and address because it was on the account, and as the account holder they gave me that info, and it was completely different from mine. I wasn't even their customer, but I will never do business with them, and will warn everyone to stay away. U-Haul. The owner lives in my state, though I'm not sure if he's the company owner or just the owner of the locations in my state, and his wife arranged to drop off a litter of horrifically sickly purebred puppies off at the rescue I volunteer with. Initially thinking she was just a good Samaritan, the gal who checked in the puppies at the rescue waived the surrender fees. After realizing just how bad the condition of the puppies were, and looking up the wife on Facebook, the rescue put the pieces together that this woman had bought these puppies for a large amount of money, neglected them to the point of cruelty, and dumped them in the shelter for free. The shelter reached back out to the wife to ask for some compensation for care of the puppies and to help with the cost of their many, and unfortunately now permanent, medical conditions. Wife responded back that the rescue would never get a dime out of her. Rescue put the exchange on media, and it blew up locally until the owner made a generous donation to the rescue. TLDR, wife of U-Haul owner neglects puppies, tells the rescue she dumped them on to get faked. Husband pays off the rescue to ignore her bad behavior. Wife faces no consequences whatsoever, and I only use Penske now. Edit. This incident is getting attention on some other parts of Reddit. It looks like I misremembered a couple details, but there's a central article floating around on it. If anyone is interested in the link, let me know. U-Haul. Never again. We booked a truck a month ahead of our 60-mile move into our first house. Called and confirmed it 5 days before the move. Were told it's all set at the location of the initial reservation. They called me 3 hours before we were to pick up and told me the truck wouldn't be available until 3 hours later than the reservation, and at a location another 40 miles farther away. I asked if there was anything they could do, such as driving the truck to the initial location, even if it's late. Nope. If you want one of our trucks, get it where we have it available. I objected, reminded the rep I confirmed it. Well, sir, only death and taxes are guaranteed. And this is a truck, so no guarantees. I'm a patient, forgiving man, but I lost it. Fortunately, my brother-in-law came through in the clutch and secured a truck from one of his business clients, but U-Haul's one rep earned me telling this story about their terrible service to heaps of people over the last few years. I will never give them a cent of business. Williams Sonoma. My mom works there, and she used to be an assistant manager. The funny thing about her promotion to AM though is that they fired the old one and promoted her without actually telling her why. Even though they made her do all of the extra work of that position by not telling her, they thought they could get around not increasing her pay. Very significant difference in pay, and didn't tell her she was entitled to benefits. While on a call with a district manager, after about 6 months in the role, the DM mentioned offhand that she had been promoted and then told her she wasn't supposed to know that. My mom asked about pay/benefits, and they said they'd give her a $2/HR bump in pay, still much less than AMs make, and health benefits. Soon after they started making her clock out early and keep working, or they'd fire her, and they eventually got rid of the AM position and made her supervisor, so they didn't have to give her benefits anymore. Also, there were 2 WS stores in our area and they started putting on the receipts for the stores that they'd be closing down, but didn't specify which store. The employees had both asked the DM about it, and she said she didn't know, and this went on and off for about 1.5 years. Finally one of them closed down with very little notice, not the one my mom works at, and all of those people were left in the lurch. Edit. Just wanted to add that the company CEO made $13.5 million that year, including a big bonus. Makiarangians.com. It's a company that custom makes you a pair of jeans based on your measurements. I did tons of research, got professionally measured, and talked to several extremely happy customers, including one person who has almost the exact same measurements as me. And since I can't wear anything off the rack, even with tailoring, I decided to try them. When I got the jeans, they clearly hadn't fulfilled any of my requests. No knee or ankle tapering, wider leg hems, etc. The knees were so tight they almost cut off circulation, for example. On top of that, the crotch/stomach area had all this random extra fabric, so it looked like I was wearing a diaper. The rise in the back was too short, and the waist was huge. 2 and now they are giving me the runaround, making excuses, and trying to make me spend more money. Since they stopped responding to my emails, I have filed a dispute with PayPal. Thank God I paid via PayPal. If that doesn't work, I'm calling PayPal myself, and then I'll be reporting them to the Better Business Bureau. Sprint point. You may have to read this twice, because it's at faking unbelievable point. So I had their natural unlimited plan for internet and everything else. I had been with them for about 6 years. Since it was time for a new phone, I decided to change my plan to one with a mobile hotspot. After I paid for it, and my plan started, my phone would just give me an error telling me to contact them. Which I did, and they said that it would be active after a few days. I decided to wait over a week, and went over to the Sprint store. After arguing and then troubleshooting it, they said it must be the phone. No problem. I went to Apple, and told them, and they provided a new unit. Still didn't work. I went back, and the employees could not figure it out. We called Sprint Corporate from the store, so the manager could hear the rep on the phone. I kid you not, this was the conversation after 30 minutes of over the phone troubleshooting. Rep: sir, I do see you have our unlimited plan with mobile hotspot on your account. Point me: yes, but it won't let me use it. It directs me to call you. Point rep: yes, I see it is activated it, and you have paid for it, but we just can't let you use it. Store employees have the absolute most confused face. Me: so I have paid for it, and I can't use it. Rep: that is correct, sir. However, do not worry about that. You still have unlimited data. Point me: this is the most pathetic joke of a company there has to be. Hangs up phone, looks at employee. Me: I'd like to pay my phone off. I'm going to Verizon. Point best decision in the last 5 years after getting engaged. Valve/Steam. Everyone gives EA/Activision Blizzard/Ubisoft/etc shit for loot boxes, but Valve's been making money hand over fist on loot boxes for almost a decade. The content inside of the loot boxes isn't even entirely their own. Much of what they sell in their games is actually fan-made content from the Steam workshop. Of course, they don't force anyone to make items for them, and they share the revenue with the people who actually made the item, but that doesn't change the fact that a large portion of Valve's revenue comes from fan-made creations. If EA announced a similar program, Reddit would lose its shit. Point actually, Valve tries to crowdsource literally everything. First, they had Greenlight, a system whereby Steam's users would decide what games get on the storefront. Then, when that went awry due to trolls and people flooding Greenlight with garbage, they then allowed users to become curators to pick out the good games. Now they have Steam Direct, which I've heard is even worse than the previous situation with Greenlight. By the way, Valve collects $100 from every person who uploads a game to Steam. Imagine if Ubisoft pulled the same thing. Point I also don't like what Valve did to a game I once loved, Team Fortress 2. For one, they've not bothered to fix the downright awful performance the game has had for years. The game is from 2007. There is no reason why it should run as poorly as it does, especially when other Source Engine games run on my system at 60 FPS constantly, including CS:GO. Second, they killed quick play and replaced it with a matchmaking system, which, I might add, was horribly broken when it was first implemented. Even before killing quick play, they removed community servers from the default quick play server search, which caused several community servers to die off due to lack of new players. They also disabled client-side cosmetic mods across all official servers, even before matchmaking, which made the game less fun for me overall. Point finally, I really dislike the Steam client as a program. I also dislike how it is required for so many games. Even if the game doesn't actually make use of Steam's features, I now buy exclusively from GOG and Humble. I had a coupon for 10% off any Lowe's purchase, online or in store, because we moved recently, and Lowe's had a deal with the USPS apparently, to offer coupons to people who changed their address. Little did I realize how much they probably relied on those coupons, because their customer service was absolute shit. Point we just moved into a decent rental from a place that was run down. Paying more, but it's worth it, especially for our child, to be in a good neighborhood and to have our own backyard. I ordered a screen door and a grill from Lowe's online because they didn't have the grill in the local Lowe's store and the screen door would have been too big to fit in the car. I found them online and the grill was only available for Lowe's truck shipping, not for parcel post, but the Lowe's shipping option included free assembly. Sweet. Only after I went to checkout did I realize that the shipping would cost $80 versus free parcel post. But the grill reviews on Amazon said it was a pit to assemble, and how else were we going to take a screen door home with 2 compact cars? We also bought a few towel racks, so I included those in the shipping, because why not? It was the same price, $80, either way. So here I am, having just paid $80 for shipping and assembly, expecting one truck to show up to my house with all the goods, and having expert assembly for my new grill. Oh, how naive I was. I receive a delivery date and time. Time comes and goes. I call the number provided. Oh, your delivery didn't make it on the truck this morning. It will be there tomorrow. I received a new email. The next day I waited patiently. It doesn't arrive. I called again. Oh, your delivery needed manager approval because it was outside the normal delivery zone. By this point, I had received several delivery notifications letting me know that my delivery was actually coming via 4 different trucks from 4 different stores, none less than 35 miles away from me. If I had known this, I'd have had the towel racks shipped via UPS instead of sending them alone in a box truck from a store 50 miles away. Even worse, the shipping department at Lowe's online told me that the only way to track each of my unintended separate shipments was to call each store and speak to management there. Nothing was on time. Nobody could give me a definitive date, and there was apparently no one in charge of the whole operation point in the meantime. The payment I agreed to included $80 of shipping charges. After I agreed to this price, they charged my debit card for an additional $200 of shipping without notifying me, because the orders needed separate shipments from stores that were 35 miles away. Just call or email me. I'll be glad to say no. On top of this, Lowe's in the meantime had charged holds to my debit card to the tune of over 3 times the original purchase agreement. My bank account was totally paralyzed. Having had enough, I decided to cancel the entire thing and get my money back. I spent over 30 minutes on the phone with someone from Lowe's.com customer service, only to speak with a person at one of the local Lowe's stores where my order was being held. She told me, I can't refund your money because your order isn't on the truck. We need to put it on the truck tomorrow morning, then not deliver it, and then I can refund you tomorrow. What the fuck kind of organization, or lack thereof, are these people running? This all happened over the last 5 days or so, and I'm still waiting for my refund. The thing that will stick with me is that not one of the 5+ individuals I had to speak with over the phone took full responsibility for trying to make things right. Not one person. They all made excuses and tried to tell me I needed to talk to someone else. I'll never shop at Lowe's ever again. Not in store, not online, not ever. Even when we buy a house, all of our improvements will come from Home Depot or local/regional hardware stores. Years down the road, we'll buy some rental properties too, and might inherit some in the meantime. Lowe's will receive none of our business. Lowe's edit, TLDR, had 10% off coupon to Lowe's from USPS. Ordered online. Shipments never came. They delegated authority to local stores who took no responsibility. After I agreed to purchase, they raised the delivery price, costing me more than 3x the original price I had agreed to. Couldn't refund my money in a timely fashion, and no one gave a shit. Lenovo. They bundled adware into the motherboard, which persisted even through operating system installations link. This adware compromised HTTPS/SSL security for all of their devices. In my opinion, that level of greed should get a company shut down. They paid a $3.5 million fine, which I'm sure was downgraded later on. Lenovo got caught again bundling crapware on the motherboard. This crapware wasn't explicitly designed to compromise security, but it did so through their incompetence. Lenovo got caught a 3rd time, this time for loading spyware. There really wasn't much blowback, and Windows 10 now collects the same level of information, so I guess people just don't care anymore. I switched to Linux. They also implemented motherboard whitelisting to prevent you from installing competitor components. My laptop will forever be stuck on wireless N because I cannot install a different Wi-Fi card on that PCI bus. I also cannot replace my CD tray with a hard drive. Finally, they tried to scam me when I needed to reinstall Windows. My hard drive had failed, but it could not be sent in because it contained ear software. I figured I'd just install a new SSD, but I needed another copy of Windows. They insisted it would cost $80 for them to ship me installation disks, which was actually the price of a brand new Windows license at the time. I refused and just pirated Windows, but it's the principle of the matter. Really. I will never buy a Lenovo product again. Samsung is a smartphone company. Phones I had from them were Galaxy Ace, IDK, which one, bought by my not so tech savvy parents. It wasn't bad as my first Android phone, but it was really slow in comparison to other smartphones. It had like 800 mHz processor. I didn't really care about it until I wanted to play literally anything on it. And for some reason it got soft bricked after I tried running a game called Fly Cargo Lieutenant. I didn't know how to rescue it, and my dad could have his new phone soon, so it was abandoned. Galaxy Young, this was the phone that my dad got, and it was the first one that I was kind of content with. It had 1 core 1 GHz processor and a small screen, so it could run second games fine. As I learned about custom ROMs and routing a little, I installed some weird stuff on it and tried to overclock it. One time I went too far and tried to make a Pager file so I could have more RAM, and for some reason it didn't like that and went into endless RAM dump mode where I could not do anything and it was impossible to rescue. Galaxy S5 Mini G800F, Exynos variant. This was the first phone that I actually chose myself for cause good screen, nice features, etc. What I didn't know was that it had 3 more variants with weird differences like processors, which meant I couldn't find that many finished ROMs for it. Also, it had a weird quirk nobody talked about, that the screen could just flicker with green tint on lower brightness levels. Apparently it had something to do with the bad drivers that Samsung provided, and it was happening randomly. I got it after about 2 years, after I flashed some 7.1 Android custom ROM update, and I still don't know if there is a way to fix it. Another thing that was actually driving me insane was the ridiculous battery drain while using the LTE network, which was happening only on Android 6.0 plus, including the official one from Samsung. After suffering the random problems with these phones, I decided it is time to switch brands and never look back. Now I have my Moto G5 Plus that was way cheaper than the S5 Mini and I love it. 8 cores, 32GB storage, good camera, and no nonsensical gimmicks like Samsung has. I rooted it and don't even need to flash custom built ROMs since it already has pretty much clean Android already out of the box. I considered buying a Xiaomi phone, but their offer for this price had 1GB more RAM, but without NFC, which was more important to me. Meanwhile, my friend bought a Galaxy S8 which had problems with registering touch while using the screen protector, and the camera could not focus. When he called the tech support, they told him to shake the phone like crazy as it unjams the focus mechanism. Now he has to do it almost every time he wants to take a picture. Apple. First product I owned was a first gen iPod Touch. It felt great and innovative when smartphones just weren't a thing yet. I really used it to listen to music. The rest was a gimmick. Paired with my small Sony Ericsson phone, I really enjoyed that product. The battery has not aged well, but it still works. Then I bought a second-hand iPhone 3Gs. Bit plastic. Why? It felt just not that great in comparison to the iPod. I liked the iPhone 4 I got after that much better. I was sad when I had to go with the bigger 5s after that. I noticed that all phones developed some problems. Antenna, battery, software crashes. I just now realize that I have owned 3 iPhones in 6 years, whereas my old non-smartphone has lasted me for 5 years for a fraction of the cost. Sure, you can't compare these properly, but I'd like better lasting products. TBH. And lastly, I own a MacBook Pro 2010, 15 inches, i7, better screen. I personally upgraded it to have an SSD, and I changed the battery. That thing is 8 years old now, has survived a drop of 1.5 meters on its edge and still works pretty decently. Downside, the bad power cables for that thing are known, and I had a broken one too. No chance to repair that plug. Tried it, and it lasted about 2 days. I swear, had not my sisters given me a new power cable for Christmas, I would have bought a no brand €15 one. Can't take this anymore. And yeah, macOS feels more memory hungry than ever. I'd have to upgrade the 4GB RAM, but right now, I just refuse to, as I also have a Win 10 desktop point. But buying another MacBook? Surely not. There are other small things I just don't get about their products and software features, but for me, not being able to tweak/repair even minor problems just made me quit them. Uber and any of their associated services like Uber Eats. Last month Uber Eats withdrew $118 from my checking account. 4 separate charges for very specific amounts, all in one day. Originally when I saw the charges on my bank statement I was baffled, because I hadn't ordered anything from them in several weeks. Immediately after this happened I messaged Uber through their support system, and on Twitter as well. I got nothing but automated responses back telling me that my issue would be escalated to the appropriate team blah blah. I searched high and low for a customer service phone number for Uber Eats, after calling numerous dead ends and even a phone line designed specifically to hang up on you. I finally found a way to contact them buried deep on some website. I talked to 3 different representatives from Uber Eats, and each one was more clueless than the next. They didn't give 2 sheets about my problem and literally just told me that the only thing I could do was email Uber and wait for a response. I told them that the issue was time sensitive because I literally only had $30 left after Uber stole my faking money. I had to go to my bank and change my card because Uber does not allow you to withdraw your sole method of payment. I didn't have any other cards apart from the one I was using, and I couldn't delete my account because it would have deleted my dispute with them as well. Oh, and did I mention that even after you delete your account with them, they still keep your information in their system for 30 days afterwards? Yeah. So after several hours on the phone, many visits to the bank and a few weeks, it turns out that the charges weren't even local. They were in US dollars. I live in Canada, and they were indeed fraudulent according to my bank. They filed a dispute with Uber about it, and I was refunded for the 4 charges and the wrong amounts, but my bank ended up giving me back the extra $sign that Uber didn't point TLDR. Never faking use Uber. Their customer service line is practically non-existent and their system of paying beforehand is bullshit. I placed over 80 plus orders with Uber Eats before this sheet. Never again. Kaya. Their advertising is incredibly obnoxious. I'm a fan of roller coasters, so I went to Six Flags Great Adventure in New Jersey. That park is home to what was then the #1 wooden roller coaster in the world, El Toro. Now, a name like that conjures up images of a rampaging bull, and the theming should reflect it. The station and surroundings did vaguely point, but Six Flags had a bad habit of ad wrapping their rides. El Toro, #1 in the world, was ad wrapped. One train looked like mine cars with some long horns on the front, which was acceptable. The train I got on was a red Kia Soul. I will never buy a Kia. For that reason. I'm also not too keen on going to another Six Flags, but some have rides that are worth going on, like El Toro, so I may still go in spite of their terrible advertising practices. Oh, to add on to the terrible Six Flags ads, the same day, I went on their River Rapids ride. During the safety briefing, I distinctly remember this line as we were pulling out of the station. Please keep your hands, arms, and legs down and inside the raft at all times, and be sure to use your Discover card for 5% off all purchases in the park. Thank you, and enjoy your ride. So, I guess I'm boycotting Discover too. Not that I ever really thought about doing so. Toyota. I have a love/hate relationship regarding my 2010 Sienna Limited Ord. First family vehicle I bought, got the extended warranty on it because of all the bells and whistles. Got an amazing deal and paid off in full in 3 days. The warranty has come in handy had the transmission go out way too early, $37k, had the oil system blow out on the highway, $70k, all fixed at no out of the pocket cost. However, the laser guided cruise control has gone out and they can't figure out how to fix it. Weeks in the shop multiple times, resetting the software, changing the laser module twice. Every time I'm quoted we have to investigate for accidental damage or pay to reset the software. Every time I explain, because I have an extended warranty I will pay for the service that resolves the issue not covered by warranty. Again they can't fix it, and we are at the point, and they said for 600 boxes they'll fly in a higher level tech to resolve the issue. My response is that I'm not responsible for their training. So they've lost me as a customer and I will not buy another Toyota. Rosetta Stone. For context, I grew up monolingual and now do extemporaneous public speaking in 4 languages. So I know a thing or two about language acquisition. Overpriced point generic. They use the same pictures and the same structure for every language. Even if introducing a new script to you, they plow on at the same rate. For a Westerner, learning to read Spanish or German will proceed at a faster rate than learning to read Arabic or Farsi. To not take that into account is just stupid. People learn different languages for different reasons. One of my favorite Rosetta Stone moments was learning how to give directions to the bank, the post office, the grocery store etc. in Latin. You don't think perhaps I wanted to learn Latin to read Cicero or Caesar? No. Just teach me how to catch the train in Latin. I'm sure I'll use that sometime. Point lying. They claim their product is used by NASA or some such weasel wording. It is not true. A cursory glance at relevant information will show you that the working language of NASA is English anyway. Point you can't wrestle their product. If you try to wrestle the CDs that you purchased legally they will accuse you of selling a ripoff. You can't wrestle them on Amazon or eBay. Point price. They charge way more than other people in the hopes that you will assume you are getting a quality product. Point faulty presuppositions. You are supposed to learn intuitively, but they don't really do much to help with that. For instance, you are shown a picture of a little girl with a grown woman. They are showing you the woman in various places and you are always told in the target language the girl is with her ex at the park or the girl is with her ex at the store. Meanwhile you have no clue what ex is in relation to the girl. Mother? Teacher? Kidnapper? Who knows? Formatting. Frequently on iPads and iPhones the formatting is off, and you are not able to actually see the words on which you are being tested. Point did I mention that they are overpriced? I could go on and on. Rosetta Stone sucks. Buy something else instead. Norwegian Air. My boyfriend and I flew from Gatwick to JFK in March and the experience was incredibly stressful. We arrived at Gatwick Airport knowing the flight was delayed by 2 hours, which then became 3. No big deal. We waited it out, excited to go to New York. We get to the departure lounge and just after the flight was due to take off, after the 3-hour delay, we are told there are technical issues and the flight will be delayed further. Long story short, the flight was cancelled 6 hours after the original departure time. We were informed of us by a medic at Gatwick, not a member of Norwegian staff. We were then told we had to leave the airport at 1:30 am. It took 2 hours to go back through customs and get our bags, with no hotels arranged or details of when we would be flying. I cried so much when we finally made it to a hotel as we had been at the airport for 11 hours and still no closer to New York. We made it to New York 2 days late after flying with Warmus Air as Norwegian didn't have any planes available, so they had to charter another airline. Everything is fine, and the say, before we are due to leave, our return flight was pushed back to give us the same length trip. Our return flight is cancelled, and the first flight Norwegian offered to put us on was 4 days later. The whole ordeal cost us £1,000 extra in hotel fees. We had to stay in 4 separate hotels while in New York, and it took months to get the money back. Norwegian did not help at all when things went wrong, and I would never fly with them again. Sapphire Light Auto Glass. Had a crack in my windshield. Insurance had a PARTNER equals Sapphire Light. I called on Thursday and set the appointment for Monday. On Monday I called and had to reschedule for Friday. No big deal, but I would be out of town, so my wife offered to handle it. On Friday they came, took out the cracked windshield, went to install new, and it didn't fit. To get a windshield that would fit, they would have to order an OEM windshield, and by the way, it's going to take 3 to 5 business days. So, there sits my new truck with a partially installed, poorly fitting windshield, no wipers, no trim, and instructions. You can drive it, but go slow, and not when it's raining. Long story long, after 1 month of having a disabled vehicle they finally got the new windshield properly installed. During the many conversations with the branch manager, he kept insisting he was being open and honest about the timelines. He wasn't urgent, just open and honest, because I can drive open and honest to work every day. Chrysler. After my first car, I owned a 1988 Chrysler New Yorker Turbo until the head gasket blew for the second time at 120,000 miles, a 1996 Dodge Intrepid, which I had to replace the water pump on due to a design flaw. Coolant pressure runs higher than what the pump is rated for, so a Chrysler water pump has a maximum life of about 2 years, but was ultimately totaled by an uninsured teenager who ran a red light and T-boned me. Also, about 35 days after I bought it, the speedometer stopped working. After fighting with the dealership to fix it, on the third repair attempt I finally got something that stayed working for the long term, except it was wrong, which I found out when I got a speeding ticket for doing 86, when my speedometer said I was doing 75. A 2002 Chrysler PT Cruiser, which I traded into a dealership in 2011. Who gave me $800 for it, and I thought I was ripping them off. I replaced 2 water pumps on this one due to the aforementioned design flaw at $800 a pop. I also had to have the steering rack replaced for a cool $1,500. The steering rack and the water pump came literally days apart from each other. Not to mention it was slow, handled like an aircraft carrier, and looked like a hot turd. I've owned 2 Toyotas since with no issues like that. Chrysler blows. I'll never own another one, and I tell everyone I know not to point. Also, United Airlines. United Airlines customer service at O'Hare Airport is pretty much your state's worst DMV office, except it's even worse than that. Microsoft. I was a fostering insider from day one for Windows 10 Mobile, and provided literally hundreds of bug reports / suggestions in the feedback hub, and about a dozen of them were even implemented into the final release. It was an awesome approach to beta software, and I loved Microsoft for it. Then after a year or 2 of making use of my, and many similar passionate users, feedback and free cap, Microsoft kicked us out of Windows 10. My phone, 3 different models, actually 925, 635 and 520, was suddenly not powerful enough for Windows 10, so they blocked further updates to the phones. The phones would be stuck in 8.1. None of the Windows 10 apps would be compatible with 8.1, not even Skype. Around the same time, they also brought down 30 GB free on a drive storage space to 5 GB. They later added a way for existing users to retain their current free space after the backlash. I was also a fast-ring insider in desktop Windows 10. That ended up being full of shitty spyware and ads. These days I actively avoid Microsoft at all costs. I have moved back to Linux and only purchase Linux supported games, even if it means a huge chunk of my already purchased AAA titles are no longer playable. Fact. Microsoft. Avis and Alaska Airlines. First onto Alaska, flying with boyfriend and our 8-year-old, at the time, back home from Seattle to Fort Lauderdale. It was a week before spring break. We called ahead to make sure the little one was sitting with one of us, since our tickets did not show our chosen seats, and had us scattered all over the plane. Customer service said not to worry, that the crew at the gate would take care of it. We arrive at the gate 2 hours prior to make sure she's sitting with one of us. When the person at the gate arrives, we walk up to him and tell him the situation. He prints our tickets and says he'll look into it 30 minutes before the plane is supposed to take off. We ask him again, and he tells us he hasn't forgotten. 10 to 15 minutes before they close the door, we walk up again and ask why we haven't been assigned seats and what's going on. He looks us dead in the eyes and says, you being near your 8-year-old is not my priority. Are you going to board the plane now, or what? We then proceed to explain that we can't have an unsupervised 8-year-old girl who gets severely sick sitting 12 rows behind the nearest parent. He says he does that to his 3-year-old. Well, I don't care how shitty of a parent you are. I just want to go home and not have my daughter puking all over a stranger. Hearing the commotion, his manager comes over and makes one last attempt to get us sitting together. He gets on the loudspeaker and offers a $30 certificate if anyone would switch seats with us 5 minutes before the plane is supposed to take off. Little to anyone's surprise, we don't board point after much fighting on my boyfriend's part. We got a hotel for the night and ended up getting them to give us tickets through another airline, who was amazing and made sure they made up for Alaska's fuck up and that the 8-year-old loved her trip. Now on to Avis. When we finally moved to Seattle, we had our cars shipped cross country. While we waited for the cars to be delivered, my company paid for a rental car for me. My boyfriend then reserved an extra car for the first few days, so we could run and get groceries and other things you need when you move cross country and all your possessions are being hauled a few thousand miles away. We arrived at the counter a little past midnight, exhausted and ready to get out of there. First, they didn't have any of the cars we reserved. Fine, that's no big deal. They only had massive SUVs, think Escalade, and minivans instead of the small cars we had reserved. We ask the counter agent if she can just give us a minivan and cancel one of the reservations. The lady helping us is working through the first reservation and getting us the van. She asks for both of our driver's licenses and we hand it to her. She then realizes that, despite having the same address and previously mentioned 8-year-old, we have different last names. She asks if we live together, to which we respond yes, it's in the DL. She then goes on to tell us, remember the 8-year-old? She's right next to us. No, not just live together. Are you guys sleeping together? You know, banging? Let's just say managers and even a brief phone conversation with corporate had to happen. Samsung Point bought the Note 3 right when it came out, and it was by far the most expensive phone on the market. Used the device for around 3 years, still have it to this day. Took care of it to the best of my abilities. Case, no drops, the works. Regardless, the phone is literally crumbling. I can't use it without a case because the back has become unpleasant to the touch. To fake leather is horrible, and the battery connector disconnects if the case isn't pressing it down, forcing it to shut down. Moreover, I had to replace the battery twice in the 3 years of using it, cause it just deteriorated extremely quickly. On the other hand, I'm currently using an Xperia Z5 I received from a family member. Bought around the launch time, and was cheaper than the Note. I love it. Truthfully not as protective with it, not even using a case, neither did the previous owner, but it's still holding strong. My only possible gripe with it is that it overheats a lot. Would always recommend Sony, after having a Sony laptop, phones, tablets and consoles, and being happy with all their build quality. Franconia, they're an outdoor/hunting store based in Germany. I live in the Netherlands. So first of all, to have them actually ship outside of Germany, your order has to be over €250 plus €17 shipping, and according to their webshop, shipping would take about 2 weeks. If you ordered from outside of Germany, everything is fairly okay so far. So I ordered an airsoft pistol for €200 along with some other stuff, so that the total would be over €250. I paid and ordered it sometime in August last year, and 3 weeks pass, and it's still not there. So I send them an email about the issue. They apparently forgot, and thank me for my patience and promise it'll be there in 2 more weeks. To cut a long story short, after a few increasingly agitated emails over a time span of over 3 months, I finally get the first of 2 packages, the prissy airsoft gun and a very cheap one, so that I could get closer to €250 total. Now this package did not include the airsoft gas, BBs and speed loader I ordered, so I send them another mail. They somehow forgot half of my order, but are sending it now, they tell me. So 3 weeks later the speed loader and 1 bag of BBs arrive without the other stuff, another bag and 2 canisters of gas. So I sent them another mail. They say they'll send the rest soon. It's January by now and all of their mail was in bad English. I never got the rest of my order. Fictich, Franconia. State Farm Point loyal customer since my very first car. Renter's insurance too, as long as I've been a renter. Switched to home owner's insurance when we bought a house. Point had a problem with bill pay and missed a payment. Wife thought the billing invoice in the mail was junk mail and tossed it. on a semi-annual bill pay cycle. I didn't really think about it much until I got notification our policy had been terminated. Called them back to reinstate. They said the only choice was to create a new policy from scratch. Lost the entirety of our loyalty bonus because we were uninsured for a month. Our insurance rates went up 50%. I tried negotiating and got nowhere. Our car insurance jumped from $600/6mo to over $900. Insane. And they still don't support auto bill pay. Drop them for assurance. It was a ton of work switching the mortgage over as well as the auto. Had to do a home appraisal, take pictures, and video. Whatever. It was worth it. Screw State Farm and their antiquated loyalty program and internet technology from the 90s. NORTON I started using them after a run-in with a virus that I couldn't wrangle manually, resulting in a full system wipe. But one day I realized that the sheet they were pulling with blocking sites and taking control from me was so similar to the very things I bought it to protect me from. I had to uninstall . And what does the uninstaller do? It tries to trick me into clicking no and sends me to the website to reinstall and offers me reduced prices if I reconsider, and then doesn't uninstall everything, so I have to flush it manually. Literally just malware. So then about a year later I find out they have charged me for a yearly subscription renewal. Fact that they require my full address and phone number just to talk to support, and then support tries to wheel and deal me into a half-off subscription. After I get my refund I start getting spam texts and calls. Those faking a chat sold my info to a bunch of scam callers. Norton are criminals pretending to be the cops. Stay the fuck away. There was a small sushi joint in my town that I would order from almost every other week and get $40 to $50 of sushi almost every time. Every time I placed take out, the girl on the phone said 15 to 20 minutes, even though it consistently took almost an hour each time. I don't get how you don't pick up on how long your takeout orders take to make, but it's forgivable. Once they completely flubbed the recipe and made their rice with a crap load of white vinegar. Just straight up plain white vinegar. We threw it out, but got a refund. Definitely forgivable, and I appreciated the effort to keep giving them my business. Many times the orders started to take longer, either because they ran out of rice and had to freaking make more from scratch, or someone forgot to put in the order and I'd have to wait yet another hour for food. They slowly stopped trying to make their mistakes right. After about the 10th time this happened I demanded a full refund or I'd never come back. They always made excuses like I can't return the charge to your card, I can't give you a free meal, etc. I had probably given this business at least $1,000 in a year. They just didn't care about customer service. I never ever went back again. United Airlines. Just this past week, they lost me and my company's business forever. Last week, my company wanted me to go to our Columbus office on Tuesday, then Boston on Thursday. The total for the 3 flights DC, Columbus, Boston, DC was $520. My flight was cancelled because of mechanical issues Tuesday, so I was stuck at the airport for over 12 hours until they finally cancelled it. So they gave me a special number to call to have someone help me out. The next flight out wasn't until the next day and didn't arrive in Columbus until 7 p.m. So I had them book me that flight. I called my boss and he said we will just do Boston and come back to Columbus at a later time. So I called them back up and asked if I could exchange my ticket from DC to Columbus for a ticket from DC to Boston on Thursday. They said no problem, we will waive the $200 transfer fee as a courtesy, but a flight to Boston is $55 more than a flight to Columbus. So I agree to pay the extra $55. I fly to Boston Thursday and go to check in for my flight home Friday, and it doesn't pull it up in my app with my confirmation number. So I called United. The CS agent puts me on hold for a few minutes, then comes back and says you called us yesterday and made it a one-way trip to Boston. To which I reply, no, that is a mistake. I never once uttered the words one way and did not agree to give up my only way home. No one would do that. And they just keep repeating over and over, the notes say you said that, and that I would have to pay an additional $266 for my flight to get home. So I finally have had enough and asked to speak to a manager. Someone else comes on the line and repeats what the other guy said. I explain exactly word for word what the conversation entailed in exchanging my ticket from DC to Columbus for a ticket from DC to Boston. And I would have never agreed to giving up 2 tickets for one-way ticket. That is in no way a courtesy to me to steal my ticket home. So I did some math for him. I told him I paid $520 for my original tickets, an additional $55 for changing to Boston. How is it they had me in economy class for $575? He said that was how much the ticket to Boston cost for economy, $575, and I told him he was lying to me. I looked it up, and an average one-way ticket was $270. So I asked him, how much is it for a one-way ticket to get home? And he said $266. I finally said fine, if this is the only way I can get home, I will pay for it. But he will be responsible for United losing my business and the business of my entire company just so he can fuck me over for $266. If United steals customers' tickets as a courtesy and forces them to pay for the mistakes of United, I will be happy to let everyone I know exactly how stupid and cheaty they think of their customers. We are just a piggy bank to be squeezed by them. They do not care about you as a human being. So as an estimate, based on how much we travel in my company, I will estimate United will lose probably somewhere around $50-100k of business from my company this year and every year in the future point. And I will be telling everyone on every social media platform I can exactly how United treats their customers. Fuck United Airlines. I will do everything in my power to see them go bankrupt. Cadbury's. Firstly, they lost the S. Everyone, literally everyone, called them Cadbury's because it was the possessive of the product they made. Then they sold themselves out to Kraft. And now they are made by Mondelez. Not only is everything smaller, you don't keep the price the same and make the product smaller without telling your customer, because that's lying and customers do not want to be lied to. Then they changed the chocolate from Dairy Milk to Cadbury SFFS. And that is lower quality chocolate, but that isn't the point. Their products that used dairy milk were formulated along with the rest of the ingredients to work with dairy milk, not their standard chocolate. And they did it without telling people, which is more lies. And the worst thing is that Cadbury's tasting anything is a part of everyone's memories. And they just faked with them for profit. And they destroyed what Cadbury's was, so now it's just another brand in their ever shittier portfolio of brands, and no one is giving a rat's ass about the fact that we are all devastated about how they faked it all up. So, Cadbury's is dead and ruined, and Cadbury is non-thing. ADT. My house was wired for ADT when I bought it, but I never bothered signing up because I felt it was too expensive for what you get. I decided to give it a shot when I was going out of the country for a couple of weeks for peace of mind while the house was vacant. They wanted to sign me up for a mandatory 3-year contract, which is ludicrous. I eventually talked them down to 1 year since they didn't have to invest any money in my installation. The technician comes out and verifies all my equipment is good and has me sign the contract, at which time my notice still says 3 years. He calls up the office and eventually verifies that I agreed to 1 year and amends the contract, and I sign. The 1 year goes by and I call up to cancel, and they say that I can't cancel without penalty because I'm only 1 year into my 3-year contract. I have to go find my copy of the contract and call them back and argue and sit on hold while they pull up the original contract and verify that I did in fact have it amended to a 1-year contract. At that point the rep cancels the contract and everything is good. I don't remember what made me look at it, but I signed into my account at ADT a few months later and see that they have been trying to charge me every month since I cancelled. Luckily I had changed credit cards right around the same time, so none of the charges went through. I call them up to let them know that their system is still trying to charge even though I cancelled. The rep says he has no record of me cancelling, and furthermore I can't cancel yet because I'm on a 3-year contract. I have to go through the whole ordeal of them finding my original contract again and at the same time arguing that I had already cancelled. He eventually found a note in a different system proving I had cancelled when I told them I had, and assured that he would take care of everything. 2 weeks later I get a bill for something like $1,200 for the remaining 2 years of contract that I didn't fulfill. So now I get to call them for I think the 5th time and have the exact same conversation with someone else that assumes I'm lying from the start. Each of these calls probably took about an hour and a half out of my life. I will forever avoid as much as possible any company that does not make cancellation a quick online button click. Bought a Nexus 5X from Google Canada a few years ago, and when it crashed I was told to speak to LG about getting it fixed, since they were the developers. They proceeded to tell me the phone was never sold in Canada and I'd have to either pay to send it in and receive the lesser model, or contact LG America. I ended up spending months going back and forth with LG America, since they would not help me with the phone, unless I had an American friend to send it to them and pay for it. Took forever to get it back, and when I did the screen had dead pixels. Of course they wouldn't allow me to send it back unless I had an American friend to do it for me. And then months later they realized I was technically covered under warranty and was owed a refund, which they would only send to an American address. Absolutely ridiculous service from both sides of the border. They had no response when I asked how I bought this phone in Canada if it wasn't available here, and that was the most annoying part. It was the second LG phone I had that kicked the bucket on me that they refused to repair, so I'm never going to buy another LG product once this phone dies. Ford. I bought a car from them 2 or 3 years ago. Since then, I've had issue after issue. First, it started with them doing my oil changes and saying I needed to be back after 2,000, then 5,000, then back to 3,000, before finally I asked why this was a thing, and from then on it was a constant 5,000. Most recently, I went to get my engine light checked out, found out that I needed a warranty item replaced for the engine and new tires after only 30,000 on what were brand new tires when I bought the car. Apparently they had not been aligning my tires correctly in the past. Whatever, I just switched Ford places, so I thought it would be different here. Well, after receiving the tires, I was told I would need to schedule another appointment for the tire alignment as well as to get the warranty item replaced. Since they didn't have time that day, I contacted my CS person through email asking for a later appointment in the day. They told me 8. So I sent a confirmation email back stating alright, see you on, insert date, at 8 PM. I showed up that day, only to find out that they closed their shop at 7 PM. I then emailed the CS person the next day explaining the situation and get a final appointment scheduled the next week. Been 2.5 weeks now since the tires being replaced. I go in for the final appointment with the thought that I could get a ride back to my place 5 minutes away, since the CS person had told me that service would be available for me since I had errands to run with my dad that day who would then bring me back to the shop. When I got there, I saw/heard 2 of the workers looking at my paperwork and complaining that I wanted a ride, even though the appointment was only an hour to hour and a half long. Note, I'm 3 feet away from them at this point and can hear them loud and clear. So they go talk to the CS person who then tries to convince me that I should just wait instead of getting the ride. I'm pretty frustrated at this point, so I tell them no, I need to run errands, so they have me go sit in the waiting room. 20 minutes later, they come in and tell me the service has been completed. What? 20 minutes for a replacement item and a tire alignment? Well, turns out, the warranty item got replaced, but I never got my tire alignment completed because they wanted to rush me out of there. I ended up emailing the head of the Ford location as well as a couple other managers about the whole incident. The next day I get a very passive-aggressive email from the CS person giving excuses about their unprofessional methods through email as well as excuses for everything else that happened. I will not be going back there, even though I have a couple more free oil changes that I had from when I purchased the car. Dual Tools. Definitely the hokiest pro brand out there. They are good at saturating the market with every power tool, and they always keep pace with the latest gimmicks, but the quality and quality control just aren't their point. If you buy a power tool at the box store, you need to open it in the parking lot and make sure everything is okay before you drive home, because they are defective in some way almost 40% of the time from brand new. Even when working, no dual power tool has ever had working dust collection. It's always a complete afterthought with undersized venting going around odd angles. The miter saws clog instantly, the sanders fire dust back into your eyes, and the planer shoots chips out at nearly light speed, and into all four corners of the shop. The damn thing won't even play nice with dust collection point. They use the softest steels in the industry. Their bits and blades are all terrible. Pretty much every DeWalt hand tool I've tried has felt awful in the hand and been atrocious to use. The utility knife was so bad I actually threw it out. Should have known to stick with Alpha Point. The final straw for me was busting a top end miter saw after 3 months. This thing cost around $1,000 all in with a stand, and when the platform went wonky I found out that the whole metal deal is pivoting on a tiny piece of sheety plastic that looked as though it had been designed to fail, and on top of that you can't even order a replacement. They don't sell parts. They told me I'd have to leave the whole saw at a service center and wait for however long it takes. A real good solution for a carpenter with a job to finish. Here I'm with this Goliath saw, extendable supports, collapsible rolling stand, adjustable depth stops, adjustable every which way. There's even a goddamn laser in the thing, but they put a flimsy part in a critical high wear area and turned the whole thing to scrap metal. The design was truly terrible, but if they had at least couriered me a new sheety plastic ring I wouldn't have had to buy a new saw after 3 months. DeWalt, never again. Still better. Vodafone Point. Technically they haven't lost a customer as I've been tied into a 2-year contract, but when it first started I bought the phone planning in utilizing the 14-day cool-off period if I needed to. This basically meant I could try the phone and contract for 14 days, and if I didn't like it within those 14 days I could phone up to cancel and get a refund. Point it was on about day 7 I had decided to cancel the contract for no reason other than I didn't like the phone as much as I thought I would. But every attempt to phone them would be ended in them hanging up as soon as I mentioned I was planning to cancel. After a few days of trying to get in contact with them, they eventually decided to stop answering the phone to me. Completely pointed was only on day 16 they decided they'd start picking up again. I was given the "I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. You're out of the cool-off period. If you want to cancel the contract at this point you'll have to pay the remaining total of your bill plus a £100 cancellation fee." Faking. Scum. Jarred galleria of jewelry/case. I honestly still get anxious and angry thinking about this horrible situation. 5 years ago my now husband proposed to me with a ring from Jard's. 2 months later, the 1-carat center diamond fell out and was lost, weirdly enough during a haunted house tour, where Al Capone was known to hang out. The people were amazing, and turned on the lights, and helped us look as silently sobbed. It was not found. My fiance told me not to worry, because Jard stands behind their craftsmanship, and would replace the lost diamond/fix the prongs. We returned home, and went directly there. They took the ring, and said that they ship it out to fix it, and would hopefully have it back in any month. Sad, but hey, it will be worth it, right? I asked the sales associate if she would like a picture, so that the craftsman fixing it would see what it looked like. She said it was not needed. 1 month later, no ring. I called and they said they are still looking for a diamond. No one let me know that this was the situation, and she then tells me that they have to find one that specifically matches the info from the previous diamond. I asked how long this could take. She said she had no idea, but promised to keep me updated this time. 2 weeks later, she calls and says they think they found a diamond. So happy and excited. 2 more weeks pass, 2 months at this point, and she calls to tell me my ring is ready for pickup. I dropped what I was doing and went directly there. Yeah, I know that starry-eyed feeling of being newly engaged. It had returned. I walk on the door walking on air and tell them I'm there for my ring. She goes and gets it and hands it to me. It's not the right shaped diamond. I explained that I had a round cut and this appears to be a princess cut. She said that she is an expert and told me that I clearly didn't know anything about diamonds. I was in shock and flabbergasted. I took the ring and went to my car and started to cry as I looked at a ring that was not mine and thought about how damn mean the sales associate was. I called my fiance. No answer. I called my BFF. She said to get my $$ back in there and talk to someone else. I sent her pics of my ring and the new one. The difference was obvious. I went back in puffy-faced and on a mission. I asked to speak to someone else. A man comes over and instantly says, "Oh, I heard about you." I just stared and collected my thoughts. I showed him the picture and told him it needed to be fixed. He took it back and wrote a note that the customer was not satisfied with the selection. What the fuck? I told him that he needed to add that they put the wrong diamond in. He added a place with a round diamond. I asked how long, since it had already been 2 months. He said last, well, probably way longer, since I was being so picky. He was downright rude. He handed me the slip and I wrote his name on it. I thanked him for his time and left to return to my car to cry. Seriously, I really don't cry all the time. This situation just sucked all the way around. Waited another month. Returned with my fiance this time because I was not going back in there after being treated like crap. The a-hole guy brings it out and now they replaced the prongs with totally different ones that were totally different, and it was the same thing diamond. I set it down and looked at my husband. He is very non-confrontational, so I clearly should have brought BFF lol. He politely asks if they could please fix it. The man looks at me and with a tone says, "We did already, like she requested." I walked out because I felt like I could smash something like the Hulk at this point. I come back with the receipt he wrote. I asked him where it says that the prongs should be replaced and what it says about diamonds. He rolls her eyes and walks away. A woman comes up all cheery and says, "Hi, I'm out specialist to work with customers like you. Are you kidding me?" She retakes the notes, my ring, and her email so that I can send her a picture of the original ring, which I show her, and she says that it does look different, but will not comment on how the wrong diamond shape and prongs happen. Another month has passed. Ring is ready. We go back, and I tell my fiance that he needs to be as hard as this time if the ring is not right. I literally could imagine his internal self-talk pumping himself up and seeing the fear in his eyes of the possibility of me going off this time. We go back in to talk to the lady who deals with people like us, which, by the way, said she only worked once a week, so we had to schedule a time to get the damn ring. Go in. She doesn't make eye contact and says flat out that she is not sure that the ring is fixed. She says this, "Why the F did you call me in if you know it's wrong? See ring, right diamond, wrong different prongs." I set it down and look at my fiance. He says you need to fix this. It's been 4 months and that's not okay. He is being calm and nice. I'm just done. I tell her we are not leaving until we get our money back. Period. She says she understands and gets a manager. The manager takes us to her office and we explain. The sheet mail salesman is walking back and forth. I get up and close the door and tell her how horrible he has been. She says it is mandatory that any ring work that requires diamond replacement is to be reported to her, and she did not know about my situation at all. She prints the check, apologizes, and we leave. I fucking hate every commercial on TV that says they are happy and love. They are chaos, rudeness, and sadness. Shop anywhere but Yard/K's Jewelers. Lexus leased an US 300 some years back from a super motivated sales guy. Initially, great. But over time I noticed a number of issues, and a buddy that bought the same model had the same issues. Both of us brought the car back to the dealer multiple times to resolve, which they were unable to do. Fast forward 3 years of this, and lease is up. The finance debt at Lexus Corporate called to ask my intentions, which by that point were not to buy another Lexus given the 3 years of unresolved problems and generally poor service for a supposedly premium brand. She was nice enough to listen to me and said, "I hope you give us another chance next time around." Fair enough. So the day comes to turn in the car at lease end, and both the formerly friendly sales guy and sales manager basically flip out, insulting me and my decision to instead buy an Acura from the dealer literally next door under the same ownership. I'll never forget the sales guy staring dismissively. "Oh well, if you want to get a lesser car. Lesser car? Let's see, a highly rated car that has more features for less money." Strange definition of lesser. The way I was treated that day just confirmed right there that I had made the right decision and wanted nothing further to do with the company or that dealer. My experience with the next door Acura dealer couldn't have been more different. Great car, great service, friendly and effective employees. Screw Lexus. Regions Bank. I signed up for a new account online, and it went well. I got an email to go to my nearest branch and sign the paperwork, get my debit card, etc. So I did. 2 weeks later my account was closed and all my money was gone. Naturally, I called customer service to find out what happened, and they told me that someone at the bank processed a cashier's check for the exact amount in my account. Having worked in banking, I know that means someone there has it in an envelope and will call me. They never did. While I was on the phone, I had the agent give me the address of the branch that did this and their manager's name. I called her. I tell her who I am and why I'm calling. She hangs up on me. I drive miles to this branch. I lived in Orlando at the time, and I don't remember how far I had to drive to this branch, but it was out of my way. I get there and demand my money and ask why they did this. They said it was because I never signed the paperwork. I call their bullshit out, and the manager says to me, but this is a branch that houses your account. You need to come to us. I told her to fuck off and explained that I did my job, and they royally faked up. I took my money and left. Fuck Regions Bank. Chick-fil-A. They have 3 strikes against them. The politics of the CEO and past support of the organization towards things like opposing gay marriage. Today, this is the least reason I dislike them. They have distanced themselves from that a lot since 2012, but it certainly contributes their use of styrofoam for their cups. In 2018, using styrofoam at a large national corporation is a huge fuck you to environmentalism. No doubt those cups insulate drinks very well, but every other major chain has moved on from that non-recyclable shit, and you can too. They are closed on Sunday. I never started eating at Chick-fil-A, so it has been really easy to maintain a boycott. But there have been a couple times where my will to resist has lessened, and in a moment of weakness I have decided to give it a try. Guess what? I've only ever had that feeling on a Sunday. I even drove there once before I realized fuck that. If you want my business then you gotta knock that shit off 2. So yeah. I can only imagine how good their food is, but I'm very happy to continue boycotting Chick-fil-A. Fuck 'em. T-Mobile. I signed up with them, and they said they would buy my old Verizon iPhone for $300 and my monthly payments would be around $140. I repeatedly asked, that's $140 with taxes and fees, correct? And each time the answer was yes, your bill will be $140 which includes taxes and fees. Cool. Month later I got my first bill for $170 and there is no indication of my $300 credit. So I had a lovely chat with a guy named Sam who had a thick Indian accent and had trouble understanding what I was trying to explain to him. When it finally got through to Sam, he explained that there are initial fees and that the $300 credit will be processed for the next bill. A month after that my bill was $210 and still no sign of the $300 credit point. So I call again and hung up every time I heard an accent. Sorry if that sounds racist, but I didn't have the patience to keep explaining my situation until I got a guy from Minnesota. This guy explains to me that not only did they blatantly lie to me about the $140 monthly payment, but they lost my iPhone that I was supposed to get credit for. He completely changed my plan and now it's set to $160 a month. He also explains that the only way I could get the credit for my phone would be to phone Verizon and get something called an MOE number. Verizon gave me this number after hours on the phone, and then a lovely gentleman from T-Mobile said it's incorrect. At that point I just gave up. A year and a half later, I was bored at work and playing with the settings on my current phone and found that my old phone is still registered to my profile. So I click on it and found the MOE hash. I call T-Mobile and they tell me there's no proof that they promised me $300, so nothing they can do. I pushed and pushed until they offered me $150. I took it. It only took a year and a half to fulfill their promise. Fact T-Mobile. Newegg, they shipped my $700 GPU to a different city and wouldn't help me for weeks and cut contact with me until I made a Reddit post for it that got about 4,700 upvotes. Only then they decided to help. HP bought a monitor on Amazon for around $300. It had a defect that made it shut off and not turn back on for a while. I got it stable for a while, but after about 6 months it stopped working. HP told me it was out of warranty, since their 1-year warranty starts the day it was manufactured, not when the customer actually gets the device. Every local vape store. I got my mom into vaping to quit smoking and went with her. The girl at one store double charged us for items that were already marked up over 30%. Complained to the manager, and he sent us to the city nearby to their main store for help. They refunded us and set us up with a new device. I bought some vape juice there, and the guy at that store did the same thing, contacting them later and ignoring every message I sent after. I decided to try another company, and this guy charged us $90 for a 5-pack pocket coil, a 30ml bottle of this $6 juice, and a single coil for a smoke baby beast. I was hesitant, but my mom was with me and she didn't want me to say anything. He saw my reaction and acted very nervous, ran over and threw in a few extra coils for her vape. My local Honda dealership, while in to have my winter tires switched out, they lost my keys without telling me, leaving me sitting in the waiting room for 30 minutes. Then it took 3 hours to switch the tires, but cracked my hubcap over tightening while doing so. They swore to replace it, but in the end, said they wouldn't, because it's fine, because it's not going to fall off. My brakes were dropping to the floor, so they said they needed to have it sent out to the city, but instead it sat in their dealership parking lot for 2 weeks, and we got it back with the battery dead and nothing fixed. Link. On, Belly, Rural DSL. Paid for a 6 meg connection for 10 years, that we never got. First it was random disconnects every so often, chalked it up to maintenance ECT. Happened more frequently during rainstorms etc. Started getting more and more frequent, especially when under heavy use, which in this case means watching a YouTube video, or downloading a file, or 300 meg file was a struggle for days. Started watching the connection closely using command line pings at first. Started calling tech support on a twice monthly basis. Tech would show up, declare it was the filter, replace it, and pronounce the issue fixed. Spoiler, it was not fixed. Then it was that the length from the drop to the modem was too long. Cut out the middleman, moved the modem to within 6 feet of the ingress. No change. Then it was the plug, eliminated plug, installed ingress filter and bare wire connection to filter at ingress point. Still the same issue, and still getting worse. Finally started calling weekly, and whenever it dropped, started recording with software like Pingplatter and the like. Gathered over a month's worth of data showing an abysmal number of disconnects and unacceptable uptime percentage. Started really digging into the one status page and logging senior and FEC error rates. There was the issue, plain as day. After verifying my suspicions by looking up some info on the modem and the like, it was showing -30 dB on the receive side and -15 dB on transmit, the lowest the modem will read to. Issue is definitely on their end. Started requesting the local network engineer to come take a look. Should also have noted by now, upon dogging further, I found all my neighbors have the same issues. At this point I suspect that there are multiple issues, but the main ones being poor ground connections and possible water intrusion somewhere along the line due to rain/wet knocking us all out. I was told now that I'm too far from the DSLAM and that there was nothing to be done. I called BS. Really started on my campaign to get this fixed. Finally they did something, lowered my speed. This was marginally effective. While it no longer disconnected nearly as much, the signal to noise ratio was no better, and the line continued to degrade. At this point, I was starting to get angry. Over a year trying to get this fixed, I went and found every single email for corporate I could find and sent a massive email explaining the situation. I had found that a line-powered bidirectional amplifier was a band-aid fix for this issue, since they seemed unwilling to replace the aging copper lines. I priced them, sourced them locally, and offered to pay out of pocket in order to get one installed. Got a call from someone at corporate talked and exchanged emails for a bit, and told them what I really wanted was the regional network engineer to come look at this. I mean, I'm less than 3.5 miles from the main network backbone connection, 2 miles as the crow flies. He agreed to get the guy dispatched, and this nightmare was over. The day arrives, and the prescribed time comes and goes. It's almost time for me to leave for work, so I pull up there where's my tech page, only to find the ticket closed. Note states speed change, no need to contact customer. Called customer service to figure out what the hell is going on. I was told that the detailed note states the customer should never have been sold a 3 meg, let alone 6 meg package, as the infrastructure will not support it. Too far from DSLAM, still bullcrap. And so they took me to the lowest speed package they are able to. No call, no permission, nothing. Unfortunately, they hold the monopoly in my area. Within that year, the local coop decided to pipe in a fiber backbone from the neighboring metropolitan city and installed a fiber network supporting 1 gig connections. The line is being run out to my area by around October at the latest. As soon as I have a good option other than CenturyLink, you best believe I'll be gone for good. PayPal. As a seller, I used PayPal for years, as a buyer without any hitch. So when I started selling random things online, I used PayPal. Things were going fine at first. I had about 5 exchanges go through without any issues from the buyers, and I've got about $150 sitting on my PayPal account from sale proceeds. I do another sale, this time for $16. I check my account notifications religiously because I've heard of buyers attempting to scam PayPal. However, several weeks have passed and I haven't had any issues, so I start to relax. I'm not selling anything else for a while, and I'm going on vacation for Christmas break. I owed a friend $50, so I sent them that money from my PayPal. Halfway through vacation, my friend informs me the $50 I sent them has been reversed. I log on to PayPal, only to realize all of my transactions have been reversed, and I have $0 funds. I log on to the account email, and it turns out the $16 customer waited until the last day of the 30-day window to report his purchase as stolen and get the transaction reversed. And since I failed to respond to PayPal's notification, they took that as admission of guilt. But they didn't just reverse the reported transaction, they reversed all of my transactions. I try calling customer support and they confidently point out the $16 was taken because of the undisputed claim. I point out that none of my other transactions has been disputed. Why were all of them reversed? Dead silence. The customer service rep flat out admitted she didn't know why. I tried calling back the next day, and I was told that, because my account was found guilty of the dispute, via no response, I was no longer allowed to use their services, and I was not allowed to call back. In an extremely hostile / threatening manner, I believe the ticket claimed that someone had used the buyer's account and made purchases without his permission in order to get the payment reversed. So, because the buyer decided to scam both me and PayPal, I somehow ended up banned instead. My other buyers blocked or ignored me when I tried reaching out to get the other reversed transactions. The friend I owed money to felt so bad he ended up giving me the money instead. I didn't have a job back then, so it really was an extremely rough blow. The buyers already had my merchandise and I just got screwed because PayPal doesn't have any real seller protection or investigative abilities. The customer service was the most unbelievable experience of my life, and it's hard to believe that a financial institute is able to operate like that. This is going to get buried, but I hope someone gets some entertainment from it. Buffalo Wild Wings. I was working at a certain video game retailer, and my manager and I had set up an event with a new BWW location that was about to open down the street. The plan was simple. We would come down the night of the grand opening from 8 PM to about 6 AM, have systems set up for people to try, and run tournaments in Madden, WWE, and the like. People would be camping out in the parking lot to try to win free wings for a year or something. We were promised access to the bathrooms, hot coffee, it was winter and so cold, and maybe even donuts. We were also given a bunch of vouchers for a free meal at the new BWW, which didn't specify how much a meal was or how many you could use at once. We were both super excited until we got there. The manager let us walk through the restaurant to get set up on the patio, and as soon as we got inside he started talking about, look at those fat faking zombies out there, what kind of a cunt waits up all night for shitty wings? Like, whoa dude, those people are your customers. We get outside, get set up. A few hours in, my manager has to pee, and I just need to step in to warm up. We go to the door, knock, look inside, make eye contact with the BWW manager, and he just blows us off. We keep knocking, and he comes back and tells us to shut up. So, he's a dick who won't let us pee, and we never saw any coffee. At this point, we were freezing, and our boss's bladder was about to burst, so we packed up and left. It was about 1 AM. We went back a week later with a bunch of friends and our stack of vouchers, and ordered damn near everything on the menu. BWW manager tried to say it was more than a meal, or that we were taking advantage of their system, which of course we were, but we said, nope. Don't say that on the voucher, fuck you. Tipped our waitress handsomely, and walked out. Haven't been to Buffalo Wild Wings since. So, douchebag Dubs manager, fuck you, and the company you represent. Remarkable. God, I wish this thread didn't have 8k plus responses, so that anyone would actually see this. The tablet is only named so because you can mark on it, erase it, and say something like, well, that didn't come out right. Don't get me wrong, it makes a decent Kindle, but I bought it to draw on. It's seriously underpowered for any kind of drawing, but they advertise it directed in that way. There's even ads with quotes from customers saying they will finally get to do that graphic novel, or whatever bullshit they've always dreamed of doing. It does an awful job of formatting for that. The quality is potato and the price is unbelievable for a Kindle. So it's a good thing it has a 14-day money back no questions asked policy. Right. That's where the non-existent support team comes in, or doesn't. They don't exist. The web page for returns is automated, and the really hard to find page that should have an email address for help simply excludes that detail point. I followed the automated return system to schedule a pickup from DHL. No one ever showed up. So I dropped it off at a pickup location, and it came back 4 times because the paperwork supplied to me was insufficient for a shipment. They won't let me return it. I had it one day and said no thanks, and it's been passed back and forth to me and the delivery service. They seriously make it so difficult to return the damn thing. I'm pretty sure it's part of a scam. I decided today that the next step is to make sure no one else makes the same mistake I made, and I guess that starts with me forming thoughts right here. So, should I do an unboxing video of the package I tried to return to them? An in-depth review of the failings of the product compared to the claims of the customers? Anyone have any ideas? Citibank point. My wife and I had a joint checking account. She passed away, and I took a certified copy of her death certificate to the local branch to have it converted into a sole account for me, as they advised me to do. I'm there for an hour or so, and everything is apparently taken care of. A month later, I'm out at a restaurant taking our kids, 7 and 10 at the time, out to eat to try to take the tiniest step forward when dealing with our grief. I go to pay using my debit card, and the server informs me my card has been declined. I ran home to get alternative means of payment, and then called Citi's customer support. This is on a Saturday. They tell me there is nothing they can do, that my account has been locked at the request of the local branch, and that I should go see them first thing on Monday. Bear in mind that I carry no cash, and up to that point, used my debit card everywhere. I didn't want to write checks in case they would wind up bouncing, so I had zero money for a couple of days. I go to the local branch on Monday and ask for an explanation. They were apologetic and said they didn't correctly process the account transfer from a joint to a single name account. They go fix it and tell me that the system should automatically unlock my account at midnight, which is apparently the earliest time it can be done. Midnight rolls around, and sure enough my account unlocks, and I'm able to use my debit card once again. Later in the week I opened an account at Ally and transferred every penny into it. It was a significant amount of money. I then returned to the branch about a week after all this started and closed the account. They didn't even try to talk me out of it, just shredded my debit card and said they hoped I would consider them as a bank in the future. I indicated the sun would probably go dormant before that would happen. Fast forward a few months, and I noticed that this local branch is closing up shop, and they are consolidating business with a branch 20 miles away. Coincidence? Of course, but I still chuckled when I saw it. Things I learned: to never ever bank with Citibank. To diversify my finances, and so I started using credit cards shortly after that. 425 across several different institutions. Of course, it was the worst thing our family has ever had to endure, and somehow Citi found a way to make it even worse. Never again. Papa John's Pizza. A bit over 20 years ago, I decided to stop in and grab a couple on my way home from work. Only one worker in the place. The delivery driver was on a run, but I was the only customer in the place. Put my order in and sit down to wait. She starts my pizza, then the phone rings. She took 3 orders and hadn't even put my pizzas in the oven. After a 10-minute wait, another person walks in, orders pizzas and wings and a couple other things. He got his order first. The delivery driver came back and took the other orders out, and I'm still waiting. I was ready to leave, but my car racked it up before I could leave. Yes, I'd already paid for my order, but I'm the type that knows that I should leave before I get violent. I waited in the car, seething, and the manager came out and said my pizzas were ready. Grabbed them. This time the car started and went home. I've not touched another Papa John's pizza since then. Found out many years later, this is a common practice with the company. Low pay, short hours, poor training were their key to success. A few times since, I've had employers have a pizza day, but refused free pizza if it came from Papa John's. Vivid home security. One of my glass break sensors didn't communicate correctly with the panel over the course of 9 months. On 4 different occasions I called support, troubleshooting everything. They sent me a new one promising it is a free replacement to try again. It works for a while, then the issue appears again. Finally fed up, I called and argued with a labyrinth of different departments to escape my contract, to find out that each sensor replacement was being added to the bill. After finalizing the terms of ending my contract, I have to call and email back on 4 to 5 separate occasions, while being billed another period anyway, confirming the communications, fixing who I talked to, getting the promises in writing, etc. until I'm finally not charged anymore. At this point our frustrations with the company have been completely articulated multiple times to multiple people. Then a completely new department within the company calls me to inquire about my entire story and survey me on my experience. At this point I have no words and decline to comment. If their company is so disorganized that they couldn't already gather that feedback from existing notes, the business is a failure. Folks, talk to your neighbors for their recommendations. Don't sign up for whatever home security system your realtor recommends, because they are just getting a referral bonus under the table from a rep in the area, and never sign up for Vivint. Burlington Coat Factory. The store was an hour away, but I was there for another reason, and it was an impulse buy of 2 shoes. The total was $59.50, but something happened with my card, and faking Tracy the manager had the cashier swipe my card again. I checked my bank account, and I was charged twice. It would be fine if they actually tried to help me, but no, when I refused to drive the 2 hours to and from the store, I guess they thought I was a liar and wanted fast cash. I would call them, and they would say stuff like, "Oh, the manager isn't here right now." They also had me read off the receipt number so they could pull it up on the computer and then have the balls to tell me that maybe both shoes were $59.50 each. Beach, you can see the damn transaction on your computer and on clearance. What the fuck? I remember vividly they said they needed a manager to look over the tapes for some god knows reason. At this point they could see the transaction on the computer, and then when I called 10 minutes later they said she left. I swear they thought I was a joke. Like, what the fuck, Beach? I've called 3 times over the course of 2 weeks and you've blown me off and haven't called me back ever. I am not playing. Tracy also lost my information the first time as her excuse for not calling me back, but didn't even bother to lie the other 2 times. I can't even report her because Burlington sucks at customer service as a whole. Fuck you, Tracy. I hope you get fired like you deserve. It took a claim with the bank and the bank reimbursing me for me to finally get my money back a month later after the initial transaction. If it wasn't for the bank I would have driven up there to beat Tracy with those damn shoes. A cable company in my country called NetPoint, they were pretty good a few years ago, offering the best services, but went downhill recently. The internet connection was shit for a couple of months before we decided to cancel it. I spent a lot of time on calls trying to get them to fix it. All I got was the standard BS that I should restart the modem and that the remote tests showed no problem in their end. I basically begged them to send a technician to my house, but they refused to do it for free and would only charge for it since the remote test showed no error from their end. I got pissed and a new provider started offering combos on my neighborhood with the same price but 10x better service. When I called them to cancel it, they tried every dirty cheap tactic to keep me as customer. They offered me speed upgrades for my internet, more channels on television, etc. When I told them I wanted to cancel because their service was shit for the past few months, they offered me free technician visits, even replace all the old equipment for new stuff without charging. That annoyed me a lot. Freenet. While I personally never really had to deal with them, my parents once had the great idea to switch to Freenet because the internet would be €10 less per month or something. Well, Freenet told them they'd have it there and could supply us around 3 days after the Telecom closed us. Freenet did not supply shit. For 2 months or something we had no internet. I was a shut-in at the time. I didn't leave the house also because we lived in the last sheet kind of village and my parents never had the time to drive me anywhere, and the next place I had friends was 20 kilometers away. So I basically was in the shitter for these 2 months or something. After these 2 months and a lot of terror from me, my parents switched back to the Telecom, paid €70 for connection again, and finally we had the internet again after just 2 days. I then looked up Freenet on a provider website. They don't have any net in our village. The customer service told us they have, but they don't. Wells Fargo. There was an issue with the online banking where it showed some big payments had been processed and that I had a fair amount of money still in my account. I made 2 purchases and got hit with overdraft fees because apparently those big purchases hadn't actually been processed. I went into a branch to try and get them to remove the overdraft fees since it was the only time in my years of being with the company that I had overdrafted. They refused to wipe the fees, and when I asked them to close my account, then the lady took my card and cut it up in front of my face. The lack of customer loyalty with the fees would have been one thing, but the lady cutting my card in front of me really did it. It was pretty satisfying, because a few days later, when I was in the middle of opening up an account with a new bank, the same employee called me as a follow-up. I told her I was fine with my account being closed and couldn't talk because I was in the middle of starting a new account with another bank. Also, Wells Fargo had all those leaks and were caught opening accounts without authorization. I know most moving companies are kind of shady, but seriously, fuck Move Daddy. They charge by the hour and it mysteriously somehow took their truck more than double the time for them to drive from point A to B than it did when they started out from B to A. Like, what the fuck? It's a 60-mile drive and it took them the expected 1.25 hours to arrive there and get my stuff, but almost 3 hours just to drive my things to my new apartment. The movers first claimed it was a weather issue that slowed them down. But when I pulled up my weather app and showed them 0% chance of rain all day, suddenly it was traffic that slowed them down on a 6-lane interstate road at 8 p.m. where there were no reported accidents or construction work. They held my belongings hostage until I paid them for the full amount, which was double what I quoted. They also refused to honor my $100 off coupon and then had the nerve to literally ask for a tip. I swear my blood pressure still goes up just thinking about it. Dell Point bought a 27-inch monitor from them online. Should be delivered in 5 days. Cool. Check FedEx tracking. Reach my hometown 5 days later. Should be out for delivery soon. Couple days later, nothing happened. Check again and recall the warehouse because Dell can't verify my credit card. Call them and ask them to fix it. Rep says okay, should be good to go. Will resend the monitor. Never does. Call again a week later, same issue. This went on for a couple months, with Dell holding on to my money. Eventually I asked for a refund, and they said they couldn't. What the fuck? I initiated a claim with my bank against Dell, and what do you know? My refund was processed a couple days later. I never got a real explanation from them as to why my credit card didn't work the first time. No matter how many reps I asked, they kept steering me away. I was also transferred between departments several times as no one knew how to fix this issue. Terminix. Plot twist, they just replace the pests. They use tactics like disguising service renewal requests to look like bills. For example, I had a termite swarm near my house. Thousands of them were all over the cars, roof, and porch. My house backs up to woods, so I feared the termites would get into my home. Terminix comes, checks out the area and offers a protection plan for a year. I agreed to it and paid up front. A year passes, and I keep receiving a bill for the renewal, but there are no markings or verbiage indicating it's for a renewal. It just says I owe money. I also called them for a pest spray around the inside and outer perimeter of the home. Apparently I agreed to 4 spraying sessions. I didn't. Calling to cancel was a nightmare, and forever put on hold or rerouted. They have all the tactics to ignore, trick, overprice and harass you, and they will use them. I will take matters into my own hands from now on, or hire a local Joe. 99 restaurants for 2 separate incidents. I live in a suburban area with very few sit-down restaurants nearby. When the 99 opened in the late 80s there was an hour wait every night. So my mom and I finally get seated, and the table is covered in grossness. My mom gently asks the waitress if she could get a rag and wipe the table off. The girl rolls her eyes, looks around, bends over and picks up a used napkin off the floor, and uses that to wipe off the table. We didn't go back for about 15 years, but finally decided to give it a try. We sit and order. Me and my grandmother's food comes out really quickly, but not my mom's. So the waitress brings over a bowl of rolls. I grabbed one, and it was covered with mold. I mean 70% was green. So we flag down the waitress and tell her. She shrugs and says, just pick it off, and walks away. At least 45 minutes go by and my mom still doesn't have her meal and the bowl of moldy bread is still on the table. We've asked a half dozen times where the food is and nothing happens. My mom finally asks for it to go, but the waitress walks over with a plate and says it's done and tosses it on the table. It was supposed to be baked scrod or something. The damn fish was raw after all that. We asked for a manager and were told he wasn't in. I've never seen anything like it. How that place is still open baffles me. Fry boots. I've never been more pissed in my life than my experience with Fry. I purchased a pricey pair of their boots, something like the 1840 Workman model, waxed suede. Waxed as in waterproof. Look nice. Well, a year or 2 goes by, and they need resolving. So I pop in the store to see if they are still under warranty, and if that covers resolving. Person behind the counter looks at my boots and says yes, resolving is normally under warranty, and I guess I'll check your purchase date, but it won't matter, because you voided the warranty on these shoes. I'm sorry. What? How did I do that? Well, I can see here that these have obviously been worn when it was wet out, which voids the warranty. What, they're boots? They can't be worn when it's wet? I thought that was the whole point of them being oiled. Sir, these are not boots. They are boot-styled fashion shoes. I do not say this lightly. Fry. Do not buy their overpriced garbage boots. American Airlines. I don't know the details, but I remember the main stuff. Went to Disney World in Orlando with my mom, sister, and grandmother for a week back in 2014. On our way back, our flight had a stop in Washington, D.C., before heading back to Philadelphia. The flight out of DC was supposed to leave around 8 p.m., but got delayed 2 or 3 times, and then finally cancelled because they couldn't get a pilot for the plane. By this time, it was almost 11 p.m. We should have already been back in PA. Mom went up to the counter to ask what happened now, and they offered her something like $50 per person, or we could go to a hotel, and they'd put us on a flight to LaGuardia the next day that would later have us go to Philly. We'd end up getting home 24 hours after we'd left Florida. The desk employees weren't even close to apologetic about the passengers now stuck in Washington, D.C. Also, we'd have had to pay for a hotel, and mom asked about a rental car instead, so we could drive home. Nope, that wasn't gonna be covered. Mom ended up calling her sister to drive down and pick us up, so we ended up getting home at almost 6 a.m. My aunt got a better than usual Christmas present that year. American Airlines got a beaching from my mom and grandmother. Late edit. It was actually US Airways, not American. Though it merged with AA a year later. So does it still stand? So many. Here is one of the winners, though. NoHo, a computer insurance and repair company partnered with PC World. Years ago, I was a student who worked 2 jobs and lived alone in an expensive flat. Money was tight. I managed to save a little bit to buy a cheap but decent laptop that, whilst not high spec, would let me do work on it and browse and whatnot. I took it home, and it lasted a week before I broke it. Totally my fault, carrying it in my bag without a laptop case and bash into a wall. Next time I try to log into it, there is a blue screen of death and a menacing clicking noise. I'm an IT professional now, but at the time I only had very basic knowledge on computers. Whilst I probably could have fixed it myself, I didn't see the point in going through the hassle when I had insurance and cover through NoHo. Point: take it to the NoHo help desk at the store and hand it over. They say it'll take 7 to 10 working days to have it back, and if it requires a full part replacement, I'm liable for the cost of the part, but only the part, not the labor or anything else. I agree, because that's actually an okay deal for basic rate insurance. 10 days later I'm getting nervous. I give them an extra few days just to be clear, and, on day 14, after hearing nothing from them, I call them up. After an hour of them insisting I have no laptop in for repair, and speaking to a supervisor and eventually the shift manager, it finally transpired that my laptop never left the store. Someone either missed it on dispatch, or mislabeled it. Not sure which. Either way, it didn't go. They say they will get right on it and get it fixed, and will throw in their fast track 3 to 5 day service, which isn't covered in my insurance, by way of an apology. I'm a forgiving and reasonable person and accept, because shit happens. Fast forward another 7 days, still no call, email, or text about my laptop. I call them up, and they say they received it, but it's more broken than they thought, and they have to get a part ordered in. Why they wouldn't have every part to every laptop or device they cover in their repair center, I do not understand. They can't say how long it will take for definite, but it should be another week. I say okay, because I'm still giving them the benefit of the doubt here. Point: sure enough, another week goes by. 4 weeks without a laptop, and my schoolwork is starting to build up, and still no sign of it. I call them up, ask about it, and they have nothing. They can't say what the delay is, or why. I press the issue and the line disconnects. Call again, and still nothing. I end up driving to the store and seeing them in person, where they can't pretend the line is disconnected, and they can't ignore me. I get to the store, and he tells me that the laptop has been marked as returned, that I must have collected it, or had it returned. I assure them I hadn't. They heavily imply I'm a liar without using the actual words. I ask to speak to the manager, quite angry now, and tell them that I want my laptop back, fixed or not, and I want it back, in my hands, within the next 48 hours. He argues blind it's not in their system anymore. I say words to the effect of, be that as it may, 48 hours. The deadline comes and goes, at which point I contact the student union solicitor. She begins proceedings. About a week later, around the time the solicitor's letter was landing on the desk of someone who could do something, I got a phone call saying my account has been closed due to ongoing legal dispute. I say fine, and cancel my direct debit. They say I can't do that because it's contractual. I say they breached the contract by refusing to cover me anymore. Eventually, I get a call from someone high enough in their company to actually get things done, but low enough to be making these calls, and he tells me so sorry for the wait. The laptop had been repaired, but, yet again, not dispatched, that they would be sending it to me immediately via courier, but I would need to pay the courier fee. My very firm fuck off was not well received, and it was sent the normal way, a week later, and now approximately 10 weeks after taking the laptop in, I finally have my laptop back in my hands. I'm happy. I don't care about all the shit that went before. I can finally get to work. I go and log on, and, sure enough, blue screen of death. Head meet desk. I call them, tell them it's still broken. They tell me that they can fix it, but it is now considered an ongoing issue, so is no longer covered, and I'm liable. I tell them, not so politely, what orifice they can store that in, and what delivery method they can use to do so. I gave it to the computer department at the university. They fixed it for free in like 3 days and even offered to upgrade some specs for me at cost. Point: I have never ever purchased a product from PC World or any company associated with NoHo again. Not even batteries. And I never will. I don't give a shit if they are the only tech company left. If that's the case, I'll buy from abroad and pay the imports. Fuck them. Budget car rental. Every time we have rented from there, we have to wait almost 1 hour in a line to pick up the car. Half the people in line are there to complain about something. The customer service reps, or whatever you call them, constantly leave after they help someone and don't return for 10 minutes. I get they might need a quick break, but at least have more clerks available. There always seems to be 2 clerks working and 30 people in line waiting. On top of that, every person we worked with was aggressive, using fear to try and make us upgrade the car, get tons of insurance, or pay for the full tank of gas instead of returning full. It's not about the customer with budget. Also, Uber. My account was stolen in that breach and someone was riding around San Francisco on my dime. The lack of a phone number is super frustrating. I have to download the app to get my money back in an urgent issue. I should be able to call to get that fixed immediately. They did refund me, but I had to get a new bank card and change all my pre-existing payments thanks to that. Lyft has been much better. Apple and it. I've been trying to switch my iPhone 8 Plus to my girlfriend's Sprint plan for a couple of weeks now from at. Went through the process of unlocking it and received that email that explicitly states, new carrier, insert the new SIM card and follow the setup process. Sticking with that backup and do a system restore. 2 weeks of dealing between Sprint and at. The former telling me it's ineligible and the latter telling me it's unlocked. I did the system restore and got a message from iTunes telling me the phone was now unlocked. I checked with Sprint again and it's still ineligible. Further research into the matter turned up an interesting fact. Apple has multiple models of iPhone 8 Plus. Mine, sold to me by at, only has full compatibility between at and T-Mobile networks. And allegedly only works with Sprint, Verizon, etc. 4G networks. The phone sold by Sprint and Verizon? Full compatibility across all 4 big carriers. I was not made aware of this at sale and may be trapped on at until I buy a new phone. I won't know until I go back to Sprint later today. Apple apparently sells a third model that also works across all networks and is used as the replacement model they send out. So Project Phi from Google seems pretty cool right about now. Sling TV. I forgot to cancel my trial and I thought no big deal. I'm sure they will cancel it if I contact them the day after it expires. Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, Spotify all do. Nope, they refuse to. So I told them I wanted them to cancel it and I got an email saying that my subscription was cancelled. A month later I got charged again for Sling TV, and when I contacted them, they said that I did not confirm to the agent that I wanted to cancel my subscription. Even though I specifically told the agent to cancel my subscription, and I got an email saying that my subscription had been cancelled, they refused to refund me my money, and I was furious. The worst part is, since I was just doing a free trial, I added everything to try to my package. So it was like $70. So I got charged $140 for a service I wanted to try and ended up not working for me due to my slow internet speeds. The fact that the customer service agents were so against giving me a refund both times makes me refuse to ever give them a chance ever again. This is gonna be a weird answer, but HP and then not HP. I bought their printer a few years ago. I've since switched to a laser printer, and it was just the shittiest piece of technology Satan could dream of, which just put me off of HP for a long time, until I needed a laptop/tablet for uni. I bought their equivalent to the Surface, but it cost only about $450, and it ran okay. A few weeks later though, the battery in the system itself got really shitty. The battery would discharge itself, while the laptop was shut off, and the system itself would lag a lot, even if I'm just on Chrome. I had like 2 years of warranty. I learned through this experience though, that their warranty is superb, and I got an empty box overnighted to me with everything I would need to secure the laptop inside, so they could fix it. I got it back 2 days later, and they replaced the motherboard, battery, and upgraded my 128GB HDD to a 256GB SSD. I'll never buy their printers again after that one incident, but their laptop/warranty game is on point. 2. StubHub. Anshul is StubHub. Friend of mine bought her boyfriend really good Celtics tickets for a New Year's Eve game. Got a hotel room in Boston for it. It was gonna be fun. She gets to the gate, and her tickets won't open on the app. After a lot of not my job, it's a StubHub thing and finger pointing from Celtics staff, she waited for an hour and a half on the phone with StubHub in a bar across the street to be told, "We sold your tickets twice and the other buyer got into the venue before you did." Too bad. It took her another hour to convince StubHub why they'd be wise to refund her the full money she paid for the tickets. Chili's. When I was 9, I went to Chili's with my mom and ordered some chicken. About halfway through my meal, I told my mom the chicken felt funny. She checked it out and realized I'd been eating chicken that was barely seared on the outside and raw in the middle. If it had been a steak it would be cooked rare. She calls over the waiter who brings it back to the kitchen. The manager comes out and condescends the shit out of my mom, telling her that it's fine, that her 9-year-old just ate raw chicken because it's marinated. She tells him it's horrifying, that he's so okay, that his restaurant just served raw chicken to a child, and he fires back, that she was negligent for allowing me to eat it. That's right folks, my mom was supposed to check the work of a restaurant, to make sure they didn't serve raw chicken. After a lot of arm wrestling, the guy agrees to count my meal only. She pays just to be able to leave. I get sick. She goes after Chili's corporate, and then realizes that the manager took after corporate. It was a huge battle that she ultimately won, but it was a lot of bullshit in the process. Movistar. I bought a smartphone that was part of a bad batch. It would freeze at random and I would have to take the battery out to restart it. I went to a service center and they said that they would replace it for another cell phone that had the same characteristics. They gave me the phone. I signed the acceptance form and then it turned out it was far below the other cell phone in terms of functionalities. I had believed the guy in the service center instead of checking everything, simply because he told me it would be faster and equally good. I went back to the service center and they made me spend 1 month going back and forth while they gathered all the authorizations to change my phone to another one of the same model I had at the beginning. Apparently, they are not allowed to replace one phone for another of a different model, even if they had done exactly that the first time, and it took them 5 minutes. At the end of the month I had some extra pay, so I went and bought a phone from another company. When I arrived at the Movistar service center, the manager made a big show of trying to help me and give me a solution for the problem right now. I told her not to bother, showed her my new phone, and congratulated on managing a good sale for the competition. Electronic Arts, otherwise known as EA. It's not even because of the Battlefront 2 controversy either that lost me, that was only the natural progression of their greed. What lost me as a customer is that the EA of prior is not the same company as the EA of modern day. The EA of my childhood produced some of my favorite games of the generation such as Dragon Age, Origins and Need for Speed, Most Wanted. Those two games are so far separated from the genre spectrum, but I knew I could buy and enjoy both of them because they had the EA seal of approval. I knew they'd be quality. As time went on, the brand name meant absolutely nothing. If you think the monetization system in Battlefront was greedy, you should see what they've been doing in their sports games for what feels like a decade now. The Need for Speed franchise is nothing like it was back then, and BioWare, the company that developed Dragon Age, is on its last limbs with their new game Anthem. If it fails, they will essentially cease to exist and become another in a large list of companies that were inhaled in by the publisher and milked for everything they are worth. Points: do not listen to their lies. EA only cares about their bottom line, and any sort of good faith moves is merely to get the heat off of them, just so they can screw over their customer again at a later time. This is not a new thing they've suddenly decided to do. They've been doing it for nearly a decade now. Burger King. There was a tornado located in my area and everything said to seek shelter immediately. So my mom, her friend, and my sister stopped at the closest building Burger King. They had already closed for the day due to the weather, but the minimum wage cashier was understanding and let them in. He was nice and explained how they closed due to weather, how he couldn't leave till it flew over, about his day, etc. Very nice guy, pretty chill. Point. After talking for a few minutes, his manager comes out and goes off on this poor guy. Why did you let them in? We are closed. Don't you know what that means? We aren't supposed to let any customers in. The poor guy tenses up and starts stuttering. So my mom chimes in and says, you have a good employee here who was kind enough to let us in when there's a tornado nearby. The manager looks at her and says, you aren't supposed to be in here. You have to leave now. My mom said again, there's a tornado. Manager wasn't having any of it and kicked them out of the building. When they were leaving, the cashier apologized a lot. My mom's friend reminded him it's not his fault and said, shit, if you have to deal with her every day, I can't imagine what your life is like. Thankfully, this Burger King is about 2 minutes away from my house, so they made it home safely. But I will never go to Burger King again. I'm amazed I haven't seen Sony here. Every product I've ever bought from them, Xperia's headphone, several headphones, and a PS3, has had issues and they always refuse to help me because they're greedy as hell. Not to mention they're the only console company preventing every console from being able to play video games together with the Xperia Z especially. It was discovered that even if you closed all of the waterproof seals you would still get water damage. My phone broke after exposing it to water, even though the seals were closed. Of course, Sony refused to fix it unless I paid $300, more than what it was worth at the time. That's right, they refused to fix a problem caused by their faulty manufacturing. I found out tons of other people had the same problem. Fast forward a few years later, and they're legally no longer allowed to label their phones waterproof because of a lawsuit or complaint or something, so they instead call them water resistant. No surprise, when it was time for me to buy a next gen console, I went with an Xbox One, and don't regret my purchase, especially now after seeing all my friends with PS4s get permanently locked out of their Fortnite accounts due to Sony's usual greediness. Virgin Media Broadband. I was a customer for a few years, and luckily I didn't have to deal with their customer service team as I never had any issues with the service. Everything changed when I had to move to a new place. I called them up and moved over the services, however they had to install it in the block of apartments we were moving to. The appointment was a month later, and although not happy with that, I went on with it. Days before the installation date, I was told that it had to be postponed due to work starting in the building. There was no date yet, and obviously I was stuck with a contract now, but they said it shouldn't take long. 2 months plus later, and lots of calls and promises to get calls back that never happened. I managed to fuck them right off, but it wasn't easy. I will try to avoid them as long as I can. Yodel delivery. Unfortunately I can't seem to be able to control this as people use them to send me stuff. I waited for a product for a week. I called them up 2 days after it was supposed to be there, and they told me it would arrive the second day after 1 PM. It didn't. I called them up and was told that their driver was on the way and should arrive within hours. I waited for no reason. Every time I called them up they were lying to me that they were on the way. A day later, I tried again, same thing again. I eventually found the package in the brown trash/bin. Green waste. The second time I had to deal with them was similar, but this time it wasn't in the bin. Virgin Media Broadband. I was a customer for a few years, and luckily I didn't have to deal with their customer service team as I never had any issues with the service. Everything changed when I had to move to a new place. I called them up and moved over the services, however they had to install it in the block of apartments we were moving to. The appointment was a month later, and although not happy with that, I went on with it. Days before the installation date, I was told that it had to be postponed due to work starting in the building. There was no date yet, and obviously I was stuck with a contract now, but they said it shouldn't take long, 2 months plus later, and lots of calls and promises to get calls back that never happened. I managed to fuck them right off, but it wasn't easy. I will try to avoid them, as long as I can point yodel delivery. Unfortunately I can't seem to be able to control this as people use them to send me stuff. I waited for a product for a week. I called them up 2 days after it was supposed to be there, and they told me it would arrive the second day after 1 PM. It didn't. I called them up and was told that their driver was on the way and should arrive within hours. I waited for no reason. Every time I called them up they were lying to me that they were on the way. A day later, I tried again, same thing again. I eventually found the package in the brown trash/bin. Green waste. The second time I had to deal with them was similar, but this time it wasn't in the bin. O2 for my mobile point. I'd been with them for about 2 years and had a sweet flip phone back when they first appeared and were awesome, and a decent plan. I think it was something like 100 minutes and 500 texts £4 XX. It was a good deal at the time point. I wanted to renew, but keep my phone cause upgrades were expensive. So I went to the store. They wouldn't let me renew on the same price plan unless I upgraded my phone, which just added an additional fee on top of the monthly cost. I told them I want to keep my phone and keep the same package. The guy offers me a plan for 50 minutes and 250 texts that cost £10 more than my last plan. Little 15-year-old me points out that's less stuff for more money, and the guy responds with, look, you want it or not. I left the store and walked over to Vodafone instead. They not only matched my current plan, but gave me an updated version of my phone included in the base price point. Never used another O2 product since. All because of one dick on a sales counter. The AA. This is a British one. They're the biggest roadside/recovery service over here, I think. Member for 17 years. Always satisfied with roadside assistance when I needed it. The mechanics in the vans are nice guys, and on the rare occasion they've sent out an unbranded local mechanic, they've been fine too. But in recent years they've taken to hiking the membership fee to extortionate levels to people who are on direct debit. It means that you have to remember to phone them up and haggle before renewal time. It's basically saying we are going to screw our most loyal customers as deeply as possible, and no reacha rounds for you. Finally. Got sick to my tigs of the entire time wasting procedure, and don't think we should be supporting companies who do this for any members about to renew who want to cut their costs. Phone up, go through the I'm leaving option. Then say you're leaving. Don't give them any details of who you're leaving them for or how much you're saving. On my recent call, my automatic gold membership was going to cost me £269. 2 minutes on the phone, and he offered to reduce it to £222. Guaranteed to hold that price for next year. Note how not randomly increasing the service charges marketed as a desirable bonus. Said no. He said he could reduce it to £189. But, almost in as many words, I'd have to phone back and haggle again next year. Said no, and confirmed I wanted to cancel. At that point he says I could have reduced it to £141. Now, the only reason they're telling you that is because it's still on the table. Why the fuck else say it? Said no, and took my business elsewhere, because fuck that business model. But anyone wanting to renew their membership should be aware that you can pretty much halve the cost by phoning up and just keeping your mouth shut. Just imagine how much money this racket makes out of people who auto-renew. I find it hard to imagine their profit margin consists of anything else. Sears FAQ-M. I ordered a large set of tools for a company toolbox on Sears website for in-store pickup, with a pickup date a week and a half away. I was out of town and didn't need the tools right away, but figured I'd save myself 30 to 45 minutes of walking around the store looking for the tools I needed. All items were listed in stock, and I got an email notification that my order was ready on the morning of my pickup date. In total, it was probably 30 separate screws and about $600 total. I went into their pickup area and checked in on the little tablet. There was a 5-minute service or less guarantee sign up. Since there was no one else there, and my order was allegedly already ready, I figured I would be in and out pretty quickly. Nope, 15 minutes later, someone comes out and asks me if I've checked in yet. I point to the TV that shows my name as the only customer here. Without saying anything, they walk back into the warehouse section and I hear them asking another worker about my order. Fine, whatever. They come out another 5 to 10 minutes later with some of the tools I had ordered and tell me they are having trouble finding the rest of my order. Fine, whatever, they lost some because the pickup date was a while after I put the order together originally. Point another 10 minutes later and I'm frustrated that it's taking so long. So I walk into the tools section of the store to just gather the pieces I need and tell them I got them myself. When I get there, I see the guy who had helped me originally, staring blankly at a wall of screwdrivers. Note, I didn't order any screwdrivers, with a cart containing one or two of the other things I had ordered. That's when it clicked for me that they had never actually prepared my order ahead of time and were just walking around the store grabbing the sheet that I ordered and throwing it in a cart after I got there. And taking a long faking time to do it because they had no idea where anything was. The 30 minutes I hoped to save by not needing to walk around the store to find all the items, completely negated. I tapped him on the shoulder, told him I was canceling my order. He went to get someone to cancel it. During that 10-minute process, I ordered everything for pickup from Lowe's from my phone. They had everything boxed up ready for me that evening by the front desk as soon as I walked in. The hand tools may not have been Craftsman brand, but who gives a shit anymore? They make them all in China now, but Cobalt stuff has lifetime free replacement anyway. 2. The Sears closed a few months later. But, fuck Sears. The Coalition, Gears of War. They put out a decent product to begin with, but then sprinkled in every anti-consumer thing possible. Locked to the Windows 10 store, forces users to upgrade to Windows 10 just to play. But the Windows 10 store is trash and barely works. The download is 120 GB at this point and half the time will completely fail. If you have a data cap, that's a big hell no. Nvidia users couldn't play for the last year. This just recently finally has been addressed. For a full year Nvidia users would have frequent crashes to the point it was unplayable. Only recently have they released a fix that is supposed to address the problem. Microtransactions and a season pass. The season pass only gives you the option to use multiplayer maps on LAN. That's it. In the past Gears of War titles, season passes unlocked heavy amounts of content including a full extra campaign. In Gears 3, they wrote that certain people purchased it not realizing what actually came with it. The wording was vague at best, like all information about the title. The microtransactions are literally a scam with no duplicate protection, and I heavily believe that they are skewed, so you do not get the drops you are looking for. I seriously believe there should be a lawsuit involved for how they handled their loot boxes, because the rates look like they are manipulated to get players to spend more money than need be, something that is addressed in other parts of the world. The crossplay was mentioned to be complete across both PC and Xbox, but was revealed to not be the case and only later fixed when population issues started to occur. I could go on and on, but I believe I made my point already. Ford. My local dealership is complete crap and the dealer close to work sucks. My local dealer has said there would be a loaner car waiting for me, then said they gave it away. The service manager said multiple times that he has no idea who I was speaking about. When I asked him if he knew, let's say John Doe, despite it being his boss and his boss's boss who he talks to daily, the boss's boss said to mention his name to him, but after pulling out my phone and starting to call the owner's home phone number, he magically remembers who those people are, and magically a loaner shows up. They had 4 out in the lot. The other dealership advertises a free shuttle to work starting at 6:30 AM. However, when you ask to use it, they mean they will drive you to work, as long as it is within a few miles, and they only leave at 7:25. They won't pick you up, and won't leave at any other times. Since I can't get my car serviced under warranty anywhere else, I'm stuck with the 2 horrible dealerships. I wish I could buy my next car directly from the manufacturer, but there are laws preventing that. Plus buying from Ford would be useless as they can't do anything about crappy dealers according to the rep when I called corporate after struggling the first time at my local Ford dealer. HTC Point. I got a Wildfire as my first smartphone after being a regular customer of Sony Ericsson. It was a faking piece of shit, a product of the booming development philosophy of the time. If it'll boot, the specs are high enough, ship it. It broke shortly after I got it with Tesco Mobile. I phoned Tesco. They said the problem is HTC. I phoned HTC. They told me to go through Tesco. Eventually I got them to take my damn phone in. They kept hold of it for weeks and refused to rule out whether they'd replace it or fix it or even if I'd be billed. The overall tone was, we are assuming you broke this, so we might want money from you before we give you your phone back. Every time I called, they'd give me a sob story that they were updating their infrastructure and my phone was on a desk in the old office, or lost in transit, or mislaid, or in a queue. Total peep behind the curtain that I absolutely didn't want. No, they would not skip the phone testing and send me a new one to make good on their mistakes. They needed to check to make sure I wasn't defrauding them before they could honor their obligations. Eventually they shipped it back, and with it a Wildfire S, the updated Wildfire that actually mostly worked, albeit to a low standard. Point. Reputable companies don't release cheap products for unrealistic prices to capture a wide market, or most people associate your name with a shitty experience. Point. Don't cheap out on customer service. Some companies whose products I've had to complain about have converted me to a lifelong fan through their fantastic customer service. I was looking for a new go-to phone brand after Sony Ericsson. It could have been HTC. Instead I now never buy their products and rant about them on social media. Point. And when you fuck up, throwing a little bit of money at the problem to fix it can make a whole lot of difference. These are opportunities for good customer service to be elevated into viral marketing triumphs and grassroots goodwill. Point. Sending me an updated phone was a nice touch, but it was too little, too late, and honestly I think it was probably a mistake on their part. I have a couple on this issue. Point. Victoria's Secret. I have a credit card for them as I purchased some stuff for my wife from time to time. I made a purchase and forgot I had ever made it. It was only $65. After the payment was late they called me 3 times in one day from a blocked number, left no message, no explanation of who they were or what they wanted, no email, nothing. After they couldn't reach me that one day with no voicemail or anything, they reported my account and my credit score took a big hit. Fuck their customer service. Wiener Schnitzel ate here a while back and there was mold on the bun. I told the owner and he couldn't have cared less. He just said it was a new shipment and he would have to check it out later. Called corporate and they apologized, and that was basically that. Didn't seem to care if it was a pre-generated email response from the look of it. I reported them to the health department and haven't been back since. Point. McAfee. I had a subscription for a while. I ended up switching. I removed my card information from my account so it wouldn't auto-renew. When the subscription expired they pulled my card information even though I had removed it from my account and billed me. Big fight ensued. They refunded it and everything, but man, that pissed me off. They had no right to take information I had removed and cancelled and bill me. Etihad Airways. They changed my flight the day before I had to leave, less than 24 hours. Problem was my connecting flight left before my arriving flight, meaning I would be stuck at the connecting airport. 2 hours wasted on the phone with a response. I don't get what the problem is. What? Finally got them to understand, and they said they'd call me back within the hour. 3 hours go by, no call. I call up again, another hour waiting, and then having to explain all over again. Same faking response, but this time from another person. So what's the problem? What the fuck? Finally she gets it and says she'll call back in an hour again. Another hour goes by. It's now something like 10 hours before the flight at this point. You're probably thinking I did a shit job explaining this. Nope, they were just that stupid. Most of the time the call was on hold. International line. My girlfriend manages to somehow find the number of the local check-in desk, calls them up, and is in the line for 30 minutes, only to be hung up on because the staff couldn't handle all the passengers talking to her. An ass taxi ride to the airport later, and there's the beach that hung up on her. No apology, useless staff. They managed to resolve it 8 hours before I had to fly. I had to get a taxi back home, just to come back a few hours later. We were both polite and respectful the whole time. Emailed and complained later on, only to be offered their useless air miles. I can't think of a more useless way to refund someone. No willingness on their part to refund me for the international calls, local phone calls, then taxi to the airport. Worst airline I've ever flown with in terms of service. The aircraft was old and crappy too. Bank of America. They took advantage of me when I was a teenager. I went 2 cents over, and before I could catch it, a vicious cycle of overdraft fees caused me to go into the red $300. When I caught it, I called customer service in tears and they laughed at me. My boyfriend at the time paid it off, and I closed my account. I've been with a local credit union since then, and they've been nothing but amazing to me. Chipotle. I was one of the victims during the E. coli outbreak. Nestle. They're shady as fuck. This one I try to avoid whenever I possibly can. Kat Von D, Jeffree Star, Too Faced Cosmetics, and Amrezy Cosmetics. They're all shady as fuck, and I fucking hate macute brands that are attached to so much faking drama. A simple Google search on all 4 will bring up their bullshit. State Farm. They raised my rates unexpectedly, and when I called to ask about it, I couldn't figure out why. I asked if they could put it back and blatantly got a no. So I cancelled and went with GEICO. I now pay $90 less per month than I did with the original rate. Fuck SF. UFC. I used to catch almost all UFC fights in a bar or with friends. Then one night we had some friends over and bought the UFC fight online to put up on our TV as we didn't have access to it with our cable company. The image quality was terrible, which was kind of frustrating since we were able to stream everything else well. We even tried Netflix and that worked fine. What really bothered me though was a pop-up every 10 to 15 seconds that asked, "Are you still there?" That we would have to click out of to keep watching. It made the fights unwatchable. We contacted customer service, and they said it must have been our connection and the fights would be on their website later, and we could watch it then, but they wouldn't give a refund or try to help us with the pop-up. I was so frustrated, and by then we didn't have an option to watch the fights, and was out the money. I didn't make a conscious decision to stop watching after that, but my interest pretty much went down to zero, and I never made an effort to watch the fights again. I don't think I've even watched the free fights since. A local car repair place. I'd been rear-ended and my insurance company told me to go there. I used to be a hobbyist soap maker, and I went to farmers markets to sell my products. The company assured me that my van would be repaired by Friday morning, so I put all of my products, tables, displays, etc. in the back, so I could be ready for a 6 AM Saturday market. Only the place didn't have my van done on Friday, not in the morning, and not by 4 PM like they promised. I tried calling at 4, only to find they'd all gone home for the day. They had an old school answering machine, no way to contact anyone after hours. After trying to find anyone, to help me get my van out of their locked holding area before the Saturday market, I finally had to forfeit. The market charged me $50 for being a no-show. My insurance company felt so bad that the CSR was trying to find someone who worked there to give me my car. I had people posting on Facebook trying to find an employee. It was ridiculous. Finally got a hold of manager on Saturday, long after the market, and he was completely rude about it. He asked what I wanted, and I asked for $50 for the market no-show fee. They refused. It was only after American Family leaned on them that they reluctantly offered the $50 pointers holes. Sheetz is getting close to losing me completely. If you aren't familiar with them, it's a gas station, convenience store that started out with just hot dogs and hot and cold subs. Now the menu is crazy. It's all done on touchscreen and they have a ton of made to order coffee options too. The food includes hot dogs, subs, breakfast sandwiches, burritos, pizza, fries, chicken tenders, burgers, fried apps like moz sticks and popcorn chicken, nachos. Just so much and it all sounds great, but the more they expand the menu the food just seems to get worse and worse. They make all this behind the counter in a tiny area similar to the size of a Chipotle counter. The only thing somewhat tolerable are things in the deep fryer. The subs, burgers, dogs, and pizza are awful. Even the simple subs like a cheesesteak or meatball are flat out gross. On top of that, the wait time for the food is all over the place and it's usually so long. No matter what I order, even if it's a few hot dogs, I'm probably waiting close to 10 minutes. If I get in another time and get something that needs fried and takes more time, it is still 10 minutes, maybe 15. Anytime I'm standing there waiting, I'm thinking I could have just ordered a pizza and it would have been ready by now. Point, they haven't fully lost me because I will still get gas there and chips or snacks, but I never ever get food there anymore. The way my cell phone experience is going, LG. Point, it looked more beat up than all of my past phones I've had for 2+ years each. After a week. Point, the alarm clock does not have a setting for gets gradually louder, so it wakes you up not jarringly, making you angry for the entire day. The camera is good, but does not have a low light function. Point, it seems okay now, but the first time I needed to use Google Maps on it, it gave me a white screen and laggy audio directions. I was visiting Toronto for like the second time ever by myself. Recently I've had an issue where I try to turn the screen on and it doesn't, and tbh the double tap on the screen is way too easy to do accidentally. Apparently silent mode does not mean won't ring during the most emotional scene of the Avengers movie in a full theater, and certainly doesn't mean that shutting off the phone will be noiseless. LG customer service has since informed me that noise cannot be disabled, though I've been able to disable it since HM. But somehow I cannot hear it ring on full volume half the time. Point, it also seems to be updating the software constantly, or trying and giving me constant pop-ups, including a permanent suggest apps notification that I imagine I can only clear if I view their suggestions, which I'm not interested in doing. And I have 3 home screen options. When I press the home button, I choose the one I configured at the start. But that one doesn't have any conceivable way of getting into a directory of apps that are not on my home page itself. So I'm in a limbo of configuring a home menu with the app directory, living with the pop-up, or choosing my current home menu and possibly removing any way to access apps that are not on my home screen. I miss my Samsung. 1and1.com. I hosted all my client sites through there, and when I had a client that needed WordPress, I checked to make sure 1and1.com could support it, and it says you can. Point, I got on the latest version of PHP and set up WordPress, but upon trying to upload an image it would fail. I knew they would just blame my theme, so I made a new blank WordPress and tried to upload a 3 MB image, your typical photo from a camera. It didn't work. Tested it locally to make sure I wasn't doing something dumb. Worked fine. Called support and gave them the username and password to the empty site I made for them, and they uploaded a large image just fine. So I thanked them and explored why that uploaded fine. It was a bitmap, so it doesn't go through the compression in small, medium, and large conversions like a JPG or PNG does. That and no one uses bitmap online. Point, I got back on and got some lady and gave her the info and asked some basic questions, and she said she would look into it. She left me on hold for half an hour. Then came back to tell me she asked a coworker about it and they didn't know and she will have to get back to me. I have no doubt she let me on hold just hoping I would hang up because she sounded annoyed that I was still on the line. I just left it on speaker while I continued my work. It was at that time I decided to move that client to someone else and all new clients to someone else as well. Hurts. I was in a car accident, not my fault, 2 years ago this September. My car was totaled, so I had to have a rental for a few weeks. The guilty part is insurance was supposed to reimburse me for my rental. I got half back. They did fuck up by sending my other reimbursement check to Hertz, who cashed it. So they got paid double. After numerous calls and emails to Hertz, even sending them multiple times all required documents, I have never seen my other check of reimbursement for the rental. It's impossible to look up my rental number as they reuse the rental numbers every 6 months, so they were just going off of my receipt and all the info from the insurance company. I've sent all of the info to them at least 7 times. I've called corporate and all they do is tell me to email. There is no one else for me to talk to at corporate and no one responds to my emails with all the attachment. I'm never going to see that other $800. I know $800 doesn't seem like that much, but it's a lot to me. I was always a fan of Hertz over the other rental places, but never again after this bullshit. Disney. So tired of the crazy prices. 2 years ago we paid for an annual pass with no blackout dates. Several examples. Around Christmas time we had to leave the park because we didn't pay extra for an evening Christmas party. It seems they are being crazy cheap, forcing annual pass holder who are staying on Disney properties to pay extra to visit the park. Point: I used to live in California, and when we moved to the East Coast I asked Disney World what kind of discount I could get with 8 months left on my Disneyland annual pass. Nothing. Zero. Nada. They firmly maintained these parks were separate entities. Next, last time I was there we got in early to take advantage of the early morning magic hours, only to find out 3/4 of the rides weren't open. They only had a selected few rides open, effectively creating crowds despite the small numbers. Finally, while I can afford annual passes, the average American family can't even afford a 3-day trip without going into serious debt. I'm done with Disney and their fetish for money above all else. Airbnb. I stays in one last year where the host also lived on the property. He hung out right outside the unit I was staying in all week, drinking until 3 in the morning. He and his friends were loudly throwing around racial slurs, making jokes about wanting to rap girls they see on the street and cheat. I'm a woman traveling alone. Point: I left to stay with a friend because I didn't feel safe there. I reported my host, and Airbnb called him to tell him there had been a report filed against him. Point: he challenged my claims, and they found in his favor, in part because the customer service rep I spoke with didn't seem to understand what I was saying he did. They kept asking me how he'd discriminated against my friend, and I kept telling them that wasn't what he'd done. I'd explain what actually happened, then the next day I'd have another rep asking the same thing. They told me I should leave a review instead, so I left a review saying that the unit was a bit dirty but otherwise okay, but that I left early because I felt unsafe due to comments the host made about other races and women. My review was removed for mentioning the host's political or religious beliefs. Lenovo. When I had one of their laptops I had to deal with customer support a few times, and while in warranty the company was very good to me. It was while I was out of warranty that I had trouble. First up they charge $80 just for diagnostics, then after that they do extra charges. After I paid an additional $180 they did a repair, because my display was glitching and blinking. I paid for the repair and let them do their thing. During that repair they tried charging me for a new copy of Windows, because I had a hard drive upgrade, which I refused, because I also had my own license. They sent it back with that copy of Windows they tried charging me for, which was okay, because of a free license. Within 20 minutes of my getting the laptop back, I'm right back on the line with Lenovo, because the problem persisted. After they claimed they repaired it, they tried charging me even more, even though my system was under a new 30-day warranty for the repair, which I refused to pay. They accepted when I said that it was in my hands for not even a half hour when it happened. I had it on my table, which had nothing else on it. They got it and tried charging me $360, which was more than I paid at the very start, claiming it was water damage. So I refuted their claim, demanding either all the money back for all the repairs they did, including the $360 they were trying to extort out of me, to just buy the laptop from me for $600, or just send the laptop back, and I'd just use my phone for everything. Now I have a broken laptop. It was out $540, and I repaired it myself. The issue was one cable under my keyboard wasn't connected all the way. They sent it back to me broken, intentionally broken, so they'd get more money out of me because I was out of warranty. Any company that uses Hermes as a delivery service point ordered a Lego set due to be delivered by Hermes day 1, due to be delivered. No attempt made. We missed your email. I told them to leave it in my secure garbage area if I'm not in. Delivery rescheduled for next day. Day 2, due to be delivered. No attempt made. We missed your email. I call Hermes and politely ask what the fuck they think they are doing. Was told that it would be the next day. No further explanation given. Day 3, due to be delivered. No attempt made. I called again. Turns out they've lost my Lego set somewhere in their distribution center. Apparently I should contact the seller for a refund. Gee, thanks day 4. Order my usual Friday night Deliveroo. Guy turns up to deliver, mentions that he also contracts out for Herms, and tells me that he's been assigned a package for me that day. I give him verbal permission to sign for me the next day and leave the Lego set in the secure garbage area out back. Day 5. Finally gets delivered. Plenty of other horror stories on the interwebs about Herms, but I'm one of those who has their nose up against the front window from the moment I get the "your item has been dispatched" notification. Can't be dealing with a 5-day delay. Bank of America. I had my card stolen once and had to fight tooth and nail for the money to be reimbursed. Another time, there was a claims dispute, and despite having the receipt, they sided with the vendor, and it cost me $500 I didn't have. I found a better option and closed my account with them. End of story. Right. No point. A year later, I got an overdraft notice. They had applied a penny interest to my savings account, which reopened it, then charged me for not having the minimum in the account. I closed it. 6 months later, I made a purchase on PayPal and accidentally didn't change my payment information. What should have happened was the charge was denied. Somehow, it reopened the account. I immediately called BOA, and after being on hold and passed around for almost an hour, they decided to grant me billing forgiveness since I had overdrawn my account and reimburse the $25 overage fee. I had put a note on the account that under no circumstances was it allowed to be reopened without a handwritten letter from me. It has been 8 years and as far as I know, it is closed. The shopping channel. My very first year of did Secret Santa, and I got a guy who was interested in sports stuff. So I found some item that was fairly unique, stamped with his favorite team's logo, and it was only available through TSC. I bought it, added his address to the shipping location, marked my gift as shipped, and forgot about it. Come December 27th, and suddenly I got a warning from Reddit that my recipient didn't receive my gift, and unless this is rectified I will never be allowed to participate again. I check back through my emails and find nothing from TSC other than my purchase receipt. So I call them. They did actually answer quite quickly, and after looking into it told me that the address I was trying to ship to had been blacklisted, so the order was cancelled. The address that I was trying to ship to was a dorm on a university campus. So the shopping channel probably had some issue with the delivery and blacklisted the entire dorm as a shipping location. Now I don't know about the rest of the world, but to my knowledge dorms pretty much change tenants every year or two. So they blacklisted a dorm, even though the person who caused the issue most certainly does not live there anymore. But what made me even more mad is they never even sent an email to say it was cancelled. I literally never would have known if Reddit didn't email me. So I sent their company a private message on Facebook explaining what happened, because I don't like to call out companies for one mistake. I explained that it actually ruined quite a bit, because I had to quickly scramble together a new, shittier gift, and try and get back into the good graces of the Secret Santa people. They apologized, said they would look into it, and rectify it for me. I never heard from them. They never sent a single message. So now, because I'm incredibly petty, every year around Christmas I post to their page my story, and how they still haven't done a single thing, even though that was 5 years ago. I don't really expect anything to get done anymore. They've stopped answering my post, but it's always fun posting it and seeing other people's responses. Greyhound. Tried to catch a bus with my friend at 2 AM once. We were waiting with about 10 other people. Bus gets there, the driver gets off and says I only have room for 2 people. We stared at him blankly as all 10 of us had tickets. What were we supposed to do? Fight it out? He stared blankly back for a moment, then got back on the bus. Those of us who were waiting kinda looked at each other like, what should we do here? And while we are doing that for 10 seconds, the bus drives away. It took a year to get our money back. No matter how many times my friend or I called, emailed, and went in to talk to them, they never gave a shit. Whether we were super nice or super get me your manager now, nothing mattered. One time, as my friend was talking to a CSR who kept insisting we must not have been here, when the bus got here, the driver that left us walked in to get coffee. We called him out, and he straight up ignored us to our faces. Only when my dad called them did they refund our money, and it only took one call from him. He didn't even have to be mean. My friend and I are female, so we figure that had something to do with it. We weren't expecting 5-star service or anything, but we didn't think they'd just try to rob us. Not really a brand, but Mellow Mushroom has lost me. They changed their menu, both physically and content wise. It used to be a normal menu, now it's some weird plasticky paper rubber banded to a clipboard. It looks really trashy and is awkward to hold. In addition, they got rid of their Capri salad, the Capri, and switched it over to bruschetta. Their bruschetta is still good, but I really love their Capris, and to just not have it anymore is kind of disappointing. But worst of all was what they did to their calzone. I'm a weirdo who likes plain cheese calzone. Their old calzone had thick, chewy dough which was stuffed full with cheese. If you cut into the calzone you would have a veritable lake of mozzarella on your plate 2 minutes later. I specifically went to millimeters when I wanted a good calzone. Now, thin sheety dough, and the calzone is 80% ricotta. Ricotta tastes so cheap to me. I hate ricotta. The whole thing is just thin and greasy and cheap when it used to be thick and chewy and oozy and delicious. I'm extremely upset about this calzone change. Pretty much everything is made in China. I had heard some good things about some supposedly high-end Chinese products. I mentioned the 1-year warranty, and people responded with comments like I've had mine for 6 years and working just fine. Don't worry about it. I gave in and bought it, and for a year I was actually really happy. The product worked great, but at around 15 months, it suddenly died. The company literally wouldn't respond to any emails I sent, and getting repairs wasn't cheap. I have since learned through quite a bit of research that this is typical for Chinese products. Now to be fair, if you're looking for something that works, is cheap, and you don't mind temporary, then by all means buy Chinese. But if you're going to drop hundreds of dollars on a high-end version that has several specific features you want, and a $20 version from Walmart won't cut it, do yourself a favor and don't buy Chinese. In this example, I contacted an American company and they helped guide me to which product would get the job done for me. And their product came with a 5-year warranty. Basically I got great customer service from this company before I had even purchased anything from them. I was still shopping around at the time, and I got a warranty that lasted 5 times as long, and it only cost me an extra $50 when I'm already spending a few hundred. Considering it's lasted 3 years so far and still working just fine, it's already cheaper on a per day use than the Chinese one I purchased. Zag. I use their screen protection films on my devices, iPod Classic, Samsung Galaxy S3, etc. They work great. But as you can imagine, over numerous years of heavy use, they started to look ratty around the edges. No worries, though, right? They have a free lifetime replacement guarantee on their screen protectors. So I built up a return order for my screen protectors and they wanted to charge me for return shipping. Every individual's screen protector. I want to say it was $7 a screen protector, maybe more. Can't remember. Contacted customer service to negotiate a bulk return of all the screen protectors for all their replacements at once. Saves everybody shipping hassle. Nope, they would not work with me. Despite buying from them half a dozen times, recommending their screen protectors dozens of times. Free lifetime replacement, as I never bought from them again, and do not recommend them to others. I think Hi-Rez has lost me as a customer. They actually make a lot of good games and I used to like them. I'm a fan of indie gaming companies when they release a good product often and show they really care about their community. I actually started not to like them because I once said they were a good gaming company, but they had their flaws. Someone took offense to the fact I said they had flaws and started arguing with me. So I googled them, just to bring some examples where they were faulted, and I ended up finding all sorts of shit. They refused to pay their professional players a few times. They seem to like to get in arguments with their community. Their employees rate them as a bad place to work. They claim to always listen to their community yet do things completely counterintuitive to what their community wants. For instance, They turned paladins from a completely original game into an Overwatch clone despite massive rejection from their community because they knew it would make them more money. Not to mention they keep messing up their own games by doing things no one wanted, like adding loot boxes also. Most of their games just seem like knockoffs of other games now, or they simply follow popular trends. I would add in EA also. For obvious reasons. Firstly, they make work clothes and clean them for you for a cost. They contacted me and wanted to start a service for cleaning hand towels. I told them I would try it for a time and wouldn't agree to a contract, but would try it out. Things went well for about 2 years, then the towels would come back dirty and the coat was increasing every year. Told them I was done and the order confirmation, that's what their salesman called it, I signed turned into a 3-year contract that agreed to 20% yearly increases for them, and a clause that says, if I have 10 days prior to the end of the 3-year contract to opt out of it, if they didn't get a signed statement within that 10 days I automatically agree to 3 more years under the same terms. With price increases. So I told them I was done, and they still delivered towels at a higher cost than ever before, saying their bosses are telling them to do it so they can continue to charge me. So I finally got them to stop delivering, and they started sending me tens of thousands of bills. That is because the contract states, if I stop services they are entitled to 1/2 of the money I would have spent if I fulfilled the 3-year contract. I lawyered up and still had to pay them. I've done a lot of business in my life, and that company is the worst thing I've ever had to deal with. Their wealth is in those contracts and they know it. Hell, even the boss I yelled at told me he spends about a week every month in court defending the contract. Assassin's Creed. It's stupid. I know it's stupid. I used to love the series, and my favorite parts of the games were getting the ultimate armor set. So, along comes Unity. My buddy and I are hyped about trying to play together, and they tease the armor. My buddy and I do not get to play. We try, but it never connects. Whatever. I got that free DLC for Ubisoft's fuck up on release. Accidentally started it early, and could not get out until doing missions I was in no way prepared for. The ultimate armor was nothing but a faking skin that did nothing. I spent so many hours working through the stupid Nostradamus questline for a stupid cosmetic item. I was enraged, so I quit. I stopped playing for months. I finally went back and finished the game after a couple months. But I can't talk about the series, even ones I liked, without getting angry. I know it's stupid, but I think it was all the aggravations piled on at once. Plus, I liked Desmond, and the game seemed to have no issue acting like he never existed. I wanted my overarching story, and Unity proved to me that Ubisoft stopped giving a fuck about it in favor of yearly release garbage. Favor every single time I've ever ordered food from that shit app, it's taken hours to get my food. They usually tell me it'll be 30 to 45 minutes, then just keep extending that once that time has passed. I live in a large city too, so it's not like there's a shortage of delivery drivers. Last time I ordered some fast food, quoted me 45 minutes for delivery. That's pretty damn long for fast food from a place that's 3 miles away, but whatever, I was feeling lazy. An hour goes by, and I get a text from the driver, telling me the restaurant was closed, and I wouldn't be getting my food. I called the restaurant to confirm they were indeed open, and would be open for several more hours. I told the driver this, and it turns out they drove across the entire faking city to a location that had already closed. Like, permanently closed, several months ago. I got no response after asking them why the fuck they did that when I selected a specific location in the app to order from, and the location they tried to go to doesn't even show up on Google Maps or anything anymore. Like the dude had to have that address memorized or something, because it was a vacant faking building that didn't show up on any kind of online search unless you were looking up the exact street address. They also still charged me for this, and I didn't get a refund. I couldn't even speak to an actual human when I tried contacting them. I paid $25 for some random stranger to text me a photo of a vacant building. Do not ever use favor. 11 web hosting. Randomly they added web hosting basic. Turns out I need this just to have some domains with them. Allegedly. Cancelled as soon as renewal came up. Wasn't cancelled. Also the mechanism to cancel is extremely difficult and turns out this does not cancel anything. Continued for 2 months despite saying contract cancelled on the 22nd of April 2018. Rang up ask what was going on. They said they will cancel it. Just need to be put in the right department. You'll have to ring back tomorrow. The retention department shut at 6 p.m. Fair enough. I rang up the next day. Dude was extremely helppful and cancelled it there. And then wait though. They took roughly £70 out of my pocket for the renewals of 2 domains with a £5.99 monthly basic package on top. I wasn't bothered about the refund or anything like that. It stated I have the domains till April 2019. So I thought I would just transfer them to Namecheap afterwards. I just wanted to be rid of the monthly basic package and extortionate domain costs. £70 would have renewed my domains for about 3/4 years with Namecheap. Nope. He cancelled everything. Did not offer any refund. Just cancelled it all. Everything will expire on the 22nd of July 2018. Could not be bothered to chase anything up because they will fob you off. Turns out many people have this problem. Not just me. Do not use 11. Fuck Advanced Auto Parts. Girlfriend's one headlight went out. I went to Advanced Auto Parts, told the cashier the make and model of her vehicle, and he sold me a replacement for $30. Drive back to her vehicle, opened up the headlight housing, took the old bulb out, opened the packaging for the new bulb, tried to fit it in. It didn't fit. Guy sold me the wrong bulb. Drove back to the store, asked to exchange it for the correct bulb. No. We can't do that. The bulb is open. I said, but you sold me the wrong bulb. You picked the bulb out. Even. Sorry. Policy says that if the packaging is open we can't take it back. The guy even acknowledged that it was the wrong bulb and that he sold it to me. But he wouldn't refund me / exchange because of store policy. My blood was boiling to the point where steam was coming out of my faking ears. But the guy wasn't having it, and the manager of the store wouldn't be here until tomorrow. Went to a different Advanced Auto Parts store in town and spoke to the manager there to tell him of my plight. He said that the employee at the other store was correct. That is their policy, to not accept returns that have been opened. But, he said, I'm going to do the exchange anyway, because it's a terrible policy and you're not being treated right. Shout out to that manager. I wrote to corporate and told them that he deserved a raise. Didn't mention why, though, but I would never even consider shopping at their store ever again because of their moronic return policy. Fuck Advanced Auto Parts. Corsair. I bought a mechanical keyboard about 6 months ago from them. It was a K65 Lux RGB which cost around $130. So not cheap by any means. 2 weeks ago it started to malfunction and act as if the Shift, CTRL, and Alt keys were constantly being pressed. On top of that the backspace, home, end, delete, page up, and page down keys no longer worked. I called their tech support and they gave me a firmware file to try and fix it. So I followed the steps and it seemed to work great. Fast forward 1 week and it starts malfunctioning again. So I follow the same steps that fixed it before. This time nothing works and it basically is now a really expensive paperweight. This didn't really bother me that much since I have warranty on it. So I called them again to get an RMA on it, and I can hands down say it was the worst customer service I have ever dealt with. Since I have no working keyboard I wanted to get this keyboard replaced fast. So I went with their advanced RMA option, which means that you pay them the price of the part. They ship it to you first, and then you return the old hardware, and once they receive it, they refund your money. Well, one rep tells me that it'll ship in 24 to 48 hours. Another one tells me it'll take 2 to 3 days for the transaction to go through and be processed, and then another 5 to 7 days for me to get my new keyboard. While the second rep was on the phone, he tells me he sees my transfer went through and that it has been processed. Confused on why I'd have to wait 2 to 3 days for my money to process if he just said it was already processed. I asked him and he got flustered and hung up on me. So I called back and another person told me it'd be here in 24 to 48 hours. Shipping says it'll be here Thursday. That's nowhere near 48 hours. More like 120 something hours. Oh, on top of all of this, they don't even extend your warranty if the original part you bought was broken or doer. So now instead of having a 2-year warranty on this new keyboard, I'll only have what's left of my warranty from my old keyboard. Fact Corsair. TLDR Corsair's customer services sheet after my $130 keyboard died 6 months after I bought it. Toyota. I bought a 17 Tacoma thinking it would be trouble-free. It was a nightmare. Transmission geared improperly and it averaged 16.5 miles per gallon. Transmission would slam into first gear and couldn't decide if it wanted to be in 4th or 5th or 6th. It would just switch non-stop. Interior rattles galore. It also had an improperly balanced drive shaft and a rear end that would whine its ass off. Third brake light would leak. HPFP chirped like crazy at idle. They had TSBS and were attempted to be fixed, but they were all cheap band-aids that only moderately masked the problem. When my differential started leaking oil and it wouldn't be covered by the prior year, a call I threw in the towel. Lost a needle bearing with no lift. What the fuck? Luckily they hold their value, and on the rebates I got on the new vehicle, that ate the neg equity up, but I lost out on the taxes still. Toyota was a nightmare. They treated me like shit and belittled me, saying their vehicles are top rated and reliable. I always had to go above the case manager to even get the TSB's work. TLDR. 3rd gen Tacomas are trash and Toyota is cheaping out and riding on the memory of what they were known for. They are no better than a domestic, but have the attitude that they are superior. Very late to the party, but I blew a direct. I bought a pair of glasses from them last August. They broke before Christmas. I bought another pair around New Year's. They broke halfway through March. I bought another pair the same week. They broke in less than a month. So, having broke 3 pairs of glasses, 2 of which seemed to break on their own overnight, in less than 9 months, and knowing that I didn't qualify for a free replacement pair, I wrote an honest review of the product, saying that as much as I love the frames, you get what you pay for if you're buying a $9 pair of frames. That in and of itself was not enough to lose me as a customer. The point where they lost me as a customer was when their customer service department reached out to me and said they would like to make it right and offered me a free replacement pair. I asked them if they were sure, because their policy seemed to indicate that my situation wouldn't allow for it, but that I would accept only if it was a truly free replacement pair and that they would cover shipping costs. They replied and said yes, totally free. So I said sure, let's do it. Then they tried to charge me $12 and I immediately wrote back saying that I'm not paying for any part of the order and don't bother. So then they respond by saying something to the effect of, I understand you want a full refund. We can offer refunds on orders 14 days after shipment. Please let me know if you would like me to begin processing your refund. Up until this point I've been as cordial and polite as I could, considering that they reached out to me when they didn't have to, but this was the final straw. I'll let them have it. I understand that you've probably got a set list of canned responses you have to work from, but your adherence to that is really dragging down the quality of your customer service. I never asked for a refund, and you and I both know that all 3 broken glasses are well over 14 days old, so I have no idea why you would even offer a refund in the first place. I was mad enough that I've gone through 3 crappy pairs of glasses since August, and now I'm getting even more mad at your offering, then taking away things that I never even asked for in the first place. All I did was write an honest review of my experiences with your products. Then you reached out to me and asked if you could send a replacement pair to make it right. I said that I would accept the replacement pair only if they came at 0 cost to me. When you responded that I would still have to pay shipping, and I said thanks but no thanks, you offered me a refund that we all know I don't qualify for. Don't get me wrong, I'll gladly take a refund if you're willing to waive the 14 days aspect of the policy, but based on the bait and switch you tried to pull on me with the replacement pair, I doubt that'll actually happen. This back and forth half-assed attempt at addressing my dissatisfaction with your product has had the opposite effect, and I'm even more frustrated, angry, and disappointed in my experiences with iBuyDirect than I was a week ago when I wrote the review. Then they responded offering me 10% off the free replacement pair. A whopping $1.20. Point I told them to fuck right off, and that I had already purchased new glasses elsewhere. Not the company, but the delivery company they use, made me never ever want to order anything from Home Depot again. The one near me uses a local delivery place. We ordered a fridge, and the delivery company refused to bring it into our house because they said it wouldn't fit. They didn't measure it, they just flat out refused. When we measured it and informed the guy that it will in fact fit, he still said no and put it back on the truck. When we went to talk to the guy on the truck, he said it was also damaged and that there was a boot-sized dent in it right at the bottom. Point we called Home Depot and told them of the situation, and they said we can only be refunded when the delivery company verified that the item wasn't delivered. The delivery company refused to do so until we threatened them with calling the cops. A week later, we got our refund thanks to a very helpful Home Depot employee. Point Spirit Delivery can suck my ass. Domino's Pizza. Not that they were amazing in the first place or anything. I was helping my mom with some work on topiaries for a high school prom and we decided to call for Domino's. Placed an order, heard nothing back for around 45 minutes. They finally called back to tell us they don't deliver at this address. This is the place we need to call. Annoying, but okay, whatever. We called the second Domino's and placed an order. After another 45 minutes, we called them back, and they said they don't deliver to this address, and referred us to the first place. We called the first place back, and placed an order. After 10 minutes or so we just decided to screw it, we'll just pick something up on the way home. The guy says, really? After all that you just wanna cancel? Seriously, I spent way too long in food service, retail, and customer service, and I rarely get annoyed at clerks, let alone angry, because I've been in their shoes. But being jerked around for an hour and a half did it, and the fact that they acted like we were inconveniencing them was the last straw. Left them some feedback on their site explaining the entire situation, and got an email coupon a few days later for a free pizza, which I have never used. Best Buy. Worst customer service experience ever. Sequence of events. Bought a laptop there for $300 a few years ago. A month later, the screen went bad. Took it in. They wanted to charge me $500 to fix it and said my warranty wouldn't cover it. I told them no. Asked for it back. They said they had sent it out for the estimate. I'd have to wait to get it back. Took nearly 2 weeks to get it returned. When it did come back, the screen, previously only with a large spot of bad pixels, now was cracked like a spider web. Asked to speak to a manager. Manager refused to talk to me. Waited an hour, still refused. I left. Called the store. Nobody would speak to me. Called and emailed corporate at least a dozen times. Nobody would return my messages. Ended up getting the screen fixed for $100 elsewhere. 7 years later, the screen still works fine. Only time since then I have set foot in a BB store was because I had to return something for work and was asked to go. I used to spend hundreds, even thousands of dollars a year at BB. Fuck them. BT, British Telecom. I've had it for several years with my parents, but I moved recently. So I went to BT because their speeds were excellent and they offer unlimited fiber optic broadband. I find out the place I'm moving into has 2 phone lines, and they ask me which one to take over. I say I don't care, just pick one. They say that's fine. I was given my delivery date for the Wi-Fi box. Date comes, Wi-Fi box isn't there. I contacted them again asking why. I haven't given them the number for the line I want to take over. Fine, I now own the flat, so I can go find it out. I found one. Yay. Except the number one find is one that actually diverts out if I call it. Boo. I tell them this and say it's the only working one I can find. After a 4-hour conversation, they tell me they are going to call me in a couple of hours to sort it out. I get no call, but because my weekend was extremely busy, I forget until 3 days later, on Monday. I contacted them again. Turns out that due to a technical error, they cancelled my order without telling me. This has been going on for 2 weeks. I was to move into my place a couple of days later, and I wasn't going to do it without the internet. I needed it for work. I tell them they have 2 hours to call me back and sort this, or I'll go elsewhere. 2 hours pass. I go on the Sky website, and within 15 minutes I'm told that one of the lines is inactive at my flat and the other has been diverted, so they'll be reactivating my other one to use point go to BT. Tell them that I've switched, and to not contact me again. Within 15 minutes, I got 2 phone calls, a text, and an email, all from BT telling me they are ready to set me up now, and an engineer will be out that day with my box arriving the day after. I tell them to go fuck themselves. Proceed to slate them on every review site, Twitter feed, Facebook page, whatever I can think of. Sorry, that turned out long, but it happened last month, and I'm still furious about it. My Skybox turned up as planned, and my internet has been flawless since, and actually costs less. Bonus, I remembered my parents had the same issue with BT when they were trying to set up their internet, but at the time we knew the head of Openreach who made sure everything got sorted within 3 days. Nepotism, TLDR, BT can suck a massive amount of dick. Car. Went to their website at the start of my search for a new car, and they had an applet which lets you put in your car to get an estimate of the value of the car. I did this, and of course they require an email address. They also wanted a phone number, but it wasn't required. Within 2 hours I had 7 emails from 5 different people at the dealer asking me to come in and test drive a car / talk about my trade-in. This is all from the same dealer. 5 different people. Within the next 24 hours I got 4 more emails from them. I sent a letter back to all 5 people explaining that inundating the customer with emails is not the way to make a sale, and especially it's not a good idea to not assign one person to be the customer liaison point. Not a single person of the 5 even responded to my email with any sort of apology. Say that they're automated emails. We can assign you one person you can talk to etc. Since then I get at least 1 email per day from them. Yeah, not buying a car. I have a few actually, all travel related. Expedia. I'd booked a RT ticket, but at some point they cancelled the return half. Customer support essentially told me it wasn't their issue, and that this kind of thing happens. Iberia Airlines. Went to drop my bag off for check-in, and was told they couldn't check it to my final destination, only to my layover, and that I'd have to go get the bag and recheck it once I was there. It was only a 40-minute layover, so I ended up missing my connection. The staff just couldn't seem to understand the issue, even blaming me for leaving. Eventually it got sorted out, but every leg of that trip had issues. American Airlines. It wasn't a specific thing, more a myriad of problems. The final straw, I guess, was when I was traveling for my mom's memorial service and almost missed it because of how they screwed things up with delays / connections. The real kicker of it all was that they just didn't seem to register the importance of it. No one seemed to genuinely care about the situation as a whole, and this was in stark contrast to how well Alaska Airlines treated me around the same time. Seeing 2 very different levels of responsiveness, care, and consideration put me off America for good. Rockstar Games. After spending over a month arguing with their support over the banning of my GTA Online account, I finally just quit playing the game altogether and swore never to play any of their future games until they make changes to their banning policies. Background. Last month, I logged into GTA Online after a few months hiatus for a money giveaway / event from Rockstar. $1 million total over the course of 7 days. I decided to play for a few days, since there was a 2x EXP event going on as well. A few days later, I logged in and found that my account was banned for 30 days and my character, that I had for almost 5 years, was reset. I haven't cheated or used any mods, so I contacted Rockstar support about it, believing it to be a mistake, but they wouldn't even talk about it with me. They just kept giving me copy and pasted responses telling me that all bans are final. This happened repeatedly over the course of a month. When my ban was finally lifted, I reinstalled the game from scratch just to be sure and made a new character. A few days later, I got permanently banned for no apparent reason, and at that point, I just quit. TLDR, I got banned 2 times for no apparent reason. Tried contacting support about it, but they wouldn't help me with my situation whatsoever, so I just quit playing their games and supporting them. Game Store. I pre-ordered Pokemon Alpha Sapphire from there solely because I was told every pre-order came with a free Kyogre figurine. I don't normally bother to pre-order AAA games because I don't see the point. They aren't going to run out. But I did this time because the figurine was cool. Also it cost £40 at game but was £35 in Argus. So I paid my £5 pre-order fee and went home. Came back later on release day to pay the other £35 and pick up my game and figurine only to be told, oh, we've run out. The figurines were only for the first 50 customers. I asked for a refund on my pre-order fee which they refused. I explained that I didn't want the game from them anymore. I only pre-ordered because I really wanted the figurine, and since I couldn't have it, I'd rather get the game from the cheaper shop. And since they broke the sales contract I was legally entitled to a refund. They still refused and said that I couldn't prove. An employee told me every customer got a figurine point, so I've never bought another thing from them. The 5 Pokemon games and replacement 2DS for my broken one have not been purchased from game, and my sibling who used to get a game gift card for Christmas every year now gets a gift card for somewhere else that he likes. National car rentals. My family was flying to New York and we needed a rental car, so we booked a car with National. Our flight got in late, so we made sure that they knew we were going to be cutting it close to their closing time. Then there was a delay that put us arriving about 10 minutes after their closing. We called them to let them know, and they confirmed that people would still be there to get us our car. Well, we land and head over to their booth and nobody is there. There are a couple others from our flight that also rented a car through them, so we all called their corporate number and they are just like, oh, we are closed, but someone will be there first thing in the morning. What? Are we just supposed to sleep in the airport overnight? Luckily, Hertz Car Rentals still had some people working, so we all went over to their booth and they were able to get us all the cars. Hertz was supposed to close too, but they actually gave a sheet about us and stayed late to help us out. Hertz has won our business. Fact National. High-res studios, namely for Tribes, Ascend. Like a lot of folks, I was all over this. The original Tribes was my childhood, so of course I'm going to pay attention to this homage. I was devoted. They started releasing weapon etc packs for their new releases. Tribes, Ascend is F2P, so I get it. Can't work for free and all. No problem. The problem I have, these weapon packs were about $7.99 or whatnot. I bought them all, except maybe 1 or 2 as I just didn't use those particular items. And then I log in one day. They have everything available in the game on sale for $10. Now, I get what people say. I was an upfront user, and I'm pissed now that they are doing sales, partially negating my purchases. You have to understand, this was very shortly into the game. You just laid down cash to buy packs, still not having everything unlocked, and they sell everything in the game for $10 a month later? That's pretty low. You're slapping your users in the face. That crap. FedEx. I was doing RMA 5 years ago, and I had to pay shipping to the facility. I packaged up my box and took it into the FedEx store and had them ring me up for my box. No big deal. A few days later I was looking at my transactions and FedEx charged me $25 more than what was on my receipt, so I called the store to figure out why this happened. Turns out the lady helping me put the wrong dimensions of the box in and charged me more. They told me they would credit me back the money. A few weeks go by and nothing, so I call my credit card company and tell them what happened, so they refund me the money. Next thing, FedEx starts sending me bills for the package. So I called into their billing department 3 separate times to correct the bill, and each time they told me they fixed the payment to the correct amount and that I wouldn't be charged the extra $25. Fast forward a month later and I get a letter from collections saying I owe FedEx $35 now. I call in and nothing can be done because it was sent to collections. I have never used FedEx since and refuse to ever use them again. Hotel chain. My husband and I stayed there the night of our wedding, and it was absolutely terrible. I booked the hotel, and when my husband went to check in and get ready with his best man there, while I was getting ready at home for the wedding, even though both of our names were on the reservation, they wouldn't let him check in. The front desk said someone from reservations would have to call me to verify that it was okay. Not a problem. Husband gives the woman my number, then texts me and my sister to make sure we'll know to answer if I get a call from a strange number. 10 minutes later, no one has called, so I call them. I get transferred 3 times, then they just drop my call. Think, okay, that's unfortunate, and try again. Again, I get transferred a few times and my call gets dropped. At this point, my husband has been trying to check in for almost 30 minutes and can't wait any longer. The receptionist agrees to let my husband check the bags and we'll just check in after the wedding. The wedding was amazing. So at 1 AM, when we show up at the hotel to finally check in, we are totally exhausted. We go and check in, hoping for at least some sort of acknowledgement and explanation about what happened earlier. Nope. The woman that checked us in commented on how late we were checking in and how fancy we were dressed. I was in the wedding dress, of course. I told her yeah, we just got married and they wouldn't let him check in this afternoon. She just said how while finishing the check-in. We asked her for our bags. She said it'll be a minute. We stepped to the side of the check-in desk to wait for a bellhop. Several minutes ago and nothing was happening. We can see that the receptionist is on Facebook the entire time. Finally we asked her if someone is coming soon, and she had forgotten to notify anyone we were waiting. Finally someone came and very sullenly took our claim tickets and got out bags. We finally got to the room and all I wanted to do was shower to wash off my makeup and pass the hell out. The shower was trying to be a fancy partially doorless design, but they totally forgot that if you don't have any glass you need to account for that in the placement of the shower head and the layout of other fixtures. The toilet and toilet paper are right next to the shower, so the paper gets completely soaked. When we checked out the next morning, the woman asked if we enjoyed our stay with the self-assurance that can only come from fully expecting the answer to be yes. Without a pause, my husband and I both say no. Her face fell. She clearly had no idea how to respond to us and just ushered us along as she handed us a receipt. This is too late for anyone to read, but I've never told the story. Delta tried to cancel my honeymoon. My wife and I were getting ready for our wedding and subsequent honeymoon. I'm not really a planner, and thank goodness my wife is. She was helping lead the charge to cross-check everything as we approached our wedding day, and one of those things was to check on the airline for our flights to our honeymoon. I called up Delta and asked to get confirmation that the flights were all still scheduled for the same times etc. When much to my surprise, they informed me that my tickets had been cancelled. I had received no email, call or notification whatsoever. I was stunned. Furthermore, they claimed that they had received direct confirmation from my wife, obviously the other name on the ticket, and they informed her that cancelling the trip could not be undone, and we would need to repurchase tickets at a higher rate if we changed our minds. According to the notes in the system, my wife insisted to cancel. I was furious. I demanded to hear the recording of my wife instructing cancellation, and despite the phone call starting with the standard notification of a recorded conversation, Delta was unable or unwilling to produce any such audio. I had no option but to rebuy tickets at a significantly higher price due to the impending travel dates, and they claimed it was their policy to not accept a formal complaint until 2 weeks after the trip. We ended up password protecting the travel plans, which most customer service reps denied you could do, and had to elevate to managers each subsequent time we checked on the second booked tickets. And as everyone reading this story could predict, after we returned from our honeymoon, we didn't feel like fighting through corporate bullshit and let it slide. But every time I think about it, I'm angry at Delta and angry at myself for not seeing it through to the end. Spectrum. Previously Time Warner Cable, new internet and cable provider came to my town. Since my promotional rate with Time Warner was about to expire, despite initially being told it never would, I called them to talk about their options. I asked if they could match or offer at least a similar option to the other provider. Nope. For the same speed I would have to pay twice as much. What the other provider was offering was already stretching my budget a bit. Oh, but they could throw in phones and cable TV for free or some shit, so it was really a deal. Despite me making it abundantly clear that I actively did not want either. Not to mention that, in order to get the same service I have been receiving, it was going to be significantly more than I was paying. To keep the same budget, I would have had to take a quarter of the speed I had. I switched. In the 2 years that I've had the other provider, I've had to call about an issue a total of twice, vs like twice a month. My bill never changes, and my speeds are always as promised. It was a little bit more than I had been paying, but the no hassle aspect of it more than makes up for it. Rogers, Canadian telecom and internet provider. I finally cancelled them years ago, after paying way too much for TV and internet. Went with another ISP with better rates, and no cap. I closed the account with Rogers, and they told me to return the cable box and the modem to the nearest Rogers store. Next day, I did that, but they wouldn't take my modem. Something money owing. You have to call customer service, but I'm in the Rogers store. Sorry, you have to call customer service. I called and, long story short, spent an hour getting transferred to the wrong people ever single time. Finally lost my sheet in the middle of the store and started yelling into the phone, making a scene, and making damn sure all the other customers there heard me. Eventually, I forced the guy on the phone to talk to the guy in the store, and they got my problem sorted out in 5 minutes. The issue, I rented the modem for so long I now owned it, and they wouldn't take it. So I spent an hour with Rogers customer service, while in the Rogers store, always being forced to talk to the wrong person, until I lost it. I will never use Rogers again, unless there is no other option. For the record, I went with a company called Texav, and they've been amazing. Their customer and tech support is top notch. Hertz rental cars probably buried by now, but they totally pissed me off the one time I had to deal with them. A little old man lightly rear-ended my car the week before I was trading it in. Nothing serious, just a little touch-up, but his insurance demanded I use Hertz. Whatever, I've never used them, but how hard could a rental car be? His insurance patches me through to Hertz, who sets everything up, and they tell me that the closest store is 45 minutes away from the shop I'm using, and that they need my appointment time for dropping off my car, so they can already have the car there. Cool. I show up, and there's no rental car, so I wait about 45 minutes in the lobby with my then 1-year-old daughter, before I decide to just call them and see what's up. I get some ding dong at their store, who pulls up my rental, and basically tells me, "Oh sorry man, we spaced. We'll be there in a half hour to an hour." Okay fine, whatever, so we wait for the full hour and no one shows up, so I call back to the store, and get a different guy, who sounded really stoned, tells me he can't find my rental agreement. Then suddenly he does find it, and tells me that they don't deliver cars that far, and that they won't be coming to me, but I can come to them for it, which is impossible, because how the fuck would I do that? It's now been around 2 hours. My kid is stir crazy from sitting in a lobby board, and I was just informed more or less that I can go fuck myself. The lady behind the desk at the shop had been in and out of the lobby doing paperwork, a really busy shop, and had checked on me multiple times, and could see how pissed I had finally gotten and asked me what's going on. I tell her what's up, and she immediately rolls her eyes and tells me that because they are a preferred collision repair place by essentially 90% of the insurance providers in the area, that they dealt with Hertz a lot in the past, and it's always a nightmare, and that she'd take care of it. She tells me to hang on and calls whatever direct line she had to State Farm, the guy who hid me insurance, and sort of politely lays into the person on the phone for me, hangs up and tells me Enterprise will be there in 15 to 20 minutes. They got there in 15 minutes. The lady behind the desk told me that the last Hertz rental car they dealt with was at least 2 months ago, and they had it on their lot for the entire time, because Hertz kept saying they'd come get the car, and never did. So they told them they were going to start charging rental by the day, and it magically disappeared after months of sitting there. There's a reason you never really hear about Hertz these days, or at least I hadn't in a long time. Until that ordeal, I'd rent a donkey before I ever rent a car from them. HTC. I'm a VR enthusiast and had a DK1 Oculus around when they first came out. It got me hooked. Then when Valve announced they were making a headset, I was ecstatic and pre-ordered it. It arrived right around my birthday, and for months it was easily my favorite piece of technology. Then the controllers started to break down. At this point I owned both a Steam controller and a Vive controller, and the problems began to show in only the Vive ones. Reason being, Valve didn't produce them, they only designed the systems and software. HTC produced the wands, and for years, even though their controllers break so often, and they've dropped the price of the entire set, the Vive wands remain $130 each on their website. A full Vive set is $500 right now. 2 lighthouses and 2 controllers are $520. That means if you sold all the individual parts at their prices you could make $20 and keep the headset. The fact that they refuse to make the price smaller or make more robust controllers and their abysmal support is the reason I refuse to buy controllers from them, and they are the reason I can't play my Vive. So I'll wait for Valve to release their own controllers and hopefully never send another cent HTC's way. GameStop IDK. If the guy was just a idiot or was told to push Xbox 360, but he really pushed it on me, then 11 to 12-year-old I had came in with my saved money ready and wanting to buy a PS3, and the only reason in the world that I wanted a console in the first place was because of Metal Gear 4. But the guy would just keep saying, why do you want a PS3? Its loading times take forever. Even another customer jumped in confirming it. I told him, but the only reason I want a PS3 is to play MGS4, and he says, or it will come out for Xbox 360. I say I thought it was exclusive, and he says it will come out for Xbox 360 later. Yeah, it took me about 2 years to realize that even PPL that are in the game business, they can have no clue what they are talking about. I still haven't played MGS4. Maybe if I get to play it, maybe then I can forgive them, but not until then. The only good thing I got out of this Xbox 360 was Mass Effect. Speaking of Mass Effect, I don't buy from BioWare anymore as well. After Mass Effect 3 and its ending, I can't trust their word anymore, and that means Avid to me. Hotwire. I booked a layover with them, and somehow the second flight got rescheduled to leave before my first flight did. Spent 12+ hours on the phone trying to explain to various Hotwire employees what had happened and get it straightened out. A few of them told me they were trying to get me on a different flight so I could actually make all my flights, but couldn't for some reason. Most of them told me I needed to call the airline, which consistently told me I needed to get it fixed through Hotwire, since that's who I bought the ticket with, and a few of them basically pretended had no idea what I was talking about. One guy actually tried to reschedule my second flight to an even earlier time. I used to work at a call center, so I tried to be patient with everyone, but by the time I was done with them I was livid and just told them to cancel my ticket and refund the money, which they did. I went on the airline's website and was able to buy a ticket for flights at almost the exact same time as my original ones. It was actually cheaper than what I had booked with Hotwire. Symantec business practices border on illegal. Lots of their software is vaporware and their enterprise level stuff only does the minimum, locks you into their vendor practices, making it hard to replace. Anything owned by EMC, they buy business and just screw them up. Crash Plan was good until their CEO went insane. True Green, they do not deliver on their promises. Their only product worth a damn is the mosquito repellent. Glock has the worst customer service in the world. Walmart treats their employees like slaves and I will never enter their store again. Gold Metal Flour is somehow, how do you screw up flour, unable to meet the standard that generic brands reach. Bread, cake, gravy, McDonald's, the employees at many locations. I travel a lot for work, can't understand how to fulfill an order, and it is better that I don't eat there anyway. Republicans, they support a crazy wannabe dictator. Molly Maids. Had a guy come out to estimate the cost of cleaning the house top to bottom as we were selling it. No furniture or anything in it. Guy quotes us in writing with $X, 400 I think, and should be about 4 hours, but they are going to quote 6 just to be safe. They come, take them over 7 hours, great cleaning service, and clean everything very well. They then charge me for the extra time. I call and complain saying, despite terrific work by the cleaners, that's not the price. They tried to argue saying I requested additional services when they showed up, and also the guy who quoted us doesn't clean houses, so he has no idea about how long it would take. 1. I did not request anything additional. When I booked I requested the most thorough cleaning they provide. And 2. Why the hell was he the one to quote the work then? Owner was unable to refund us. Filed a BBB complaint. She ended up giving us a refund several months later. Apple. I had an iPhone for a few months before my clumsy ass dropped it into a sink and killed it. So I took it to the Apple store to see what my options were. They said they couldn't fix it and couldn't get any data off of it, but I could trade it and $150 to get a new iPhone from them. So that's what I did. About 6 months after getting my brand new in the box iPhone from the Apple store, the thing just dies all weird like. I'm driving with the iPhone hooked up to my car via Bluetooth and I'm talking to someone on the phone. Then the call drops but doesn't actually drop. I can't get the phone to disconnect from the call. It's frozen. I can't shut it off. The phone seems to be crashed at such a low level as to completely ignore the power button. I can't disconnect the call. The car won't drop the Bluetooth connection. I had to actually turn my car off to get the damn thing to disconnect point. But here's the thing. I can't just remove the battery because it's an iPhone. So fat consumers, right? So I make an appointment and take it into the Apple store and they tell me that it's no longer under warranty. That my warranty expired 2 months ago. What? I ask, all incredulously. You just sold me this phone 6 months ago. Yes, said the genius. But your warranty was associated with your original phone. But you have my original phone and you gave me this one in its stead. This is the way the Apple warranty works, sir. So, yeah. I will never buy anything from that company ever again. Asus. My first gaming PC was an Asus ROG laptop back in 2012. Bought it new for $1,200 and about 4 months later, it died on me. Remadded to Asus, waited almost a month, got it back, and it worked. I had to wipe Windows and reinstall it as almost everything had issues software wise, and it was the easier than trying to fix the existing installation point. Fast forward 2 months and it dies again. This time the hard drive has died. Another RMA and they send it back, and after reinstalling Windows, again, I notice it's more sluggish. I open it up and poke around, and what do you know, my 7200 RPM drive has been replaced with a 5400 RPM drive. Thanks a whole faking lot there, Asus. I didn't bother contacting support as I didn't want to wait a whole month just to have them put the proper drive back in it, and continued on my merry way. A few months later, you guessed it, it died again. At this point I was fed up with Asus support and decided to take it into a third-party repair shop myself. Turns out the motherboard died and took the RAM and hard drive with it. After only a week this shop gets it back into my hands in fully working order in the proper 7200 RPM drive, and since then I have not had any issues with it. In a week they did what Asus couldn't seem to do in months. But it didn't end their point. After the second repair I finally began building a proper desktop, a macro ATX system, and used an Asus macro ATX board. 7 months after my build, the board kills itself. Mind you, I didn't do any overclocking or modding, and RMA it. I get a new one, plop it in, and it continues on for another 4 months before this one kills itself. I contacted Asus again, and they told me they would not RMA as it was obviously something I did, and refused to replace it. So far, every Asus product I've ever had has been of poor build quality and riddled with issues, and because of all of this, and what I've went through with them, I will never touch an Asus product again, and every build I've done for my friends have been 100% Asus free. GM. I bought a certified 2015 car in 2016. The engine is designed by a moron. The turbo control valve is made of rubber and attached to the valve cover. You get a hole, you have to replace the entire valve cover, top of the engine sort of. My dealer said they could squeeze me in 2 weeks. I needed my car and went to a shop I know and trust. They replaced the top and 5 days later I can feel the turbo surging and failing again, so back to the shop again. They diagnose it as the turbo itself is failing, and that's about $2,500. on top of the $400 I paid for the valve cover. GM knows it's cheap, that's why they tend to be cheap. I called up the dealer. They tell me they have to hook it to the machine to confirm it's the turbo that I had to pay for, even if there's no work done. I dropped my car off that night. Since its warranty worked, I looked it up. So as I drop off the car they tell me they need copies of all my oil changes ever. So I finally tracked down all of my oil changes but one from a few months after I got my car. I got a copy of my bank statement that showed the money was taken out at a shop, but I have no proof of mileage, just that I paid a shop point. The dealer denies the warranty, claims GM won't reimburse them since there is a 10,195 mile gap between oil changes. The bank statement was dead in the middle of that 6-month period. They say doesn't matter, anything over 10k miles is denied, since the turbo will die if it doesn't have oil. You mean like if a sheety rubber flapper breaks? I contact GM after a few days of running around. I dealt with a very nice lady that told me it's up to the dealer to choose, but that GM can still deny them, and she suggested I go to another GM dealer to see if they would do the repair. What the fuck? So after paying for a rental for over a week to have zero work done on my car, they suggest taking it down the street and seeing if I can sucker another dealer. I told her how shady that sounded and that this is the last GM my family will ever own. I told her to say you can have a free car and did say no. We both did. She was a good sport, but bound by the bullshit. Long story short, I took it down the road and paid almost 3k for a pose that Chevy knows is a pose, and they do shit like call the valve cover a seal and not a control valve, so they don't have to warranty the work point. TLDR fact, Chevy Engrams denied my warranty for an own problem because I didn't have a mileage paper from 2 years ago. I haven't bought anything from the following game publishers for years. Last purchased games from each publisher: EA, NCAA Football 2014, Ubisoft, Assassin's Creed 3. Almost bought Assassin's Creed Origins though. Activision, COD, Modern Warfare 2, Square Enix, Final Fantasy X, although I may cave and get the FF7 remake when that finally comes out in 2050. Turn 10 is about to get on my list. The Forza series is so tired, and they have a track list that's not only small, it's gotten boring. I kept buying it because I love cars, and it's really the best one out there. I used to be a Gran Turismo fanboy, but I can admit that Forza has surpassed them. Konami, MGSV. This one is recent, but I don't see myself buying any more games from them if they continue to put out terrible games like Metal Gear Survive. I don't do this because I have an agenda. It's because literally nothing from these publishers have really interested me. They're the same yearly titles, and it baffles me as to why people keep buying COD, Madden, Assassin's Creed. People keep buying these games and complain they don't put out anything new. It's because they still sell millions of copies and have no financial incentive to do otherwise. If people want them to put out better titles and stop with the loot boxes, vote with your wallet. BT lost my dad, and as a result my family. As a customer, my phone was stolen, so we went through all the steps to turn that thing into a useless brick, so the SIM was basically destroyed. When I got it back we were told they can send a new SIM in a few days maximum. I think it took almost 2 weeks to come, and when it did it wouldn't work. My dad called constantly and was either told it wasn't blocked, so it's not their fault, or that it was still blocked and they'll try and fix it. Almost a month later they didn't know what to do, and my dad ended up giving up because BT had the tendency to fax us over in little ways like cutting off the Wi-Fi, even though the bill for a £17 bill, and made me, pay out £160 plus on 2 other bills that BT agreed to extend for us. It was fun when he asked the last person on the phone when our contract was up. They told us and asked if there was a problem. My dad said no, he just wanted to know when he could cancel and get Sky instead. He was very proud of himself. LMAO. Mert, here point. Last year I bought a Maffox Batman vs Superman Batman action figure. I do a lot of figure photography and thought that despite the movie being pretty rubbish, the figure looked awesome. For those who don't know, any of the more expensive / imported Japanese figures usually come with multiple swappable hands to let you get them into cool poses, etc. Point anyways, the little bit in the wrist that the hand would attach to started slowly breaking. Eventually, it just snapped right off. It is basically a ball with two plastic pegs, one fits into a wrist hole and the other into a hand hole. Turns out the figure itself had an issue where they didn't make the holes in the hand pieces big enough to fit the peg, hence the breakage. I got in touch with the company, Telecom, with pictures and an explanation of what happened. The response was that I had the figure for a year. I explained that it basically lived in a cabinet and had minimal use other than posing for photos, so they couldn't help me. They conceded to a one-time customer support request for me, where they'd ship me a replacement arm for the figure free of charge. I only had to pay $39 shipping. I declined. Ended up MacGyvering a fix for myself. At worst case, I could buy a bootleg figure from China for less than the price they wanted for the arm, and strip him for parts. Since then, I've spent way more money than a responsible adult should on a variety of action figures, but have avoided that company like the plague. When it comes to the prices they are charging, I feel like there is no excuse for QC issues like that. I've even gone so far as to chat with other collectors, online reviews, etc. to talk about my experience and general zero confidence in spending any more money on the company. This sounds stupid, but realistically there are maybe 4 to 5 companies that make figures around the same quality / price point, so deciding to cut one out entirely does affect options pretty notably. I've read that their QC has improved noticeably, but at this point I still feel like it isn't worth the risk. My dad has been a customer of his for years through work, and when I moved into a new place I thought I would get their new wireless internet hotspot. Spend roughly 4 hours on hold and on the phone with a customer service provider to get the account set up and get the hotspot on the way to my apartment. It will be there within 2 business days, she says. Awesome. 4 business days come and go with nothing. So I call back to be put on hold for another hour, only to have a different representative tell me that I need to go to a store to pick my hotspot up. Okay, so I ask if there is a specific store near my zip code I should go to for the product. She says no store is fine. Okay. So I go to 3 different stores who all have no earthly idea what I'm talking about before I go to a 4th store. The representative in this store proceeds to tell me that my order had been cancelled unbeknownst to me. Okay. What can we do then? He goes to the back and I wait about 20 minutes. He comes back and says that lo and behold they have the product in the store, so they can just start a new order right here and I can take it home today. Awesome. So we went through the whole process again only to find out that my account had been flagged because apparently in the system it showed my identity being used to attempt to open 2 accounts at once because the original order wasn't fully closed and cancelled after all. So I can't get the product. I ask to speak to a manager. The manager comes out and says there's nothing they can do because at this point the call center that deals with home internet is closed. So I say who can I call to talk to about this god awful experience? And they give me the general customer service hotline and say speak with a manager. So I called the next day asking for a manager. The rep desperately tries to dissuade me from speaking to one, but after persistence on my part one finally get through. That manager says in so many words, this isn't my division, let me transfer you. On hold for 30 minutes. Repeat the process with a new rep who again tries to get me to not speak with the manager. Manager is too busy they say. Can she call me back they say. Sure. Tomorrow. Never got a call at all. Never got service. Never found out what the fuck even happened in the first place with my approved account. Next week get a bill in the mail for a Wi-Fi hotspot format that I never received in the first place and couldn't possibly be using. Call the customer service line again and they have no record of my account and can't figure out why I got a bill. Absolutely fuck that company. Alice's I own 3 of their MIDI controllers. They are cheap and get the job done, but in no way are great. I actually don't have anything bad to say about the hardware. My complaint is their customer support. I emailed them directly from their website twice, no response. Called their phone number, hung up on it, and no response from the next time. I had to send a tweet to get a response. Really, what the fuck world do we live in where I have to use social media to blast you in order to get a response? End up getting redirected to their phone staff who sounded like death was coming for them at any minute. He was helpful, just the exact opposite of enthusiastic. Point in the end, I found out my keyboard needs to be repaired, but they don't have schematics or parts easily purchasable. The cost of the repair is as much as a new keyboard, so fuck it, I have a broken keyboard sitting here. The broken keyboard lasted several years with heavy abuse, and finally wouldn't connect to a computer via USB, which is how I use it all the time. TLDR, Alice's products aren't terrible, their customer support is. Most fast food places, when I think about it, I don't need employees to be friendly, or me about my day, or give me a cheesy, overly enthusiastic corporate greeting. I just need them to make the food, charge the price, and fix a mistake, possibly with some token gesture that shows they're sorry. I went to a Jack in the Box, ordered inside and had to wait forever for my order. I kept asking about it until finally they admitted they were prioritizing the drive-thru because they were short-staffed. I just asked for my money back, and the manager tried to charge me for the drink, but couldn't figure out how to subtract it from the refund. I called the corporate, and they told me they would investigate, but never called me back. I had issues with Wendy's and Burger King, where they charged more for the item than the menu price. For both places, the excuse was the same. The price went up, but they haven't had a chance to change the sign, so the price in the computer is the price they charge, and they wouldn't honor the menu price. I asked for a refund, and so the manager got involved and offered the menu price. I'd rather spend my money with a company that honors its prices without having to argue with them for 3 minutes. Most fast food places, when I think about it, I don't need employees to be friendly, or me about my day, or give me a cheesy, overly enthusiastic corporate greeting. I just need them to make the food, charge the price, and fix a mistake, possibly with some token gesture that shows they're sorry. I went to a Jack in the Box, ordered inside and had to wait forever for my order. I kept asking about it until finally they admitted they were prioritizing the drive-thru because they were short-staffed. I just asked for my money back, and the manager tried to charge me for the drink, but couldn't figure out how to subtract it from the refund. I called the corporate, and they told me they would investigate, but never called me back. I had issues with Wendy's and Burger King, where they charged more for the item than the menu price. For both places, the excuse was the same. The price went up, but they haven't had a chance to change the sign, so the price in the computer is the price they charge, and they wouldn't honor the menu price. I asked for a refund, and so the manager got involved and offered the menu price. I'd rather spend my money with a company that honors its prices without having to argue with them for 3 minutes.